On a pitch-black night, within the confines of a dimly lit building, a conversation unfolds. Two figures sit across from each other, cups of tea in hand. The one dressed in yellow sighs, lamenting the decades he has waited for his friend. Now, feeling the chill of the night, he can only find solace in a warm cup of tea. With a gentle gesture, Raijanger fills his dear companion's cup, a small act of comfort in the stillness of the moment. The two had been very young when they first crossed paths. The old man gazes silently at his friend for a few moments, while the scarred man returns his stare. As tea trickles slowly into his cup, memories flood back. It's been 40 years since he met that young man. Not long ago, the man had entered this very place, pleading for the great regression technique, desperate to return to the past. The old man reflected on the incredible feat of regressing someone to a previous time. They locked eyes for a brief moment that day, a silent acknowledgement of their shared history. This technique was one of the Geef family's greatest achievements, meticulously researched for centuries and handed down through generations. Yet the method was nearly impossible to execute. The man with tied hair knew he couldn't accomplish it, and with a heavy heart, he resigned himself to that reality. 5 materials were required to complete the technique, but acquiring them all seemed impossible. He turned to the man and said, "If you can bring me the necessary materials, I will perform the ritual." The Thunderbell, a sacred artifact of the celestial wind cult, is a golden incense burner crafted by the divine celestial dragon family. It embodies the essence of a 10,000-year-old carp and harbors the secret demonic soul of the dark cult. The old man, astonished, admits he believed the young man had perished in some unknown place. Now he stands bewildered, unable to comprehend how the young man managed to gather all these materials after so many years of absence. The fierce missionary looks at the old man and remarks that his technique must be extraordinary to require such an array of materials. He even considered simply killing him. The old man meets his gaze in silence for a few moments. Reflecting on the young man's journey, he remembers how youthful and eager the missionary was when he first set out in search of the amulets. Now he stands before him, a changed man, marked by the weight of his experiences. Finally, he asks the man why he wants to return to the past. Suddenly, the man slams his cup down on the table with a force that echoes through the room. Anger and rage twist his features as he declares that his reason is revenge. The old man, taken aback and visibly shaken, stares at him in disbelief. He quickly questions the man's ability to seek vengeance with his current skills, wondering why he believes he needs to go back in time and who exactly this grudge is against. The long-haired man gazes at him and replies that it was all due to Muji. The old man's eyes widen in shock. This man had single-handedly slain the leaders of the 3 most formidable groups, known as the Pillars of New Rim. Among them were the 3 commanders, including the fearsome celestial demon. For Muji was not just a name. He was the strongest man in history, the most powerful figure of his time. The old man admits that even if he could travel back in time, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Muji. He is met with a familiar response, revealing that the man he faces is driven by a desire for vengeance. His father was a celestial demon slain by Muji. This revelation leaves the old man stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yet, despite the weight of this revelation, he realizes he isn't pursuing revenge for his father's death or for the betrayal of his treacherous brother. Such deaths are all too common in their world. The gray-haired man inquired, "Why did all of this happen?" The answer was chilling. On that fateful day, Muji had mercilessly slaughtered not just servants and cooks, but even untrained children. He showed no compassion, not even for the cats and dogs. We were left in disbelief while his friend remained indifferent. In that era, the protagonist found himself unable to kill his opponent outright. He realized he needed to travel back in time to confront his enemy, to question him about such unimaginable brutality before delivering his final blow. Once more, the old man gazes at him, speechless. After a moment, he finally asks if the protagonist could do him a favor if he manages to return to the past. The old man wants him to find him in that time. Puzzled, the protagonist questions this request, and the old man reveals that he wishes to be prevented from getting married. A heavy silence falls between them as they absorb the weight of his words. The protagonist wears a serious expression, but suddenly he bursts into laughter, catching everyone off guard. The old man, clearly embarrassed, insists he's not joking. He's had to live alone for the rest of his life. The time traveler nods in understanding, promising to help him reach the place where the technique will be used. As they both stand up, the protagonist feels a wave of dizziness wash over him. When asked if he is all right, he replies, "I lost an arm and an eye to obtain the secret demonic soul." The thunder bell, bright blue and shimmering, catches the eye. An old man approaches, carrying a box. He opens it to reveal a black orb that immediately commands attention. With a deliberate gesture in front of the monument, it reacts powerfully. Everything has aligned perfectly, resonating in harmony, including the master himself. As he continued his gestures, a brilliant white light suddenly erupted before him, revealing a vast portal that opened wide. His eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting his sheer amazement. Overcome with excitement, he celebrated his achievement, turning to his friend with a grin. "Did you see that? You always believed it would work. I really opened a portal to the past." They lock eyes in silence, the weight of the moment hanging between them. The protagonist's lack of enthusiasm is palpable. A heavy sigh escapes him, revealing his nerves in a twinge of regret. The gray-haired man, still puzzled by the situation, glances at the portal for a moment before turning back to the protagonist. "I'm sorry," he says, his voice tinged with genuine concern. He reiterates his vow as he strides toward the portal, promising to locate his partner and warn him of the looming disaster. Returning to the past is not just his family's greatest wish, it's his as well. But suddenly, he feels an unseen force gripping him, rendering him immobile. His demonic acupuncture points have been sealed, leaving him powerless. Just then, the protagonist materializes behind him, voice laced with fury, demanding to know how he could dare to do such a thing. The old man's eyes widen, fear and anguish etched across his face. Of all the people in the world, he chose to betray the protagonist's trust. Suddenly, he finds himself gripped by the neck, held tightly as punishment for his despicable treachery. He groans in pain, his expression a mix of agony and despair. "I lost my head for just a moment," he admits, regret heavy in his voice. "I realize now how hard you worked to gather those materials. I had no right to betray your trust so openly." The scarred man gazes at him, devoid of pity or compassion, and slowly withdraws his hand from the old man's neck. As he does, he reveals that he too was once selfish. It was this very trait that allowed him to collect all the amulets he needed. The gray-haired man coughs heavily, struggling to catch his breath. The scarred man continues, coldly stating that had it been anyone else in the old man's position, they would have been killed on the spot, without a hint of mercy. Yet, because it was him, everything felt understandable and forgivable. The protagonist reached out, placing his hand gently on the old man's coat, touching his chest as he expressed his gratitude for waiting for him all his life. Rewound's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with tears. As the protagonist gazed at him with admiration and pride, he couldn't hold back his emotions any longer. Overwhelmed with remorse, he wept, apologizing profusely for his past actions and for betraying the trust that had been so carefully built. Tears of regret stream down his face as he grapples with his emotions. Suddenly, the protagonist is jolted from his thoughts. He cautiously surveys his surroundings, noticing delicate butterflies resting nearby. A realization dawns on him. Time has likely come to a standstill. Confusion washes over him as he struggles to comprehend the situation. Just then, a voice breaks the silence, declaring that he has successfully passed all the tests. He watches in stunned silence for a few moments, his astonishment palpable. Suddenly, an ancient figure emerges, a frail old man with a long beard and flowing gray hair. The protagonist, bewildered, inquires about this mysterious being. The old man reveals that he is the one who can send him back to the past. With a knowing gaze, he adds that no human can truly grasp the logic of the heavens, questioning whether the protagonist truly believed that a mere mortal could facilitate such a journey. To truly master the technique, it required more than just the right materials. It demanded the dedication he had poured into gathering them. He had succeeded in his trials because he had devoted his entire life to a singular purpose, sacrificing everything along the way. Yet, his final challenge was to forgive Rewound a test that proved to be the toughest of all. Surprisingly, he found himself overcoming it with unexpected ease. After listening to the old man's lengthy discourse, he finally musters the courage to ask for a favor, to be taken back to the distant past. The old man, intrigued, inquires what he plans to do there. With conviction, he replies that he intends to kill the one who deserves to die and save the one who should not have perished. Yet there's more to his desire than vengeance. He yearns to truly live and savor life, something he had been denied while constantly preoccupied with thoughts of his enemy. When asked about his regrets, he replies that he regrets everything. His life has never been his own. It has always been dictated by someone else, and he realizes this far too late. The old man gazes at him for a few moments, then closes his eyes, lost in thought. Finally, he speaks with a tone of contemplation, expressing his curiosity about the life the protagonist will lead. He is eager to witness the journey that awaits him. The beautiful, vibrant butterflies unfurl their wings, and the old man returns to his former self, finally forgiving himself for his past misdeeds. The protagonist watches in silence as life blossoms around him once more. The gray-haired man, with a hint of regret in his voice, gently reminds him not to forget the promise they made earlier, expressing his deep wish that he had never married, and longing for a way to have been stopped from doing so. The protagonist turns his gaze toward the massive portal, a mix of determination and trepidation in his eyes. He tells the old man to take care of himself as he begins to walk slowly toward the glowing opening. The old man calls out, attempting to draw him back, but all he can manage is a reminder of the promise made long ago. Undeterred, the protagonist continues his slow approach, and as he nears the portal, a brilliant white light, laced with golden beams, begins to radiate from within. Suddenly, he opens his eyes, desperation etched across his face. As he scans his surroundings, he sees a crowd of people with weapons raised high. His eyes widen in shock as the reality sinks in something significant has occurred. The sight of so many gathered together confirms it. He has truly returned to the past. He scans the surroundings once more, this time with a keen eye, his face reflecting admiration as he takes it all in. His gaze lands on several thrones positioned atop a grand structure, where numerous people are seated, their attention focused below. Soldiers lurk in the shadows, ever watchful. At the center throne sits a figure with long black hair, slanted eyes, and a wicked expression that sends a chill down his spine. His expression was stern, his brown eyes sharp and discerning. A well-groomed goatee added to his air of superiority. This man was none other than the beloved and revered father of the protagonist. He surveyed the scene with an attentive gaze. Meanwhile, his son scanned the surroundings, only to be interrupted by a question about how much longer he intended to keep everyone waiting. The voice addressing him was familiar, referring to him as young master. A massive sword, shaped like a knife, is firmly embedded in the ground. A peculiar man with vibrant orange hair raises his voice, signaling the fight to commence. He and the protagonist stand locked in a tense standoff. In that moment, the young master finally grasps the significance of it all. This is the day he has long awaited. In that pivotal moment, the battle against the new demon commenced. The protagonist's father, the celestial demon, boldly announced that he would not restrict the selection of the next cult leader to his own bloodline. This declaration sent shockwaves through the cult, igniting a fierce uproar. It meant that anyone could ascend to the title of celestial demon, provided they possessed the strength to claim it. The protagonist's father made it clear he was serious about his announcement, swiftly organizing a fighting competition among the next generation of cult leaders. The victor of this fierce contest would earn the right to challenge one of the two sons of the celestial demon, with the winner granted a wish by the demon himself. In a sudden turn, the strange man turned to the young master, asking if he intended to back down while there was still time. He stood in silence, the wind tousling his hair. The massive scar that once marred his face had vanished, and his skin appeared youthful, transforming his entire demeanor. In the past, he had felt insulted by that ugly man's choice, believing it implied his opponent saw him as weaker than his brother. But now, reflecting on it, he realized there might have been another motive behind that choice. The ugly man had bribed the cook in his household, instructing him to mix a potent poison into his rice, rendering him unable to harness his energy. Because of that underhanded trick, he lost the fight. He attempted to explain the situation to his father, but his words fell on deaf ears. His father merely looked at him with a gaze that seemed to blame him for being so easily deceived by such a petty ploy. In the aftermath, the protagonist pushed himself to his limits, but his mistakes and failures began to cost him dearly, jeopardizing his standing in the succession war. It all began with that fateful defeat. His opponent, a peculiar figure, remarked that the protagonist seemed distracted by his close presence. They locked eyes in a tense silence for a few moments before the protagonist broke the stillness, asking for the man's name. The strange and unsettling figure introduced himself as Gu Pyong-ho. He was one of the 7 disciples of Gu Qianpa, the demon known as the blood-stained sword of heaven, one of the 8 supreme demons. As the 5th disciple, he quickly realizes that the ugly man before him is brimming with confidence, perhaps too much for his own good. The protagonist reflects on a past where he was unaware of certain truths, but now, in this moment, clarity washes over him. His father, with a knowing gaze, had already discerned that he was poisoned with energy-dispersing toxins. It was a test away for his father to observe how he would navigate this perilous and complex predicament. Armed with the knowledge from his past life, the protagonist could easily defeat his opponent in a single move. However, he knew he couldn't reveal his true abilities just yet. Instead, he boldly declared to the crowd that he would face Gu Pyong-ho without using any internal energy. A wave of confusion and astonishment swept through the onlookers, many wearing expressions of concern and disbelief at his audacious choice. Even his opponent can't help but be impressed by such audacity. It takes a remarkable amount of courage. The crowd erupts in cheers for the unbeatable swordsman, while his enemy seethes with anger, cursing him under his breath. Su, undeterred, boldly declares that he too will refrain from using the internal energy within his body. The audience watches in rapt attention, hanging on every word. Soon, whispers spread to the crowd, suggesting that the upcoming fight would be dull since neither side would be using internal energy. The protagonist's adversary cursed him once more, warning that even without harnessing internal energy, he should tread carefully. His sword had no eyes and would strike down anything in its path. Meanwhile, the protagonist felt an unsettling sensation in his body, questioning whether his movements would be fully efficient. Doubt crept in, leaving him uncertain about the battle ahead. Su demands that his opponent draw his sword without delay. He taunts him, insisting that he won't need to use it against someone so weak. Laughter erupts from the crowd, clearly amused by Su's blatant underestimation of his foe. The ugly man, however, quickly retorts that while he won't kill Su after all, he is the cult leader's son. He will certainly take an arm from him. As his opponent closes in, the protagonist realizes that his body can react with astonishing speed faster than he ever imagined. Just as the enemy's strike looms, he executes a swift backflip, narrowly evading a blow that could have been fatal. He lands gracefully on the ground, sword firmly in hand, ready for the next move. He suddenly realizes that his heart is racing, fueled by the fact that he feels much younger now. His opponent, furious at having missed his strike and humiliated by the protagonist's laughter, glares back with eyes burning with anger. With a surge of adrenaline, they charge at each other, plunging into a frenetically intense battle. The ugly man with orange hair takes a brutal elbow strike to the stomach, the impact echoing through the air. He groans in pain, and just as he begins to recover, another blow lands squarely on his face, one that might soon have him shopping for dentures. The protagonist seizes him by the shirt, ready to unleash another precise strike. With a swift motion, he delivers a powerful punch, sending the ugly man soaring through the air, propelled by the sheer force of the attack. The man spits out the ketchup he used to flavor the protagonist's meal, his face contorted in pain and despair. He steels himself to reach for his sword, but just as his fingers brush the hilt, the protagonist's hand clamps down on him. With a fierce glare, the protagonist demands, "Was it with that filthy hand that you poisoned my meal?" Tears well up in his enemy's eyes at the question, but the protagonist feels no pity. With a swift motion, he attacks the hand and arm, eliciting a scream of pain, despair, and agony from his opponent. The audience gasps in shock and disbelief as the ugly man collapses face down, groaning heavily on the ground. The protagonist steps back from the fallen man, a newfound resolve burning within him. Now that he has returned to the past, he vows not to let anyone dictate his life again. His father swiftly raises his right hand, and the tension in the audience thickens. Everyone knows he is about to grant the winner a wish. The master leans forward, eager to hear what the victor desires as a prize. He stands still for a moment, watching his opponent rise. Normally, one might ask for a craftsman's sword or a secret martial arts manual, what everyone would expect. But as his father's serious gaze pierces through him, he decides to trust his instincts and ask for what he truly desires. He requested to go on a hunt with his beloved father. The father, maintaining a serious expression, regarded him in silence. Meanwhile, the protagonist's enemy observed the scene with a mix of surprise and deep anguish. The father finally broke the silence, asking if this was truly what his son desired. The boy nodded eagerly, expressing his strong desire to learn the art of hunting alongside his father. Once again, he finds himself under the intense gaze of the man with slanted eyes and a stern expression. The man rises from his majestic throne, declaring that at dawn, they will embark on the long-awaited hunt. As he turns to leave, those around him offer respectful gestures in farewell. His son watches silently, a mix of admiration and apprehension in his eyes as his father walks away. His opponent berates him, calling him an idiot and a fool for making such an absurd wish. Yet, despite the insults, he can't help but mock the ugly man, provoking his fury. Now that he has returned to life, the reckless pursuits that once captivated everyone else hold no appeal for him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over a striking red building, the protagonist gazed into the mirror. To his astonishment, he saw a youthful reflection staring back at him, a stark contrast to the weathered visage he once bore. His old face, marred by a deep scar and etched with weariness, seemed like a distant memory. A thought crossed his mind. What was his enemy Hanmugi up to at that very moment? If he could locate and eliminate Mugi before he grew too powerful, the problem would be swiftly resolved. However, finding Mugi proved to be a daunting task. He had seemingly descended from the heavens, effortlessly dismantling the orthodox Marem alliances and the demonic cult before vanishing without a trace. Searching for him by uttering his name to anyone would not only be perilous but also a provocative gamble. Ultimately, the protagonist's sole ambition is to surpass Hanmugi. As he stands with his back against a bookshelf brimming with books, a voice calls out his name, offering congratulations for his impressive performance that day. It's Leon, standing there with a proud smile. She is undeniably cute and has been assigned as the young master's bodyguard. Suddenly, the protagonist finds himself reflecting on her petite stature and the realization that everything had unfolded because of her. The body petrification technique, a secret skill possessed by his bodyguard, grants the user remarkable resilience, making their body nearly impervious to harm. The only flaw in this martial art is that it causes the body to grow enormous. Yet that girl had saved the protagonist by using herself as a human shield. His guardian soon notices his contemplative gaze and asks why he's staring at her so pensively. In that moment, he realizes he had never truly appreciated the pleasantness of her voice. Regret washes over him as he reflects on how he had viewed her merely as a guardian, unaware of her willingness to sacrifice her life for her dear friend in that critical moment. He took her for granted, much like people take the air they breathe for granted. For a few moments, he simply stared at her in silence, realizing she seemed taller than he remembered. The guardian was left speechless, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes at her friend's unexpected silence. Whispers had circulated that if Leon continued to grow like this, she would become the greatest beauty in the world. Despite her beauty and perfection, she unexpectedly gained weight and became the young master's guardian. The protagonist remained oblivious to her silent struggles. He never noticed the way her eyes were puffy from tears shed over her changing appearance. He couldn't fathom the emotion she must have felt, having sacrificed her chance to be the greatest beauty in the world. He reflects on how he may have grown colder towards her as she gained weight. Regret washes over his face, and he silently vows to help her eliminate the side effects of her body petrification technique. Concerned, she asks if everything is all right with her friend, noticing his unusual silence. Though he keeps his mouth shut, the silence doesn't last long. He finally manages to say he's fine and feeling great, but she quickly retorts that he's acting unusually strange. The protagonist reflects that her concern is understandable. After all, she's always cared deeply for him and has noticed the significant changes in his behavior lately. With a hint of urgency, he calls her over to reveal something truly unusual and bizarre. She quickly inquires about their destination, to which he cryptically replies that their actions will unleash chaos. They soon arrive at a location bustling with people clad in gray. The protagonist approaches one of them, demanding to know why he has done such a thing. The old man, with a white beard and eyes shut tight, seems bewildered by the question. The young master gazes intently at the boy, his eyes serious and unwavering. "Why did you poison your meal with an energy-dissipating poison?" he demands. The guardian, taken aback and bewildered, struggles to comprehend the accusation. Meanwhile, the boy hastily denies the claim, though it's clear he's already squandered the 3,000 nyangs he had received, likely lost in a whirlwind of gambling. He was drowning in debt, a consequence of his gambling addiction that had drained his parents' savings and even the funds from loans. Desperate, he resorted to poisoning the food. Overwhelmed with remorse, he pleads for forgiveness, admitting he had been blinded by the temptations laid before him. The protagonist then inquires if Gunvo was there to deliver the promised payment. The boy quickly affirms, revealing that the unsightly man had indeed made the payment in person. In an instant, the boy falls, struck down by a powerful blow from an exceptionally sharp sword. Gasps of despair and shock ripple through the crowd, but the protagonist remains unmoved. He feels no regret for taking the boy's life. After all, the insolent youth had shown a profound lack of character. The old man with a beard begs for forgiveness, claiming he will take full responsibility. However, the young master is perplexed, pointing out that the one to blame is already dead. The old man quickly retorts that everything that occurs in that kitchen falls under his jurisdiction. The young master then fixes his gaze on Cook Lim, asking, "So, is everything unjust that happens in the cult also my dear father's fault?" The cook, momentarily confused by the question, hastily replies that his apologies should be taken as such. Once more, he is asked why he is being so hard on himself. The young master, clearly impatient, commands him to stop with the foolishness and to quickly prepare some delicious shredded chicken noodles. He's already missed that dish far too much. The poor old man with his white beard is left utterly speechless. The protagonist is suddenly questioned about the missing food, having just enjoyed that dish a few days prior. He turns to face his guardian, who stands there, equally speechless, gazing at the young master. In that moment, he reflects on how, for him, decades have already slipped away. The following day, within the Celestial Demon Pavilion, the protagonist's father inquires about the peculiar items adorning him. He learns that these items will prove invaluable in the days of hunting ahead. Initially, his father had only intended for a single day of hunting, but he is swiftly informed that if they find joy in the experience, they might extend their adventure for a few more days. The master gazes at his son with the familiar intensity, a serious and enigmatic expression etched on his face. After a moment, he remarks that the protagonist harbors a grand and ambitious dream. Surrounded by towering mountains and steep cliffs, they navigate through the dense trees of their surroundings. The young master then admits that his father is far more skilled than he had anticipated. A thought crosses his mind. Did his father realize that he had concealed the abilities he honed in his past life during their battle with Gupyangbo? He contemplates revealing everything, believing it might be the better choice. With a deep breath, he admits that he has concealed all his abilities. His father nods in understanding. Having already sensed it, the protagonist asserts, "I am not a boy who hisses. I am a beast that hides its sharp claws." His father listens intently, then turns to ask why such a fearsome beast would conceal its powerful claws. The young master pauses, admitting he hadn't considered it that way. His father retorts that this is precisely why he remains just a kitten. With a shift in tone, he inquires how much of the crescent sword arc the young master has already mastered. That technique is a closely guarded secret of the celestial demons, an advanced martial art akin to those practiced by the supreme demonic beings. Remarkably, the protagonist had already mastered it in its entirety. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts beside him, a gunshot. If he hadn't dodged in time, his cheek would have been blown clean off. His father acknowledges the full mastery, but his son is filled with anxiety. Even with the ritual completed, there was still a chance he could have been harmed. If that were the case, it would be the price for the lie he told. After all, with a face so similar to his father's, a scar would hardly be a good look. His father's gaze sharpens at the comment, and he wonders if his son has inadvertently revealed too much. The master praises his son, noting that achieving mastery at such a young age is truly commendable. The boy glances at him, a mix of apprehension and enthusiasm flickering in his eyes. They continue their journey through the thick, shadowy forest. After a moment, the boy expresses his gratitude, thanking his father for recognizing his hard work. Suddenly, the master halts mid-step, placing his hand on the ground, while the protagonist watches intently, curious about what comes next. It seems they've stumbled upon the trail of some prey. Curious, the boy asks his father how he learned to hunt. With a hint of nostalgia, his father replies that he acquired the skill from his older brother. The boy's eyes widen in surprise as he asks, "Did you really have an uncle?" His father nods solemnly, revealing a painful truth. He had indeed lost his brother, having taken his life when the boy was the same age he is now. The protagonist falls silent, grappling with the shocking revelation. He finally speaks, stating that his father was justified in killing his uncle. The master regards him with a serious expression, taken aback by the boy's words. But the boy quickly adds, "If my uncle hadn't died, I wouldn't even exist." His father remains silent, his gaze fixed on the boy, leaving the weight of the moment hanging in the air. They share a moment of profound silence, their gazes locked. The boy reflects on the immense suffering his father must have endured, torn between loyalty and family. Memories from his past life confirm this painful truth. The father figure reveals that in the end, he saw no other option but to take his brother's life. The young master realizes that his father, unable to find a way to defeat the successor in their bitter conflict, made the hardest choice of all. He tells his father not to assume he can follow in his footsteps, as he doubts he could ever achieve what his father did. There's no reason for him to even entertain the thought, especially since his brother is wicked and cruel. His father figure stares at him in complete silence for a moment, before turning away and continuing on his path. He then tells his son that he is tarnishing his brother's image, even though he isn't there to hear or defend himself. Towering mountains loom in the forest, and the two ascend them with remarkable speed and determination. Yet the young master appears weary from the exertion, He reflects on his past life, realizing he never married and has no experience of fatherhood. Curiosity stirs within him as he contemplates what it truly means to be a father. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, the two of them swiftly ascend to the summit of the towering mountain. The young master turns to his father, curious about what lies hidden among the dense trees and foliage. His father replies that their dinner awaits there. With innocent enthusiasm, the boy suggests they should hunt the creature. However, his father gently corrects him, explaining that one cannot kill what remains unseen. He then instructs the boy to close his eyes and truly feel the world around him. The boy nods, ready to embrace the lesson. He closes his eyes, concentrating deeply on the sensations surrounding him. When martial masters seek to gauge their opponents, they tune into the vibrations in the air. This is often referred to as the energy flow of a being. In this moment, the protagonist can only detect one energy signature, his father's, which is alarmingly close. Soon, he receives instructions to channel a small amount of energy in a single focused line. He must approach this task with utmost delicacy, envisioning his body as a soft ball of yarn. Gradually, he begins to release his energy, as if gently pulling on a thread. With unwavering focus and attention, he immerses himself in the process, and soon he declares that he can feel it beginning to take shape. His father questions his perception of what he senses, and the boy responds with uncertainty. Without hesitation, he's instructed to search the same area. Slowly and deliberately, the boy focuses intently on his task. As he concentrates, he feels a surge of energy that leads him to something nearby. To his surprise, he discovers an animal with massive teeth, resembling a wild boar. Before them stood an enormous and grotesque wild boar. At first, he wondered if it might be a bear, but the creature's coarse fur and elongated body confirmed it was indeed a wild pig. They fell into a brief silence, taking in the sight. Finally, his father spoke up, reminiscing that he too had struggled to identify such creatures from a distance in his youth. The son, with a hint of pride, replied, "Well, I have a body that learns martial arts easily, so it's no surprise I got it right on my first try." His father glares at him, the familiar sternness etched on his face, after yet another dose of sarcasm from his son. After a moment, they manage to start a campfire. As the flames flicker to life, his father inquires when he learned to prepare game for cooking. Clearly impressed by his skill, the son quickly replies that he picked it up from a book, thanking his father for the compliment. But in his mind, he knows the truth. It's not just theory. He's honed this skill through countless hunts for wild boars before his regression. He tells his father that he arranged everything he's sitting on to win his favor, insisting it was worth the effort of carrying all that heavy luggage. His father then questions whether he went hunting just to impress him and secure his place as the successor. He quickly shakes his head, asserting that such tactics would never work on him. He's confident he can become the successor on his own, without anyone's assistance. His father expresses his confidence in the boy, questioning the true reason behind his desire to hunt alongside him. The boy has two motivations. The first has already been achieved. He sought to learn and grow stronger. The second reason, however, remains unspoken. He then confesses his fear that his father might misinterpret his intentions. He didn't aspire to become the celestial demon, nor did he want to squander his youth on that pursuit. Instead, he would be content simply to learn the martial arts of the divine demonic being and become a worthy successor. After sharing this, he falls silent for a few brief moments, lost in thought. He realizes that to truly master the demonic art of the 9 calamities, he must acquire it swiftly and push beyond his current limits. Closing his eyes, he focuses intently on his thoughts. Despite his father's mastery of the technique, he still fell short against Humuji. It becomes clear to him that he must learn it for himself. Just then, he is interrupted by a question about the second reason. Startled from his deep thoughts, he quickly replied that he simply wanted to spend some time alone with his father, something they had never done before. His fatherly figure dismissed his feelings, declaring that such emotions were useless and would ultimately lead to his downfall. The young master, bewildered, couldn't understand. After all, his father was extraordinary, the strongest person in the world, and everything he did was a marvel to behold. His fatherly figure gazes at him for a few moments before turning away, a thoughtful and regretful expression crossing his face. Silence hangs heavily between them. Whenever the young master attempts to recall his father, all he finds are painful memories, overshadowed by fear. In this life, he yearns for more than just those dark recollections. Yet, he knows his father's happiness is misplaced. It's not about him, it's about the protagonist. At dawn, the young master is eager to leave the place, but his father sternly rebukes him, insisting they must return with at least a tiger. Confused by his father's insistence, the boy is soon instructed not to stand around like a fool, and to follow him. With renewed enthusiasm, he eagerly agrees. Amidst towering green bamboo trees, his father instructs him to close his eyes once more. The target lies to the right, 100 meters away, much farther than his previous prey. This time, his master urges him to feel the wind and channel his energy into that gentle breeze. He reflects on the countless hours he devoted to mastering martial arts, realizing he never infused his power into anything so unconventional due to the lack of a mentor. Suddenly, he's commanded to unleash his energy on the spot. He knows that if he hesitates or takes too long, he'll only produce a mere parlor trick. To truly harness this skill in a real confrontation, he must strike swiftly and decisively. His energy begins to awaken, intertwining with the wind around him. He contemplates how he might harness both forces simultaneously. As the energy flows, it takes on a life of its own, guiding him in a new direction. The young master focuses intently, determined to master the art of wind infusion. He soon realizes that it's not merely about walking on the wind, it's about intertwining his energy with it. As he channels this newfound understanding, the energy flows toward the bamboo, swiftly weaving through the stalks until it reaches something covered in soft fur. A beautiful yet fiercely angry feline glared back, its rage palpable. Startled, the young master opened his eyes wide and exclaimed to his father, "There really is a tiger!" Concerned, his father quickly inquired about the situation, then scolded him for hesitating. "You must keep going. The more energy you release and maintain, the better your chances of survival," he urged. The boy nodded, determination igniting within him. The canteen filled with liquid was his father's secret weapon. As they both took a drink from the container, his father looked at him, the canteen still in hand, and declared that it was truly excellent. The boy, however, lied, insisting that it was still too strong for him. His father's expression tightened as he replied, "No demonic human would ever complain about liquor being too strong." He retorts that possessing a cool heart is far more important than anything else. His father, however, challenges him, asking if he truly has the courage to kill him. The boy lies again, insisting he would never take such a drastic step. Yet, he adds, if he had a reason to end his father's life, he would do so without hesitation. This marked the first genuine conversation between them that day, and the protagonist realized he could never truly value his own life above his father's. He quickly reassures him that he has no intention of killing him. The fatherly figure then adds that if he hesitates now, it shows he doesn't possess a truly cruel heart. In response, the protagonist declares that he will learn to handle strong liquor, then takes a swift, deep gulp of the drink. His father watches him in silence, the weight of unspoken words hanging in the air. In the heart of the city's towering buildings, the young master sits in meditation, a thoughtful and sorrowful expression etched on his face. He reflects on his recent days of training since his regression, realizing that he can now effortlessly infuse his energy into the wind, maintaining 3 or 4 lines with ease. He never expected his father to impart such knowledge, but it felt like gaining an extra life. Now he could sense an enemy lurking before they struck. If he continued his training and learned to release more than 10 lines of energy simultaneously, he would be able to neutralize any stealth techniques his foes employed. However, there was a catch to all of this. Even his father, a far more skilled warrior, fell to Homuji due to the infiltration of the Celestial Demon Pavilion. This complex was meticulously safeguarded by 3 powerful barrier formations, 6 intricate traps, and a hand-picked elite guard. Additionally, 8 supreme demons, each stationed in different directions, along with their loyal subordinates, stood watch over the Celestial Demon. In the north, the demon swordsmen of the Northern Heaven Sword family stood formidable, led by the supreme of the One Strike Sword. To the south, the demon swordsmen of the Southern Heaven Blade group rallied under the fierce swordsmen of Heaven's Blood. In the east, the Iron Fists of the Eastern Fist faction, commanded by the undefeated Fist Demon, prepared for battle. Meanwhile, in the west, the demon sorcerers of the Western Illusion formation plotted their schemes under the cunning leadership of the Soul-Stealing Demon. In the northeast, the Faceless Swordsman sought to become the demon of the malicious smile. To the southeast, the drunken swordsmen reveled in their inebriation, forever under the influence of the drunken demon. In the southwest, the Poison Fangs delved into the secrets of toxins, guided by the enigmatic Poison King. And finally, in the northwest, the Mad Monks were consumed by their devotion to the demon Buddha, a figure who twisted the very fabric of reality. At that moment, the protagonist believed the enemies had invaded from outside. However, he soon realized that the external defenses remained intact. It became clear to him that someone among the other supreme demons had orchestrated the entire situation, leading Muji directly into the Celestial Demon Pavilion where he was hiding. There may have been more than one traitor who was never discovered, but in his eyes it hardly matters. He views all 8 supreme demons as traitors. After his father's death, none of the 8 sought revenge. Instead, they chose to dismantle the demonic cult. Though that event lies far in the future, he knows everything about them, their lives, their choices, and how their final moments unfolded. The gunmaster paces the room, gripping his sword tightly. This time, he plans to unleash the 8 supreme demons to their fullest potential. As he strides toward the exit, he overhears someone rudely inquiring about him to his guardian. The man, clearly impatient, demands that Lee fetch him immediately. Fury ignites within her, but just then, the young master arrives, inquiring about her presence. Lee is taken aback by his unexpected appearance. He had earnestly urged her to prioritize her safety while he focused on his training. Yet, she had disregarded his warning. The man beside her revels in the arrival of the second young master, questioning him about the relentless hours he has devoted to training. The man's name was Yang Po, a disciple of the legendary swordsman of Heaven's Blood. His rudeness stemmed from the chaos unleashed by the celestial demon. When the demon proclaimed that anyone could become the successor, Yang Po's status as the favored son suddenly lost its luster, igniting the ambitions of many. The protagonist, sensing the tension, inquires about Yang Po's true intentions. He replies that Pyongmul can no longer practice martial arts after their recent fight. Tensions rise as their conversation becomes increasingly heated, filled with sharp exchanges. When the protagonist delivers another mocking remark, the man demands that he apologize immediately for crippling his friend. The young master understands the underlying issue all too well. The best disciple of the swordsman of Heaven's Blood was not chosen, and now his subordinates are scrambling to win his approval. Yang Po was eager to force an apology from his rival, envisioning the moment as a trophy to boast about later. The protagonist, quick to seize the opportunity, taunted his enemy, claiming that their leader would never consider him the best disciple after all this. The opponent, visibly irritated, shot back, insisting that his actions were solely for Pyongmul's sake. Undeterred, the young master demanded an apology, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. He faces questions about his unusual decision, but it all stems from the disrespectful remarks made by that man towards his subordinate. Despite the situation, the man remains oblivious to the gravity of his actions. Lee insists that she's perfectly fine, yet the second young master remains seething with anger over the incident. Left speechless by the fervent defense of her superior, she struggles to comprehend the intensity of the situation. Finally, the protagonist commands Yang Po to kneel and apologize to his subordinate without delay. He mocked her once more, calling her fat. The man, filled with rage, declared he would rather die than kneel before her. Those words were music to the protagonist's ears, and he was ready to grant his enemy's wish by ending his life. With a swift motion, he drew his massive, gleaming sword. His opponent tenses at the sight of it, while Lee watches with a look of sheer terror. Yang Po labels the second young master a complete madman. The protagonist swiftly presents 2 choices, an apology or a fight. He taunts his adversary, suggesting how disappointed his master would be if he chose to back down. When questioned about his motives, he simply shrugs it off, admitting he doesn't care and even empathizing with Groot's thirst for revenge. He would not tolerate any insults directed at his subordinate, no matter the circumstances. Lee observes her friend with wide eyes, taken aback by the boldness of her words. Yang Po chuckles and calls the guardian a pig, but the protagonist remains vigilant. She means too much to him. In response, his enemy swiftly unsheathes the massive sword. His friends urgently warn him not to retaliate. Even Lee attempts to intervene, but the battle between the two has already begun. As the son of the celestial demon, the protagonist becomes the target of Yang Po's ruthless ambition. He seeks nothing less than one of the protagonist's arms as a trophy. The second young master listens closely, his expression betraying no hint of worry. Meanwhile, tension hangs thick in the air, and fear grips everyone around them. The enemy readies his enormous razor-sharp sword and charges at the protagonist with ruthless intent. However, in a swift and precise motion, the protagonist counters with a strike to the enemy's face, halting him in his tracks. The shock on his friends' faces is palpable as they witness this unexpected turn of events. Lee is particularly taken aback by the force of the blow. It becomes clear that the true cause of Yang Po's demise was his own reckless words. He had wielded it to hurl insults at Lee and stubbornly refused to apologize. The protagonist yanked his sword from Yang Po's mouth, watching as the young man crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The second young master wore a triumphant expression, convinced of his victory. Yang Po's friends rushed to his side, panic etched on their faces, and anxiously questioned the protagonist if he was prepared to face the consequences of his actions. He swiftly retorts that their mouths are just like their deceased friends. The second young master commands them to repeat his words verbatim, warning that any deviation will lead to brutal consequences. They hurriedly depart, dragging their beloved friend's lifeless body behind them. Lee turns to her friend, bewildered, and asks why he would go to such lengths. She reiterates her question, insisting that no one would ever do such things for someone like her. The protagonist reflects on how, despite Leanne's frequent emotional wounds, she still holds a deep concern for him. He quickly counters her sentiment, asserting that his actions were justified. He only killed those who deserved it. Leanne, undeterred, retorts that the swordsman of Heaven's blood would not take such a matter lightly. Her words hang in the air, prompting him to gaze at her intently. It's understandable for Lee to feel fear. The Eight Masters wield immense power and influence. They possess skills and followers that even the celestial demon cannot overlook, and among them is the swordsman of Heaven's blood. The protagonist has already defeated one of his disciples and slain the other. The young master quickly insists that he has nothing to gain from getting involved, admitting it was his failure to properly educate his subordinates. She counters, claiming it's his pride that's at stake. He calmly replies that the swordsman isn't so easily swayed by pride. Slowly, he raises his hand and gently places his fingers on Lee's shoulder, reassuring her that she wouldn't need to exert so much effort to protect him. She gazes at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. As he turns to walk away, thoughts swirl in his mind. There's much to gain by eliminating his enemy. He had already crushed Gu Pianggo and killed Yan Po. This act would surely draw attention and could even bolster his standing in the succession struggle. Just then, Lee calls out to him, her voice warm with gratitude. She thanks him sincerely for standing by her that day, her happiness evident as she speaks from the heart. The protagonist turns his face, a small smile gracing his lips, but he quickly retorts with a hint of harshness, reminding her that while it's good she's grateful, she shouldn't forget it. She nods in agreement. As he walks away, he reflects on how lovely it is to see Lee smiling like that. The moon begins to rise in the sky, casting a gentle glow over the scene. Meanwhile, the protagonist sits on a large stone, his expression heavy with despair. Overwhelmed by a sense of defeat after his escape, he reflects on how deeply he has sunk into depression. Without a purpose, he realizes he might not have survived it all. He ponders what his life would have been like if he had never discovered the powerful regression technique. Suddenly, a spark of realization flickers in his eyes. An orange light flickers beside him, casting a glow that forms a makeshift mirror. He gazes into it, momentarily captivated, when suddenly, an old man with a beard and a sword materializes beside him. The old man studies him intently, his presence commanding attention. This was the legendary swordsman of Heaven's blood. He hadn't anticipated such a swift arrival and found himself pondering how he could possibly evade the sword in his current state. Despite his knowledge from a past life, he still lacked the internal energy necessary to execute such a move. The sword whizzed dangerously close to his neck, forcing him to remain vigilant. He observed the moment carefully. Meanwhile, the swordsman simply sat down on the stone, washing his hands without uttering a single word. The man with yellow eyes and a white beard remained silent for a moment before finally asking why the protagonist had taken such drastic actions. The protagonist shot back that it was because the man had behaved like a complete fool. The old man looked puzzled and inquired if his subordinates had indeed provoked the son of the celestial demon, who had little patience for genuine idiots. He fell silent for a moment, then swiftly raised his sharp sword. With a fierce glare, he confronted the protagonist, accusing him of plotting to sever his head and claim it as a trophy. The young master, undeterred, invoked his father's name, hoping to intimidate the swordsman. The tension hung in the air, and the swordsman's bravado faltered. He quickly lowered his weapon, regret flickering in his eyes. He dragged the sword across the ground, carving 2 deep grooves into the soil with tremendous force. The protagonist was taken aback by this sudden action, unsure of its significance. Those marks represented the celestial demon's true feelings. The young master's portion was the smaller of the two, while the larger one belonged to the old man. The boy was left speechless upon receiving this revelation, his mind racing as he turned inward in contemplation. He traced his finger over the smaller mark and declared that being the son of the celestial demon elevated his worth to a 7, while the swordsman barely registered a 3. The old man chuckled at such a dismal score, suggesting that the only way to truly determine their fates would be to kill the protagonist and present his head to his beloved father. the second young master replied, pointing out how much the swordsman underestimated the paternal love of the celestial demon. The old man tightened his grip on his sword, declaring that they would indeed put both statements to the test. The boy felt a surge of tension, fear gripping his heart. He quickly interjected, insisting there was no need for such a confrontation, reminding them that his father had 2 sons, while the swordsman was merely one. The man chuckled once more, remarking that the boy was far from as foolish as his disciple. The protagonist rose to his feet, retorting that if the old man's disciples had even a fraction of the boy's wit, they might still be alive today. The gray-haired man then turned to the second young master, expressing that he had endured a lifetime of misfortune and sincerely hoped their paths would never cross again. The boy replied that he would remember everything the Edmonds had said, then cautiously began to walk away. His eyes widened in relief as he took in the events of the night. He watched the swordsman vanish into the trees, the darkness enveloping him, while he remained by the enormous stone, gazing up at the sky. Soon, a groan escaped his lips as pain surged through him from the earlier blow. He lifted his pajama shirt and noticed 2 large bruises from the strike. That damn old man had done this with the hilt of his sword. The boy stood in silence for a moment, contemplating. He realized that while the old swordsman appeared to act on impulse, every move was meticulously planned and calculated before execution. His repeated insistence on bringing the protagonist's head to his father revealed his true intentions. The swordsman had sought out the second young master, intrigued by the boy's unique desire to hunt alongside his father. The old man felt compelled to test the boy's instincts, adding to the weight of his previous actions. After all, he had already taken the life of one of his own disciples. He sought to determine if the boy was worthy of succession. The celestial demon of the blood sword could very well be the protagonist's first formidable opponent. With his eyes closed, the boy focused intently during his training, a palpable energy radiating from him. Suddenly, the energy beams began to shift, drawn toward an unseen force. Startled, the boy snapped his eyes open, sensing something amiss. A faint sound echoed from the roof above, prompting the boy to quickly ascend. Once atop the building, he gripped his sword tightly, his heart racing. There, silhouetted against the sky, stood a figure gazing into the distance. It was his beloved father, lost in thought on the rooftop. He fixed the boy with his usual serious expression and stated that he had heard the news. The boy had killed the disciple of the celestial demon of the blood sword. The boy listened intently, his calm demeanor unwavering, before responding with a simple confirmation. The disciple had indeed deserved to lose his life. His father snapped back angrily, insisting that regardless of whether he deserved to die, the celestial demon of the blood sword was after him because of that incident. He demanded that the protagonist face immediate punishment. The second young master, taken aback, echoed this information as a question, and though it seemed an odd request coming from someone like him, it was confirmed. The protagonist realizes that his enemy is testing the bond he shares with his father, probing to see if he will face consequences for his actions. As the tension builds, he learns that his father does indeed plan to punish him. Defiant, the boy protests, insisting there's no justification for such a punishment. Yet, his father coldly replies that justifications can always be found. He listens, tense and shocked by his master's decision. The leader recalls a question the boy had posed earlier, who the most trustworthy supreme demon was. The young master confirms that he did indeed ask that question, curious about which of the supreme demons his father trusted the most while they shared drinks by the campfire. At that moment, his father fell silent after the question, offering no response. But now he finally spoke, revealing that he trusts no one, not even the supreme demons. This revelation left his son utterly taken aback. The boy had argued that hierarchy and discipline were essential, but his father sought his genuine thoughts, dismissing any pretense about corruption. The fatherly figure waits patiently, his gaze fixed on his son, who remains silent for a few moments, gathering his thoughts. Finally, the second young master prepares to voice his concerns. He senses that somewhere along the way, they have strayed from the path of the demon. His father listens intently, tension and worry etched on his face. After a brief pause, he repeats the troubling information, and his son nods in affirmation. He then asks the boy what the way of the demon means to him. The boy reflects, believing it to be merely a belief held by that cult to combat absolute evil. His father seeks clarification, and the boy confirms his thoughts, adding that he doesn't see the orthodox faction as the direct opposite of the cult. Intrigued, his father presses further, asking what he believes it to be instead. The boy replies simply, "It is absolute evil." That sheer malignancy is so cowardly and wicked that no human can endure it. Even demons would turn away in disgust. The Orthodox faction would be utterly helpless against true absolute evil. After all, their very foundation is built on indulgence. As long as they prioritize humanity, how could they possibly confront an evil that has completely lost its grip on humanity? The only beings capable of eradicating the most heinous and perverse evils within Miram are those who embrace even greater depravity, the second young master declares. When the great malignancy, which even the Orthodox faction cannot confront, finally kneels before my father and me, that will mark the true fulfillment of the demon's path. His father's eyes widen in shock as he absorbs his son's chilling words. The boy continues, insisting that if they cannot embrace the true path of the demon, they will never progress and must endure self-punishment to survive. The master listens intently, his expression grave and contemplative as he absorbs his son's words. The boy gazes directly at his father, sensing that he has never contemplated such matters or heard anything quite like it. This revelation wasn't something he learned within the confines of the cult. Rather, it was a feeling that had blossomed during his solitary wanderings across the Central Plains throughout his life. His father, with a hint of challenge in his tone, asks if the boy has any more of those arrogant thoughts to share. The boy's expression darkens with sadness as he absorbs his father's words. "That was enough," he replies quietly, his frown deepening. His father, sensing the weight of the moment, reflects, "Now I see why the celestial demon of the blood sword demanded your punishment so urgently. That old man must have seen something in you and intended to use me as a means to test your strength." The second young master claims that the old man sees potential in him as a future successor to the throne. However, his father quickly counters, suggesting that the boy is more likely to ruin the entire cult. Undeterred, the boy retorts that the old man has a keen eye for recognizing extraordinary talent. The master falls silent for a moment, then instructs his son to follow him without delay. The boy quickly inquired about their destination at such a late hour. They were on their way to the Lesser Celestial Cave. Upon arrival, they found a massive gate set against a towering stone cliff. The gunmaster realized that this was the very place where potential candidates for the throne underwent rigorous testing and training before fully joining the cult. While entering was straightforward, those who failed the test would be trapped forever, facing a daunting 50% chance of success. Half of those who ventured there would lose their lives. It was a place so perilous that even the protagonist's ambitious brother never dared to express a desire to enter. Yet, if he wished to become a true celestial demon, he would need to brave its depths at least once. Their father urged him to take the plunge, revealing that he too had faced the same challenge at a similar age. The boy inquires about how long it took to escape, and he learns it was exactly 2 months. The young master is taken aback. His father was renowned as the most talented martial artist among all the celestial demons, yet it took him that long. The fatherly figure quickly clarifies that he was the only one to achieve this feat in 2 months, as the average escape time for others was 3 years. As punishment, the boy was sent in without any protection. The two remained silent for a moment, the weight of the situation hanging heavily in the air. He couldn't shake the thought that his father was sending him to a place where he might not return, all because the celestial demon of the blood sword demanded it. Doubts gnawed at him. Did his father truly not care for him? Or was there a glimmer of hope that he believed the boy would emerge stronger and more resilient than ever? The boy's face reflects deep sadness, but he quickly musters a small, timid smile as he tells his father that he will try to break the record by getting out even earlier. The father, with a gentle yet firm demeanor, simply urges him to stay safe inside. With a heavy heart, the protagonist takes slow, tentative steps into the unknown, moving deeper into the space illuminated by soft blue lights lining the walls. He contemplates the grim reality of the place, wondering how so many people could endure it. His gaze is drawn to an enormous door looming before him. With deliberate slowness, he approaches, taking in every detail of his surroundings. Suddenly, 5 rules materialize, outlining the events that await him and the opportunities that lie ahead. He reads everything attentively, contemplating the grain balls nearby, but quickly dismisses the thought. Time is of the essence, and he resolves to begin the mission without delay. Suddenly, shadows shift around him as enemies materialize, surrounding him from all sides. Red marks appear on his opponents, and the protagonist quickly understands that he must target those spots. With fierce determination, he begins to strike at the enemies with frenzied precision. His face is a mask of intense concentration and anger, while his eyes burn with an unwavering desire to succeed. He unleashes a flurry of exacting blows against every mannequin in sight. Denver soars through the air with each swing of his sword. The mannequins prove to be more resilient than he had expected. Scanning his surroundings intently, he realizes he cannot allow these foes to retreat underground. If they do, they might escape his grasp. He swiftly moves toward the fleeing figures, deftly dodging debris from his adversaries. With a powerful leap, he soars into the air and delivers a precise strike, slicing the mannequin into several pieces. Throughout the chaos, he remains attentive and composed, scanning his surroundings with keen focus. Then, his gaze lands on the last remaining opponent. He dashed toward the mannequin, which was nearly buried in the ground, with only its head peeking above the surface. With determination, the protagonist swiftly completed his final objective. A wave of relief washed over him as he realized how close he had come to spending even more days in this place. If he had let his guard down any longer, passing this test with his previous skills would have been impossible. He silently surveys the battlefield before making his way toward a door. As he approaches, he notices inscriptions on the wall's accounts of countless attempts and profound questions about life, left behind by those who had come before him. His gaze falls upon a particularly familiar handwriting, sending a chill down his spine. There, in that place, was the unmistakable handwriting of his father. While his father's words held truth, he struggled to accept that they had condemned all their ancestors. As he moved past the inscriptions, he turned his attention to what lay ahead. The walls were adorned with an array of weapons, and in the center of the room, an enormous red circle marked the floor. The protagonist surveys his surroundings with keen attention and caution. Noticing the array of weapons scattered throughout the area, he realizes that he may need to utilize every last one to ensure the mission's success. He receives detailed instructions, complete with warnings, and is told to step into the Crimson Circle if he feels ready. With determination in his heart, he steps into the red circle marked on the ground, fully prepared to embark on his mission. A boulder with a circular top suddenly rises from the ground. He watches it in complete silence, not uttering a word. He muses that he has more than enough time to accomplish the simple task of cutting the boulder in half, confident that he could slice through hundreds of them in just 2 hours with the power of his sword. Yet, he can't shake the feeling that there must be a purpose behind the instruction that appeared moments ago. He tightened his grip on the sword, channeling every ounce of strength he had, and struck the boulder with all his might. To his dismay, the sword shattered upon impact, leaving him to realize that brute force alone wouldn't suffice to complete his mission. Determined, the protagonist resolved to harness the enhanced weapon aura, aiming to navigate the tests with greater ease and fewer obstacles. The sharp, pointed sword glimmered with a brilliant blue light, mirroring the intensity of his left eye. The protagonist's gaze sharpened, his focus unwavering. He fell into a moment of profound silence, the world around him fading away. With his weapon poised for a decisive strike, he hesitated, realizing that completing the mission so easily would lack the thrill he craved. He pondered how those who had come before him had managed to complete the challenge. With urgency, he dashed back to the inscriptions. Most accounts claimed that success was only possible by harnessing the enhanced sword aura, yet one solitary account suggested that it could be done without that power. Still, the overwhelming consensus was clear. Achieving victory without the enhanced weapon seemed impossible. The protagonist couldn't help but ponder how his father had managed to complete the mission. In his father's account, he dismissed the entire ordeal as nonsense, claiming that if there was any heat involved, the person would inevitably lose. This left the protagonist baffled. His father's typical response would have been to scold them and put an end to the discussion. The mission's instructions materialized once more, and the young master contemplated their meaning. He realized the message didn't mandate the use of his power. Rather, it suggested he could choose to use it. Suddenly, the solution became clear. To succeed in his mission, he would need to refrain from using the aura. This was the insight his father had intended to convey through the inscription. With newfound determination, he began to strike the hard sphere. An axe was brought into play, and even a hammer was wielded in desperation. The protagonist's anger and desperation mounted as time slipped away, and he realized he hadn't even scratched the surface of the sphere. In a moment of frustration, he considered using his aura to complete the mission once and for all. His teeth ground together in irritation as he wrestled with his thoughts, ultimately releasing a primal scream that echoed through the air. His father had effortlessly split the spear in half without even relying on the enhanced sword aura. Suddenly, an idea sparked in the boy's mind. He closed his eyes, centering himself and tuning into the energy around him. With a surge of concentration, he directed his own energy toward the solid sphere. As he did, beams of light converged on it. The boy's eyes flew open in astonishment. He sensed the faint line around the sphere, one that had eluded his gaze until now. Gripping his sword, he prepared to strike. This was no illusion. A perfect circle encircled the sphere, undeniable in its presence. With his eyes closed, he focused intently on his attack. The sword sliced through the air with such speed that it left a brilliant white trail of light in its wake. After the strike, the sphere split perfectly in half. The boy beamed with joy, celebrating his remarkable achievement. Yet something intriguing remained inside the sphere demonic essence pill. For a demonic human skilled in the art of demonic martial arts, consuming this pill would grant an immense surge of energy. The protagonist quickly understood that had he used the enhanced sword aura to cut the sphere, the demonic essence would have detonated from the intense heat. It was a rare reward granted only to those who could sever the sphere using the weapon alone. The second young master expressed his gratitude to his father, who had advised him in the message to avoid generating heat while completing the mission. With that, he swallowed the pill and settled onto the ground, closing his eyes in deep concentration. Intense purple energy began to radiate from his body, and his face was a portrait of unwavering focus. The purple light enveloping him intensified, radiating with a vibrant energy that filled the surrounding space. He sat calmly, his sword resting beside him, and after a moment of stillness, he finally opened his eyes, a profound sense of relief washing over him. He slowly rose from the ground, clenching his fists tightly as he felt the newfound strength coursing through his body. He realized that he had become much stronger than before. What he had been lacking was energy, and now he had finally obtained it. Just then, the instructions for his next mission appeared, a stark reminder of the fine line between life and death. He felt a wave of confusion wash over him, questioning the nature of the test ahead. However, he was ready, so he stepped into the crimson circle to commence the mission. The second young master's eyes widened as he took in the scene before him, an array of leaves, branches, plants, and flowers. This test demanded that he distinguish between beneficial herbs and those that could pose serious health risks. He contemplated the mission with a serious expression, weighing his options. Memories flooded back of his exhaustive search for the ingredients Ju Rai Anya had requested. Through that experience, he had learned to identify various poisonous herbs and plants, along with their effects on the human body. With this knowledge, he found the test to be a breeze. He swiftly grabbed a leaf from the vibrant green plant, the only one among the many that wasn't poisonous. Holding it firmly in his hand, he examined it closely. His gaze shifted back to the panel displaying all the plants, and he realized there must be a second test in place to ensure that no one could pass simply by chance. Those who knew nothing had to consume everything to discover what was safe. He held the stem with leaves in his hand, scrutinizing it carefully. Glancing back at the table of plants, he noticed that no new mission had appeared after he completed the last one. A sense of uncertainty washed over him. Was this truly the end of everything? The second young master's eyes widened as he caught sight of something in his peripheral vision. He stepped closer to the writings on the wall, which were filled with accounts of poisonous plants and desperate notes from those who had come before him. Among them, he found a warning from the protagonist's father: do not rely on luck. It was a stark reminder that he needed to recall every detail of what he had consumed during the first test. The instructions for the final test materialized before him. The second young master was tasked with surviving an illusion formation, a deadly trap where failure meant certain death. The ominous words etched on the wall conveyed the gravity of the trial, instilling a deep sense of dread. His father's handwriting, filled with urgency, urged him not to rest, leaving the young master feeling both anxious and bewildered as he absorbed the message. The second young master, gripping his sharp sword, believed his father had left behind some crucial tips for the test ahead. It felt like guidance on how he should navigate his life from that moment forward. Suddenly, a noise broke the silence, snapping him to attention. His eyes widened with intense focus. In an instant, he found himself in a vast desert, scanning his surroundings in confusion, struggling to comprehend what was happening. The surroundings were filled with strikingly realistic fauna, and a strong wind swept through, enhancing the illusion. He was genuinely impressed. He hadn't expected the life or death trap to create such vivid realism. Suddenly, a noise broke the stillness, drawing his attention. As he looked around, a chilling sight emerged. A group of people with zombie-like faces appeared before him. Though it was merely an illusion, the protagonist felt their presence vividly, sensing their murderous intent. The second young master recognized this as a remarkable opportunity. With swift determination, he drew his enormous, razor-sharp sword from its sheath, brandishing it before the hideous, enraged zombies that surged forward. Furious at the sight of his weapon, They charged at the protagonist with ruthless intent, determined to end his life. The second young master's eyes widened in despair as he witnessed the overwhelming odds stacked against him. Just as a zombie lunged for a fatal strike, he deftly dodged, countering with a precise blow that landed squarely on his enemy's face. Yet, despite his momentary triumph, countless foes still loomed ahead, and the daunting reality set in. Defeating them all alone would be nearly impossible without assistance. Despite the odds stacked against him, the protagonist refused to surrender. He realized that he was no longer facing mere mortals. He could confront them without hesitation or mercy. With the aid of the demonic essence pill, he found that harnessing his energy came effortlessly, free from any struggle or hardship. The swords and weapons of his opponents were aimed directly at him, poised to strike without mercy. Encircled by well-armed foes wielding sharp, menacing blades, he knew the damage they could inflict on human flesh. Yet, the protagonist stood undaunted, his gaze steady and courageous. With a calm demeanor, he surveyed his adversaries, gripping his weapon tightly, ready to face whatever came next. He stared intently at the charging zombies, their weapons glinting menacingly as they bore down on him with lethal intent. Taking a moment to steady his breath, he prepared to launch into battle. The undead closed in around him, eager to inflict pain. In an instant, a brilliant blue energy beam erupted from the protagonist, hurtling toward his foes with devastating force. Confusion washes over them as they struggle to comprehend the chaos unfolding in that moment. Suddenly, they begin to disintegrate under the immense force unleashed by the second young master. With a calm and unwavering command, the protagonist watches as they fall apart effortlessly. Meanwhile, the battlefield is splattered with what looks like an absurd amount of ketchup, a grim reminder of the fierce struggle against the zombies. The second young master raises his sword against the backdrop of a chaotic battlefield. With a steady grip on his sharp weapon, he surveys his surroundings, his keen eyes searching for signs of life. Was it truly possible for everything to end so swiftly after such a fierce struggle? A thick gray dust envelops him, and he can't help but feel it would be a shame if this were all there was to it. Once again, the second young master widens his eyes, his expression sharpening with intense focus. A small, subtle smile tugs at the corner of his mouth as he realizes that it isn't over yet. The energy radiating from the area is even more formidable than before. Mujuk swings his katana with fierce determination, delivering yet another powerful strike. Despite facing an entire army, the young warrior remains resolute, cutting down foes in his quest for victory and survival. But as he fights on, a sense of unease creeps in. He realizes his enemies are growing stronger with each passing moment. Now he grasped the true meaning of the words, "Don't rest." Despite his overwhelming exhaustion, he had no choice but to press on. He chatted to his sword, which glowed with a blue aura as it cleaved through one of the knights. This was the first battle that felt genuinely real since his regression. In that moment, he realized that his determination to fight for his life was a testament to the knowledge he had absorbed from his past life. Determined, the protagonist fought with every ounce of strength he possessed, growing stronger as he channeled those teachings into his new body. Fueled by rage, he charged at the undead knights, challenging them to come at him with all they had. After a brutal clash that felt like a true festival of bones, he finally rested his sword on the ground, panting from the exhaustion of a hard-won victory. Yet doubt lingered in his mind. Was it truly over? The young man, drenched in sweat, steps back into the room, where the panel greets him with enthusiastic congratulations. A faint smile crosses his lips at the thought of his strength being harnessed for the advancement of the demonic divine cult. It was astonishing that he had completed all the tests in just one day, while his father had taken an entire month. Even with his ego soaring, he realized that if this news were to spread, it would create chaos within the sect. More likely, people would question the validity of his achievement rather than celebrate it. Determined to improve, he resolves to stay put, dedicating his free time to training and honing his skills. Exactly 100 days later, the young man returns, leaping toward the sacred pagoda. His father, noticing his arrival, casts a disdainful glance and remarks on how long it took for him to come back. Despite feeling offended, Mudrik pushes aside his pride and lies, claiming he did his best, though it was incredibly difficult to surpass his father's record. He then asks if his son successfully cut the iron ball. The boy nods, adding that he didn't even take a break during the final trial's formation. Mudrik's jaw tightens for a moment, but then his expression transforms into a proud smile. Mudrik is taken aback to see his father smiling, a rare sight indeed. But as he glances up again, he finds his father's expression transformed into a serious one, leaving him to question whether that smile had been nothing more than a figment of his imagination. With a hint of admiration, Mudrik praises his father, suggesting that perhaps he is more talented than his father had realized. His father's response is simple yet profound. It's all in the genetics. Upon hearing this, the old man appeared satisfied with the response. The young man had once thought his father thrived on fostering rivalry among his children. However, he now realized that his father could endure even the loss of a child for the sake of the sect. In that moment, he understood that his father derived no pleasure from their conflicts. Just as this poignant revelation settled in, someone interrupted the father-son moment, remarking that completing the grueling challenges in the caves within 100 days was no small achievement. An older, formidable man stood before Wu Jun, someone who commanded his complete trust, with only one master above him, the chief strategist, Mi-young-sama. As the warrior recognized him, he greeted Mi-young with a warm smile, noting that it had been a long time since their last encounter. The strategist welcomed the young man's presence, eager to discuss a crucial matter concerning the sect. Muk was taken aback important issues about the cult. He couldn't shake the feeling that his father's influence was lurking behind this. The elder began to explain that not long ago, they had received an anonymous letter alleging corruption within the demonic army. The information lingered in the MC's mind for a moment. After all, the demonic army was one of his comeback groups, led by none other than Qianpa Gu's younger brother, the cunning demon. It was inevitable. He would have to confront Qianpa once more. Mi-young continues his speech, revealing that they had previously conducted a separate investigation, which tragically ended with the investigator meeting an untimely demise. Shocked, Mook asks if it was the demonic army that was responsible for the investigator's death. Mi-young confirms this, adding that the one who had gotten their hands dirty vanished shortly after the incident. The weight of these implications and the tangled web of information leaves Mook suspicious of the old man's true motivations for sharing this story. Breaking the silence, the man declares that he wants the boy to take on the role of investigator and untangle the mess at hand. It's a perilous mission, where anyone entangled in the corruption faces execution. In other words, those involved will go to great lengths to remain concealed, and even if the investigator happens to be the son of the Kayama, the army will show no mercy. Reflecting on everything, the young man remarks, "It sounds like you're sending me into the lion's den." The mustached man responds, "It could very well eliminate you." Mook glances at his father, attempting to read his expressions, and realizes this must be one of his tests. Wu Jun recalls a lesson his son once shared, that everyone must learn to control and discipline themselves to stay on the right path. The boy counters, asserting that the condition only applies after he becomes a celestial demon. In a provocative tone, the Supreme questions whether his son is merely afraid to act on his words in that moment. Feeling challenged, Mook responds that by that logic, he cannot refuse the mission. With determination, he formally accepts the request. Despite his father's impassive demeanor, the hero mirrors his indecipherable expression. Deep down, he contemplates that, while he may not fully grasp the patriarch's true intentions, he is determined to showcase his abilities. Before the mission, Mudrik makes one final request, suggesting that it could be their last meeting. He invites his father to share a drink together. However, his heart sinks as he watches the man rise and walk away, eager to distance himself as quickly as possible. He attempts to lighten the mood, telling Mi-young that while Wu Jun may seem tough and rude, deep down, he knows his father has a soft heart something. The old man vehemently disputes. Outside, the young man meets Darian, a special investigation officer from the Nirvana team, who appears more melancholic than anything else. Mudrik's irritation flared as he demanded to know what the man was doing there, having specifically requested the prettiest woman in the pavilion. Darian, with a hint of sarcasm, quipped that he must be the prettiest in their leader's eyes. This only deepened Mudrik's annoyance, but he quickly shrugged it off, insisting they should get started immediately. The sudden shift in focus piqued the interest of the newcomers. The investigator inquires if Bay is ready to begin immediately. His new boss indicates that they are leaving right now, and Mudrik nods in response. However, the prospect doesn't exactly thrill the young man. As they walk, the main character asks about the commander of the demonic army. Darian replies that his name is Kyeonam Gu, the younger brother of Shinobu Gu. He notes that this marks Kyeonam's 8th winter as commander, during which he has undertaken numerous perilous missions, ultimately earning their recognition as an elite force. Muzrik begins to feel that he's on the right track, and his new companion seems to share that sentiment. As they ascend the stairs, Muzrik suddenly halts and turns to Darien, prompting him to ask if something is amiss. Although the young master isn't particularly invested in the investigation, he can't help but notice that his companion lacks enthusiasm. Exhausted, the man dismisses the accusation. Yet, the MC notices a distinct lack of enthusiasm in both his gaze and voice. He explains that even if they uncover something, he believes nothing will truly change. The MC studies him for a moment, pondering whether he meant that unless every member of the army is replaced, the sect would remain unchanged. He continues walking, lost in thought, and turns to Darien, asking if he isn't afraid. The young man confidently replies that he isn't. Unconvinced, the protagonist presses on, questioning how that's possible, especially since the last investigator was ruthlessly eliminated. Darien then reveals that the previous investigator was his direct superior. This revelation leaves the hero in utter shock. Darien adds, "He's the one who taught me everything I know today." Given this context, it was clear why the man wore an expression of someone on the brink of collapse, especially considering his past as a former officer. The duo finally arrived at the palace of the demonic dragon, where they were confronted by two men who inquired about their origins. Darien steps forward, introducing himself with confidence, declaring he has urgent business with the commander of the demonic army. Mudrik raises an eyebrow, taken aback by the young man's audacity. Yet, the guards remain skeptical, exchanging glances that suggest they see nothing remarkable about him. "You can't pass without permission," one of them states firmly, crossing his arms as if to emphasize their unwavering stance. The investigator opens his book and retrieves a document, revealing the official order they had discussed at length. This evidence convinces the guards, but they still insist on reporting to their supervisor. To the boy, this seems unnecessary. The guards reiterate that he cannot enter without their superior's permission. The investigator, undeterred, questions whether they truly intend to obstruct a special investigator. A bald man scowls, irritation etched on his face, as he declares he couldn't care less about titles. "As long as you're here, you'll follow our rules," he asserts. Darien bristles at the dismissal of his authority, feeling a surge of offense. The other guard chimes in, emphasizing that without that title, Darien is just all talk and no action. Noticing the tension etched on his friend's face, Mudrik decided it was time to intervene. He turned to the guards and asked if they recognized him. To his surprise, or perhaps misfortune, they nodded in acknowledgement. The young man stepped forward, taken aback by their rude demeanor despite knowing who he was. Frustrated with their insolence, he swiftly kicked them in the groin, sending them crashing to the ground in agony. Darien stands frozen until his friend snaps him back to reality, asking if he plans to lead the way or if he'd rather stay put. With a nod, Darien acknowledges the situation, realizing he doesn't need to put the guy's god through any more pain. As they push forward, they encounter an even larger group of imposing men, clearly anticipating their arrival. Overwhelmed, Darien shouts in frustration, questioning their blindness for obstructing a sanctioned officer and threatening them with arrest. Laughter erupts from some of the men, while others simply watch as Darien panics. From the back of the group, a tall, imposing figure shouts, demanding to know who's causing the commotion. Darien, determined to assert himself, attempts to explain his situation and insists the man reveal his name and rank. The bald man, sporting a menacing glare, steps forward and introduces himself as Dango, captain of the 1st Division of the Demonic Guard. With a smirk, he asks if the kid is satisfied. The investigator's eyes narrow as he recognizes the man before him. Once the first captain in the guard's hierarchy, he was infamous for his brutal deeds, even among the ranks of the army. Stepping forward, the investigator questions why the atmosphere has shifted from boldness to silence. With a puffed chest, Darien introduces himself, asserting that the man should mind his tone, as he is present under official orders. The burly figure scoffs, challenging, "And what if I don't?" The investigator's response is sharp and unwavering. "Then everyone here will be arrested for obstructing the investigation." To confirm what he just heard, Dango repeated the official's words. "Arrest me. Is that it?" The guard's laughter echoed around him, clearly amused by the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Mujuk remained silent, observing the scene with a watchful eye. Dango, dripping with sarcasm, quipped that he was so terrified by those words, he might just pee his pants, but he would love to see the official try. Darien finds himself at a loss for words, but the young master steps in, greeting the captain with a warm smile. "It's been a while since we last met," he says, shaking the captain's hand firmly. He tries to recall their last encounter, concluding it must have been at a banquet, though Dango looks utterly bewildered by the exchange. With a sudden intensity, the boy nearly crushes the bald man's hand in his grip. "I'm in a hurry to speak with the commander," he insists, his voice steady. "Clear the way." A menacing glint flashes in his eyes as he adds, "If you dare defy me, you'll find it hard hard to wield a sword with that hand again. Dango struggles to maintain his composure, amused by how some people delude themselves into thinking that titles grant them immunity from a blade to the gut. Undeterred, he confronts the captain, questioning whether he truly believes he can wield a dagger with that hand after Dango is finished with him. The bald man, however, smirks and replies that he would relish the chance to see Dango try, just to find out what would hit the floor first, his sword or the boy's insides. The boy is a man of his word, and with a hint of sarcasm, he thanks the captain for his cooperation, promising to buy him a drink someday. As they walk on, Darien inquires if the young master truly knew Dango, to which he replies with a firm denial. That had been their first encounter. Mujuk's words leave his companion bewildered. With a smirk, Mujuk explains that he broke the man's hand the moment they shook. Now, he'll be eating with his left hand for a while. The officer stares in disbelief, but before he can respond, the main character urges him to hurry and lead the way. As they ascend the stairs, Darien casually mentions that the office is on the 7th floor. Once again, the pair encounters a group of guards who insist they can't enter without an appointment. Already weary from the endless obstacles, Mujuk lets out a sigh, questioning whether these guards ever tire of repeating the same line. Frustrated, he commands them to step aside, asserting that they are conducting their own official investigation. However, the trio remains steadfast, refusing to comply with his request. The main character presents the authorized document to the man, declaring that to disregard this paper is to dismiss the very essence of the cult and his father. Upon hearing this, the brutes begin to tremble. He emphasizes that while they may disrespect the pair as they wish, attempting to stop them would only demonstrate their lack of respect for the cult leader. Suddenly, a voice calls from within the room, demanding that they let the young master in. An older man stands to greet them, welcoming them into his residence. He joked about his staff taking their work too seriously, suggesting that their ignorance made such behavior inevitable. But if this was Henningu, the commander of the demonic army, Mujuk could sense an overwhelming surge of life energy radiating from the old man. The intensity of his aura was so palpable that it made Darien feel distinctly uneasy in his presence. The young man remarks that the guards must have too much free time on their hands, given their penchant for picking fights. He suggests that perhaps they should be made to read a book or two. Henningu counters with a saying about how ignorance breeds bravery. Undeterred, the young man asserts that such notions are outdated. In today's world, it's the clever ones who devise the most effective strategies. The old man nods in agreement, acknowledging that he has indeed fallen behind the times. Mujuk is taken aback by how calmly Kyoning is behaving. After a few sharp exchanges, the commander inquires why he was selected as the investigator. The young man responds, revealing that his father was merely trying to punish him. This revelation catches the old master off guard. Noticing the boy's expression, he explains that he made a small mistake during a hunt. This revelation prompts Kyoning to break into a disbelieving smile, amused by her reaction. He asks if she was trying to guess why his father had sent him as an investigator. He shifts the conversation, questioning why the Nirvana Pavilion initiated the investigation in the first place, hinting at the possibility of another anonymous letter. The main character attempts to keep this information under wraps, but Darien is quicker on the uptake, confirming the existence of such a letter. As he realizes what his friend is about to reveal, he mentally berates himself for letting the truth slip. The commander lets out a weary sigh, fully aware that leading an army filled with rude and criminal elements would only lead to endless headaches. Mujuk, determined to expedite the investigation, expresses his hope that the long-haired man will lend his assistance, even if it means dealing with some inconvenience. The long-haired man feigns offense, raising an eyebrow as he asks, "What do you mean by inconvenient?" Without further ado, the protagonist declares that everyone was aware the clever demon, the old man's brother, was concealing his older sibling. The commander nods in acknowledgement, but counters that he and his brother were independent individuals. He had always regarded Mook as Wujun's rightful heir. This brings a smile to the hero's face, as he expresses that hearing this boosts his confidence. He hopes to rely on Chuding's cooperation in the days ahead. Kyoning responds that he wishes the same and will instruct his men to prepare accommodations for the pair after the meeting. Just as they are about to leave, the elder cautions the young man to be careful, causing him to freeze in place. "I'm only looking out for you because I care," the elder adds. Unfazed, Mujuk retorts, "Are you worried you'll meet the same fate as the last investigator?" Kyoning smiles and shakes his head, insisting that the cult leader would never send his own son to sleep forever. He reassures Mujuk that he'll keep a watchful eye whenever possible. Grateful for the concern, Mujuk thanks him. With the matter settled, the two friends exit the room. Meanwhile, the commander's expression shifts into a dark scowl, hinting at the turmoil brewing beneath the surface. Meanwhile, the main character smiles to himself, contemplating that the real reason his father sent him was for one of them to end up dead. Meanwhile, in Woo Jun's room, Mion is earnestly trying to convince him of the gravity of the situation, expressing regret for not having addressed it in person. He insists that the young master had previously mentioned they had strayed from the right path. As Mayan wraps up her thoughts, she questions whether that's why he sent his son to face such danger because of a rift between them. Woo Jun, however, firmly believes that if someone is going to boast, they should back it up with action. Leaving his friend in a state of shock, it appeared that he had indeed sent his son into a perilous situation. In the demon dragon's chamber, a raven hung upside down, barely clinging to its perch. The guards exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what on earth was happening. The guards murmur among themselves, one remarking that it's clearly someone with too much time on their hands. Meanwhile, Mujuk and Daryon find themselves the subject of scornful comments, labeled as meddlers regardless of their true intentions as investigators. The young master's gaze sharpens as he recognizes that the men who had stalked him at the entrance are the very ones voicing the loudest complaints. One of the men shouts at the pair, declaring that this has gone too far. The hero turns to him asking who he is. The man replies, introducing himself as Ho Jang, captain of the 3rd Division. Daryon's eyes widen in recognition. He knows Jang is renowned for his exceptional fighting skills, though his notorious temper often overshadows his talent. Ma Gain, the young boy, curiously asks why the captain appears so stressed. Jong, clearly irritated, retorts, "Do I really need to spell it out for you?" What were they thinking, placing something like that in such a busy area? Music explains that a guard had tossed the creature into his bed, leading him to believe it wouldn't be an issue. The man suggests that rather than dealing with such an unpleasant situation, Music could have simply punished the one responsible for it. The tension between the two escalates until the protagonist finally nods, declaring he will begin with the 3rd Division. Jang looks puzzled, questioning what exactly he intends to start. The boy replies confidently, "The investigation, of course," a response that only serves to further irritate the commander. Before he can begin, Jong asserts that not even with his authority could he dare to do something like that to him. Their eyes lock, filled with a mix of hatred and satisfaction, before the boy confidently replies that he can, in fact, do just that. The response ignites a fury in the commander, who stomps hard on the ground, creating a deep crack in the floor beneath him. Music acknowledges the situation, reminding everyone that while he's free to lose his temper, he mustn't forget the risk of being accused of treason if he obstructs them. Jang's men quickly surround him, urging him to calm down before he makes a grave mistake. Frustrated by the chaos, the hero declares that he will begin the investigation right then and there, starting with the irate captain. Despite his anger, the captain retorts, challenging him to proceed and get it over with. The three of them settle into the room, tension thick enough to cut with a knife. The two glare at each other, their eyes practically sparking with animosity. Music finally breaks the silence, asking how long the man intends to maintain his little charade. Jang, however, looks genuinely confused, insisting he has no idea what Music is referring to. With unwavering clarity, the young man boldly declares that he is the one who sent the letter, leaving Daryon taken aback by the revelation. Captain Jang had indeed sent the letter, but how did the young master uncover that information? The old man questioned what led him to believe Jang was the true sender. Their eyes met once more, but this time the big man relented, glancing down at his hands as he asked, "How did you find out?" Music admits he got involved in the Raven incident, even though he didn't need to. He suspected his actions were intended to divert suspicion, and the man nods in understanding. Music continues, noting that the members of the 3rd Battalion displayed greater discipline. When the creature was hung up, it was only his subordinates who remained silent. Moreover, they even stepped in front of the captain, clearly anxious, which spoke volumes about the caliber of his men. Their actions suggested that a leader who inspires such loyalty would likely not overlook corruption within their ranks. However, Music revealed that this wasn't the reason he had pieced it all together. Reflecting on his friend's remark about Jang's temper, he was suddenly reminded of something from his past life. An incident unfolded when the strongest commander of the demonic army was mysteriously eliminated shortly after dispatching an anonymous letter. Jang wasn't sure if the letter would reach its intended destination, so he kept his message vague. He never expected the young man to be in charge of the investigation, which left him wondering how he would react upon learning of Jang's arrival. Truthfully, Jang feared they were doomed. Music lets out a sigh and turns to Daryon, questioning whether the trend of brutal honesty has become a hallmark of youth these days. He quickly apologizes, acknowledging that the young master is indeed the youngest person present. Returning to the main issue at hand, the MC presses for the truth about what was really happening in that place. Zhang eagerly spills the latest gossip, revealing that Qi Venyang has been exploiting the guard for his own gain, sending them on delivery missions for a price. The revelation leaves Muzik and his companions stunned. Muzik had suspected the old man might be accepting bribes from a local clan, but this was far more serious. The guards wouldn't take on such tasks unless the compensation was substantial. Darian questions how that could even be possible, and the hero explains that most of the demonic guard, particularly the First Division, was likely involved. Zhang, taken aback, asks how he knows this. The hero reveals it was a result of his earlier observations. The First Division was the first to attempt to stop them and cast curses upon seeing the Raven. The young man redirects the conversation, inquiring how the captain of the 3rd Division uncovered the corruption. The mere recollection casts a shadow over the old man's expression. He reveals that the individual behind the previous investigator's demise had taken his own life. This person was not just an acquaintance. He was a friend who had sent the initial letter. Intrigued, Muzik asks about the depth of their bond, to which Zhang responds that they had joined the cult together. To him, it felt like family. The protagonist turned to the old man and asked, "Who do you think killed my friend?" The man sighed, "I suspect the Lord Commander gave the order, and Captain Go of the 1st Division took care of the rest." This revelation struck the MC hard. It was a scandal that implicated the Chief Guard, the Lord, and the 1st Division. And let's not forget the annulment of the investigator. Things were about to get very complicated. It was hard to believe that his father or the chief strategist were completely oblivious to the situation. They likely wanted to test whether the young man could handle himself against Zhang, the commander of the guard. Muzik genuinely considered Zhang a good friend, but he couldn't quite grasp just how loyal and steadfast the older man had been. Feeling a sense of relief, he realized he was far better than the person who had merely watched as they harmed his friend. Muzik and Darian exchanged empathetic glances, prompting the boy to express his gratitude to Zhang for his honesty and bravery. In that moment, everything the man had been holding inside came pouring out, and he broke down in tears, overwhelmed by memories of all he had endured. As the young master observed the two of them, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps things could be set right after all. Stepping outside the room, Darian turned to Muzik and remarked that he was quite different from the rumors he had heard. Curiously, he asked, "What kind of rumors are those?" Muzik sighed, explaining that some whispered he was unworthy of becoming the celestial demon. "I'm sorry," he added, his tone tinged with regret. The hero gazes at him and replies, "It's all right." That could also be seen as a compliment. This leaves the investigator perplexed. He responds, "To me, being deemed worthy of becoming the celestial demon is hardly a compliment. I have no desire to rule through fear and intimidation, unlike the current leaders." The boy turns to Darian, asking if he doesn't agree that it's time for a change around here. This catches Darian off guard. It's long overdue for the cult to shed its outdated structure. Otherwise, their future looks bleak. The next day, a voice from the pavilion calls out to Muk, urgently informing him that there's trouble, and he needs to investigate right away. Panic sets in as the boy drops everything and races after the messenger. Upon arriving at the scene, they find Darian drenched in ketchup alongside another man in a similar predicament. However, the other man's injuries appear far more severe. Muzik shouts for everyone to halt and urgently asks Darian how badly he is hurt. Darian reassures him, insisting he's fine, but his concern is clearly directed at his colleague, who is in dire condition. The main character winces, aware that his ribs are broken. "We need to get to a healer now," he urges urgently. As the men carry the wounded away, Muzik turns to Dang, his expression questioning. "Were you the one who did this?" he asks. Dang nods in response. The young master raises an eyebrow, intrigued. What could possibly justify injuring an Mervan investigator? With a shrug, the bald man replies, "They bumped into my shoulder in the hallway and were about to walk away without even an apology. I just thought they needed a lesson." The boy is convinced he was the one who bumped into the pair and insists he wouldn't have let them go, even if they had apologized. Dang glances at him for a moment before bursting into laughter, agreeing that it was probably true. However, in the midst of his laughter, Muzik suddenly interjects with a single word, "poison." The laughter dies instantly, and Dang turns to him, puzzled, asking what he meant by that. Muzik declares that his subordinates are like poison to him, prompting the muscular man to question what the boy means. Muzik urges him to confess, hinting at a dark past where he eliminated sect members last year and, 2 years prior, took down 3 more over a bar fight. All of his opponents were low-ranking warriors, and the Lord Commander had conveniently covered it all up before the situation spiraled out of control. In response, Dang remarks that there are many rebels in the world who do not revere Mook. He then questions whether Mook is aware that he holds the authority to decide on an execution if he deems it necessary. This revelation takes Mook by surprise, and a heavy silence envelops the room as everyone exchanges worried glances. But Dang breaks the silence with a laugh, teasing the young man about what he would do with such authority, given that he doesn't seem like the butcher type. The young man's eyes gleam with a dangerous excitement. This was the poison he had mentioned, the consequence of allowing a fool to realize how others perceive him. The bearded man should be feeling nervous, yet he puts on a brave front in front of his subordinates. It seems he's so absorbed in his own thoughts that he's lost sight of everything else. As Mudrik steps forward, the guards take notice, drawing their weapons in anticipation of an impending attack. Dang smirks, remarking that to challenge them is to challenge an entire army, and he can't help but wonder if the boy truly possesses that kind of bravery. With a bold reply, Mudrik asserts that at least he won't cower behind his subordinates. His opponent raises his arm, revealing an injury and suggesting that he should consider himself fortunate. Yet, the young master remains resolute, vowing to use only his right hand if it means keeping the fight a one-on-one affair. In that moment, fully aware of the trouble he's in, Dang begins to make excuses, claiming he'll simply cry to his daddy if anything happens to him. In a bid to ease the tension, Mudrik assures his opponent that he won't hold him accountable, even if he meets his end there. This declaration raises concerns for Darian, who begins to ponder the heavy stakes of such a wager. With the terms set, the bald man unsheathes his blade and challenges Mudrik to battle. Darian leans in to warn his friend that Dang is ambidextrous, equally skilled with both hands, which explains the confidence he had been displaying. The protagonist swiftly draws his sword with his left hand, aiming it directly at his opponent as the crowd watches with bated breath. When the first strike lands, it's Dang who makes the initial move. However, the hero deftly dodges to the side, evading the blow. The sheer force of the attack sends shockwaves through the ground, sending shards flying and catching Darian and several guards in the crossfire. Once more, the bald man lunges at Mudrik, who gracefully spins in the air to evade the blade. No matter how many times he strikes, each blow is either blocked or deftly dodged by the young master. As he lands, Mudrik charges forward, flips his sword, and delivers a swift slash from the bottom of Dang's arm to the top. The brute lets out a piercing scream upon seeing his dire condition and the chaos surrounding him. Unsatisfied, the warrior delivers a brutal slap to his face, shattering his teeth against the hilt of his sword. As Dang crumples to the ground, his men rally, ready to defend their commander, shouting fiercely in a desperate bid to protect him from Mudrik. Darian calls out to his friend, undeterred by the enemy's approach. With swift precision, he takes down 3 of them in an instant, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Breaking the tension, he declares, the crime of those who just fell was treason. Barely conscious on the ground, Dang pleads with Mudrik for his life. The young master regards him with disdain, asking if he understands the fate of the families of those he murdered at the bar that night. Deep down, he already knows the answer. He understands that it's painfully clear he doesn't have the answers, and he even questions whether Dang has given it any thought since then. Those people lost a father, a son, and a husband, prompting him to ask Dang if he truly believed they could ever return to a normal life after such a tragedy. As the weight of the moment settles in, Dang begins to apologize, admitting he was wrong. Mudrik silences him for good with a decisive stomp, leaving everyone in shock. Everyone, that is, except Darian, who appears more disgusted than horrified. Fueled by rage, the young master demands to know who Dang thought he was to dare destroy members of his sect, though deep down, he knows the answer will never come. Meanwhile, a group of women plays instruments and dances, while a man serves drinks in the background. At a nearby table, Xianian shares tea with Mudrik, seeking to understand the situation that unfolded between him and his men, even if it wasn't intentional. The old man explains that Dang was chosen out of necessity, acknowledging that there were indeed many questionable traits about him. Upon hearing that, the hero reflects on what a complete scumbag this guy is. He was referring to his right-hand man, yet instead of seeking vengeance, he was turning him into a criminal. Despite his elimination during the investigation, he remained one of the commanders of the demonic army. Escalating the situation would only complicate matters for the MC. Therefore, the elders proposed putting an end to the issue right there. The loss of 1 commander and 3 subordinates was more than sufficient. Mook expresses his gratitude for the commander's consideration and acknowledges that he agrees with ending things on a positive note. However, he reveals a dilemma. A problem? The commander inquires, intrigued. Mook explains that he lacks any evidence of his presence for an official investigation, leaving him with nothing to report to his superiors. With a sly smile, Chen Ying suggests, "Why not just make something up?" Mu Juek insists that it's impossible to overlook the letter, which explicitly stated that external requests would be accepted in exchange for money. Such a detail couldn't be hidden away. The commander ponders this for a moment, but before he can respond, the young man interrupts, emphasizing that solid evidence is essential to wrap up the investigation. Mu Juek's gaze remains fixed on the captain as he continues, asserting that it is his responsibility to provide the evidence needed to close the case. After their conversation, the boy unexpectedly visits Darien in his quarters. He expresses his desire to check on his injured friend. Darien informs him that the physiotherapist is currently with him. The boy gratefully acknowledges Darien's effort in sending someone to care for his colleague. However, Darien humbly replies that he couldn't have done otherwise. Despite being just a temporary investigator, they were still co-workers who had shared many moments together. Darien appears taken aback, but their conversation is cut short by a voice expressing delight at seeing the protagonist again. It's the demonic physiotherapist, renowned as the most skilled healer in their sect. He doesn't just treat anyone. His services are reserved for the most important members. The MC inquires about the healer's well-being, to which the old healer responds that, fortunately, his life isn't in jeopardy. However, he will need time to recover before he can return to his duties. Mu Ju firmly states that the men were injured while serving the cult, insisting that no effort should be spared in their care. The doctor reassures him, telling him not to worry. However, as Mu Juek scans the room, he notices the other men present. To his surprise, they all wear smiles, their faces radiating gratitude as they begin to thank him for his concern. Unaccustomed to the situation, the boy clears his throat and bids farewell to the men present. Darien trails behind him, inquiring about what Shuning had said. The MC reveals that Suning wanted to terminate the investigation and frame Dango as the primary culprit. This revelation shocks Darien, who can't fathom how Shuning could act so nonchalantly after the death of his most important subordinate. However, Mu Juek interjects, clarifying that Dango wasn't the most important subordinate, just the most exploited one. He adds that someone else would undoubtedly step into that role soon enough. Shifting focus from the previous issue, the investigator inquires about the new plan. It seems they've set a trap for Diaz to see how the captain will react to the bait. Confused by the term bait, the young master smirks, promising to clarify once the old man takes the hook. Darien, unsure of how to spend his time in the meantime, is met with Mu Juek's invitation to share a drink together. The invitation leaves the guy deep in thought, but he quickly eases his tense expression and declares that the drinks that day would be on him. This brings a smile to the protagonist's face. Perhaps he really had found a friend in this little guy. The following day, the demonic army sent over a stack of documents for the investigators to analyze. Among them were records of execution requests and high-value banknotes, all claimed to have been discovered at the residence of the First Corps commander. It seems they had taken the bait. Mu Juek instructs Darien to discover who the smartest individual in the First Corps is. He suspects that a clever mind orchestrated the forgery. To buy himself some time to track down that scoundrel, he plans to meet with Kim and Ian once more. In his office, the young man reveals that they've received evidence directly from Captain Go's residence. The commander breathes a sigh of relief, suggesting they celebrate with a few drinks and mentioning he'll reserve the same place they visited before. However, Mu Juek interrupts, his expression serious. There's still a small problem, he says, instantly darkening the commander's mood. What is it this time? The commander asks, his patience wearing thin. The problem lay in the fact that the evidence originated from the demonic army, rather than being uncovered by the investigators themselves. Shimanian questioned whether the source truly mattered. The boy nodded, knowing that the chief advisor was no fool. If he discovered the origin of the evidence, he would undoubtedly question the integrity of the investigation and its findings. This realization caused the commander to pause, contemplating his next move. He turns to the young master, who suggests that he pretend to conduct an extensive investigation for just one day, with the old man's authorization. Sensing the hesitation in the man's eyes, the MC adds, I understand your reluctance. I don't enjoy this either, but it's merely a formality. Any document will suffice. At last, Chimanian concedes, promising to enlist his subordinates' cooperation with whatever is required. This assurance brings a smile to the young master's face. All he requests are the initial documents used to contract the army, along with the wills of those who undertook perilous missions. This information is crucial for him to examine the handwriting and discern who authored the authentic records and request forms. Mujik approaches Gu Yang from the First Division, who finds himself tied to a chair in a dimly lit room. Confused, Gu Yang asks why Mujik is there. With a steady gaze, Mujik replies that it's because Gu Yang forged the assassination request records sent to them. The man lowers his head, feigning ignorance. Mujik, unfazed, acknowledges that he didn't expect Gu Yang to confess. He understands that the man was merely following orders, but now he needs him to be truthful. Already sweating, Yang insists he has never done anything like that and never received any such orders. Mook, sensing his fear, remarks that it's understandable. He's likely worried about what Qian Yang might do to the guard. Yang falls silent for a moment, and Mujik surprises him by saying he can return to his duties. The hero clarifies that since Yang has no intention of answering his questions, he's of no use to him. He adds that he won't torture someone who is simply loyal to their superior. Yang remains still as the young man continues. What I hope you understand is that, while Yang will let you go in one piece, Qian Yang will ensure your destruction regardless. The guard, puzzled by this ominous warning, presses the dark-haired young man for clarification. What do you mean by that? He asks. The young man responds, the commander has likely already heard about your capture. Just imagine the consequences if you were to emerge unscathed. It was only natural for them to assume he had revealed everything he knew. After all, Yang understood his captain's capabilities far better than any outsider could. Later, Darien confides in Mook that the army had ordered the elimination of Nirvana's investigators, with Deng being the primary orchestrator behind it all. The chief contemplates this, while his friend adds that they had eliminated countless lives in the blink of an eye. Yet, it was clear that the Lord Commander of the demonic army would never willingly accept his own arrest. Mujik, however, had no intention of taking him prisoner. That was never part of the plan. This revelation leaves the investigator puzzled. In truth, the young master's scheme was to eliminate him once and for all. The idea is so outrageous that it leaves Darien in disbelief. His friend explains that if Qian Yang is arrested, his brother the Sword Demon will take drastic measures to intervene. He wouldn't stand by and watch his own brother face execution, especially with the mountain of forged evidence proving that no one had ordered Deng to commit those crimes. They planned to use a scapegoat until Mujik was thoroughly defamed. However, he emphasized that if they allowed him to live, many would pay the price. Even Zhang and the warriors of the Third Corps who stood by him, including Darien, would face dire consequences. But if the commander were to die during his arrest, the outcome would change dramatically. All they needed to do was legally prove his guilt. Darien swallowed hard, his voice tinged with concern as he asked if his friend would be safe in that situation, knowing the Sword Demon would come after him. The young man countered thoughtfully, explaining that everyone seeks revenge when they lose someone dear, but the old man was not one to squander his life on vengeance. As Mujik stood up, Darien couldn't help but ask where he was headed this time. Casually, he replies that he plans to destroy the Lord Commander, prompting his partner to question if he truly intends to do that right now. The young master continues on his path until he encounters Zhao. He informs Xuning that their investigation has concluded, thanks to his cooperation. Xuning responds with a hint of satisfaction, expressing that he's both happy and relieved, noting that the young man's departure has left the old man feeling a bit melancholic. Mujik declares that when he becomes the successor, he will remember the goodwill shown to him. The Lord responds, suggesting that Mujik should be the one to express gratitude for that. Yet all Mujik can think about is how he will never truly forget after all. The man sacrificed so much during the investigation for him to overlook it all. The young man raises his glass, suggesting a toast to celebrate the conclusion of the investigation, and Ziyaning beams with joy. As he pours the drink, Mujik cuts to the chase, directly questioning him about his motives. The old man feigns ignorance, asking what he means. With a hint of exasperation, the hero elaborates, pointing out that with a fortune already ensuring a life of luxury, it seems curious to hire a demonic guard for even more wealth. Xuning sets his cup down on the table, a calm demeanor masking the tension in the air. I should have asked the former captain of the First Division about that, he remarks. Mujik, however, interjects, questioning how a mere puppet could possess any knowledge. This prompts the captain to raise an eyebrow, intrigued by the insinuation. The young man leans in, his curiosity piqued. I wonder what you truly think, he challenges, a flicker of alarm crossing the captain's face. Because I believe that within that darkness inside you there's nothing but evil and greed. The words throw the commander off balance, causing him to shatter his cup. Have you gone completely insane? He demands. Mujik, unfazed, fires back, claiming it is Xiaoming who has lost his mind for making requests he never should have. Enraged, Xiaoming slams his fist down, obliterating the table between them. I've had enough of your little games, he shouts. The young man remains seated, his expression impassive as he savors his drink. Suddenly, the captain's gaze goes blank, confusion washing over him as he feels the cold steel of a sword embedded in his chest. Unfazed, the young master finishes his drink with an air of calm, having executed the fifth technique of the Sword of the Path to Heaven. This celestial strike, capable of piercing the very heavens, only deepens Shunning's bewilderment. Mujik finally spoke, informing the captain that he was under arrest for misusing the demonic army for personal gain and for over 20 eliminations. However, according to the now former commander, this was far from an arrest. This brings a smile to the protagonist's face. He calmly explains that he would meet his end regardless, so he asks the corrupt man to make it quick. With that, he extracts the object from the man's body, blood splattering everywhere. The man's final words are a shock revelation. "I had no idea the young master possessed such hidden strength." Amidst the chaos, the crowd in the pavilion rushes into the room, their faces filled with horror at the grim scene before them. Before anyone can utter a word, Mujik steps forward, declaring that the Lord Commander met his end due to his defiance against arrest for grave offenses. He then commands Darien to apprehend all members of the First Corps, announcing that this matter will now be subject to an official investigation. His friend quickly agrees. Mook then informs Jan that he will lead all guard pavilions to assist with the investigation and apprehension of the First Division. He concludes by stating that he has received approval from the Chayama to make decisions on the spot, emphasizing that they must act immediately. Jan accepts everything without hesitation, and the protagonist observes how his friend's demeanor has softened since the captain's passing. Mujik returns to his father's pavilion, making his way toward him. There, he finds his father, Sima Mayan, alongside Gu Champa, the brother of the late Shang Ying. The young master's gaze tells the demon all he needs to know. There is no good news about his brother's condition. Mook greets his father before turning to Champa, remarking that it has been a long time since they last saw each other. The demon nods in agreement, expressing his desire to hear the boy's account of recent events. The young man explains that everything is detailed in the report, so he can simply read it aloud. However, the elder insists, expressing a desire to hear the account directly from him. He believes that since neither his father nor the advisor intervened, they likely wanted to observe how he would manage the situation on his own. He explained that, based on his investigation, they had uncovered his brother's serious crimes and that his brother had attempted to resist arrest, ultimately leading to a tragic conclusion. This revelation resonated with Chimpara. After all, if someone commits a crime, they must face the consequences. Yet, there was one thing he couldn't quite grasp. While he might come across as somewhat pathetic, he wouldn't be foolish enough to attack the boy now that his crimes had been laid bare. That much was true. He would likely surrender without a struggle and seek his brother's assistance. Mujuk had taken him down precisely to prevent that from happening. The hero admits he has no idea why he acted as he did, speculating that the old man couldn't bear the humiliation of being bested by someone so much younger. Chimpa, however, is adamant. He recounts seeing the old man's lifeless body before heading to the palace, noting that it appeared his brother had been stabbed in the chest with a single, precise blow. It seems no one truly grasped the boy's remarkable skills, especially since he had taken down the mustached man's brother with just one strike. He glances to the side, acknowledging that he must give credit to his father for that. The Lord seethes with fury, yet he knows he cannot unleash his full strength against the Chiyama's son. Chimpa forces a smile, expressing gratitude for the boy's honesty, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Mook continues to feign deep remorse for having dimmed the light of his younger brother. It was a peculiar sight. Despite having taken down both his disciple and now his brother, the old man showed no signs of anger. He should have been furious. They exchanged glances for a moment. The tension thickened the air until Wu Jun finally broke the silence. "Perhaps you should rest while we prepare for the funeral," he suggested gently. The old man nodded, grateful for the consideration, and quietly left the palace. As he walks past Mujuk, the boy wonders if the sword demon intends to convey to his father that their treatment had crossed a line. Once the door closes, Myung commends the boy for his efforts, declaring that the evidence he collected is sufficient to draw a conclusion in the case. However, he expresses concern about any potential injuries the boy might have sustained. The young master shakes his head, assuring them both that he is unharmed and thanking them for their care. As Myung begins to speak, the boy interjects with a question, prompting the elder to quickly shift gears and suggest they drop the topic. Just then, a man strides into the room, carrying a massive box that piques Mujuk's curiosity. The man reveals that the cult leader gifted it to him as a reward for his diligent efforts. When they finally open the box, they are greeted by the sight of an exquisitely crafted sword, leaving Mujuk utterly astonished. Confirming their suspicions, Myung reveals that this was indeed the black demonic sword, one of the sect's sacred weapons, alongside the white demonic sword. With a playful smile, Mujuk turns to his father and quips that if he truly wanted to reward him, he should have chosen the white sword, as it aligns more closely with his nature. Woo-jun takes a deep breath, contemplating the comment. The black demonic sword suits me better, he declares. Muk, drawing the blade with a flourish, smirks and replies, "It seems my father knows very little about me." He drew the blade from its sheath, startled by the chill it radiated, even without his own energy coursing through it. His father regarded him with pride, and even Myung was taken aback by the satisfaction that lit up the man's face at the sight of his son's joy. The young man sheaths his blade, a hint of humility in his voice as he admits, "Honestly, that reward feels a bit too generous." The advisor counters, insisting it was well-deserved, especially since the issue with the captain has been resolved. He expresses his surprise that the young man managed to handle it all on his own, even wondering aloud if Woo-jun had somehow foreseen such a favorable outcome. The Lord dismisses the notion, claiming he would be fortunate if the boys returned from the mission alive. Yet, for Mujuk, those words held little weight. He was convinced that his father had sent him there out of faith in his abilities. His father understood that Mujuk had mastered the art of the ascending sword and had consumed the essence pill from the ascension corridors, believing wholeheartedly that he would not be easily defeated. Though he had his doubts about his father, Shin Yang could never have predicted his own downfall. As he stared at the blade he had received as a gift, its significance became clear. It was a bold declaration to Chumpa, a message that resonated deeply. Mujuk clasped his hands in reverence, his heart swelling with gratitude as he thanked his father for bestowing upon him this powerful reward. He emphasizes that the true significance lies in the meaning behind the gesture. Woo-jun appears genuinely proud, yet he holds back, choosing to dismiss his son instead. As he steps out of the Celestial Demon's pavilion, a voice calls out to him, urging him to pause for a moment. It's Chiumpa. The young man knows better than to think he could slip away so easily. As he approaches the old man, the gleam of Chimpa's new sword catches his eye, impossible to overlook. Mujuk deliberately displays the blade, noting that the summer heat feels more intense than usual. Fueled by rage, Chimpa bellows, demanding to know how Mujuk dares to seek out his brother and threaten him. He vows to tear the boy apart and scatter the pieces over his brother's grave. The young master draws his blade, ready for confrontation, when the old man suddenly breaks into a warm smile. The demon, intrigued, asks if this was the reaction he anticipated. In response, the young man erupts in anger, cursing the old man and demanding to know how someone like him could dare to disrupt the order of the sect for his own selfish desires. He warns that if the young man dares to seek revenge for his corrupt brother, he will slice him apart, leaving no trace behind. Fear grips Tumpa, and Mujuk, mirroring the old man's demeanor, remarks that such a threat would elicit exactly that kind of reaction from the young man. Unable to contain himself, the guy erupts into laughter, drawing the attention of everyone around them. The laughter quickly dissipates when the elder remarks that, despite everything, Mujuk could have shown the old man a bit more mercy. Mujuk defends himself, explaining that he genuinely tried to resolve the situation peacefully, aiming for Chimayang's resignation. However, his brother had truly crossed a line. It's as if he had no regard for boundaries at all. Chumpa nods in agreement, recognizing the truth in the boy's words. The protagonist confronts him, questioning whether he was aware of the corruption within the army and why he allowed it to continue. The truth is, his brother never heeded his warnings, and he himself wasn't blameless either. In a moment of raw honesty, he admits that when he learned of his brother's death, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. Relief because now there was no one left to stand in his way. It was almost unbelievable how candid the old man was about his relationship with his brother. They sat in silence for a moment until Mujuk finally spoke up, expressing that he truly understood the old man's feelings. Noticing Chumpa's surprise at his words, the boy added, "I would feel the same way if I heard that my older brother had passed away." He adds that he feels relieved not having to dirty his own hands to make it happen. The mustached man finds this confession truly surprising. As they continue to stare at each other, the boy wonders what Chumpa seeks in his gaze. Finally, the old man looks up and nods in agreement, remarking that it does seem like this year will be particularly hot. The old man rose to his feet, celebrating his resilience against the sweltering heat. Mujuk couldn't help but feel bewildered by the man's mindset. Despite claiming to feel relieved, he had just lost his brother. In this unfolding narrative, Mujuk realized he could easily be the next in line, or perhaps the old man truly was ready to let it all go. Like clouds drifting across vast skies, the young man felt a sense of freedom and purpose. In his training area, he gripped the new blade, contemplating his first movements. These initial actions were crucial. They would set the tone for his journey ahead. A sword speaks to its wielder, but a supreme weapon like the Black Demonic Sword resonates on a far deeper level, forging a bond that transcends mere steel. Though a sword never turns away its warrior, a lack of connection can prevent the weapon from realizing its full potential. Mujuk grins at his new toy, declaring it a pleasure to meet her, and asserting that he will be her master from this moment on. During his training, he focused intently on channeling his vital energy into the blade. To his delight, it responded effortlessly, confirming its uniqueness. Excited by the instrument's potential, he continued his practice, exploring the myriad possibilities it offered. With a determined grip, he raised the blade, resolved to master this technique for the time being. However, as time passes, he plans to teach it remarkable skills once the priority shifts from mere survival. He dedicates most of his day to this task until Leon arrives with some food. Noticing his intense concentration, she decides it's best not to interrupt him and quietly returns to the kitchen. After an intense training session, Mujuk stepped out of the training area, fatigue weighing heavily on him. To his surprise, he was met by a throng of sword demons gathered at the entrance. What were they doing there? It was impossible to tell if Chumpa had sent them or if they had simply chosen to appear on their own. Regardless, there was a fierce determination in their eyes. In silence, they unleashed a torrent of dark energy upon the unfortunate young man. With such a relentless assault, absorbing all that energy could shatter his very organs. They continued to intensify their attack, and the weight of their combined power was becoming unbearable for him. What did they truly want? To intimidate him into locking himself away forever? But the MC suddenly recalled the power he now possessed, the absorbed energy from the meridian strengthening technique. This hidden method involved multiple martial artists channeling their energy into a single individual, fortifying every part of their body and reinforcing their veins. The more people involved, the more potent the target's strength enhancement becomes. This was the perfect opportunity to amplify his meridians. As he navigates through the demons who are desperately trying to harm him, his aura continues to swell. By now, the strengthening of his meridian has already reached the second stage. His face tightens with determination as he declares that he can push himself even further. They unleashed a torrent of demonic energy toward him, desperately trying to overwhelm and harm him, but their efforts were in vain. In that moment, he declared that he was entering the fourth phase and progressing toward the final stage of his strengthening, the fifth. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that the malicious intent surrounding him had vanished. In disbelief, the young man gazes at the demons around him, noting their downcast expressions. Fear lingers in their eyes. They hadn't anticipated that he would simply walk away. As Mujuk steps forward and locks eyes with one of the burly men, fear washes over the man, causing him to instinctively back away. This moment of intimidation creates a path for Mujuk, but he's not alone in this. The other men quickly follow suit, forming a corridor for him to pass through. In that moment, the main character realizes he is not someone to be easily trampled upon. With newfound determination, he strides confidently through the group. It appears the sword demons have finally acknowledged his strength. As he approaches the celestial demon's pavilion, he gazes at the throne, startled when a voice suddenly asks if he desires it. His father wore a serious expression as the boy replied, "I don't want to be tied to this chair." With a short temper, Mujuk shot back, "Are you just here to waste time again?" He commanded his son to get up and sit properly, which Mujuk did without further protest. As he settled into his father's throne, the Lord turned to him and asked, "How does it feel?" From his vantage point, he surveyed the entire pavilion, a massive statue looming beside him. Yet instead of excitement, an unsettling emptiness washed over him. His father, standing nearby, revealed that he had felt the same when his moment arrived. After taking countless lives, including that of his own brother, he too had experienced a profound void, a reality that was impossible for the boy to fully grasp. Mujuk breaks the silence, revealing that the sword demons had sought him out on their own, without any prompting from Chiumpa. This revelation surprises Mook. It seems he was aware all along. The boy admits that he had managed to maintain his composure while enduring the overwhelming energy directed at him. However, once he left that place, the tremors began to take hold. The Lord gazes at him intently, inquiring whether his son had felt fear in their presence. Mujuk shakes his head, clarifying that it wasn't fear of them that troubled the boy. Rather, he feared that his own judgment might be flawed. If someone had become agitated and confronted him, the boy could have met a tragic end in that moment. Even if he had managed to survive, his chances of becoming the successor after vanquishing the sword demons would have been shattered. and that's why fear gripped him. He knew there could come another moment when everything would hang in the balance. Mook confessed that, oddly enough, in those moments of doubt, he found himself missing his father. It was a puzzling feeling. Why would he long for his father when there were so many others around? The Lord continued, emphasizing that a true demonic human does not dwell on the past. They only look ahead. The protagonist is taken aback. It may seem odd, but this was his father's attempt to save him. His father maintains his usual stoic expression, but the son breaks the silence with a bold suggestion. He proposes replacing the intimidating statue in the main hall of the pavilion with a woman. More specifically, one of the renowned four flowers of the Central Plains. They could easily adorn each corner to illuminate the space, but Mo quickly realizes that might be too much for his father, who gazes at him with a serious expression. Rising to his feet, his father declares it's time to leave, admitting he's starting to ramble again, and he gestures for Moke to sit down. The young man turns away from his father, descending the steps before glancing back with a serious expression. "Am I authorized to take down Champa?" he asks, his voice tinged with concern. His father falls silent for a moment, then bursts into laughter. "Even if you could take down the commander of the demonic army, you'd still be no match for Champa." Moke, clearly frustrated, questions why his father instigated conflict between them. "You should take responsibility for this," he insists. Wu Jun, still chuckling, replies, "I will take responsibility. That's why he has decided to let him become the leader of the Nirvana Pavilion, a choice that takes him by surprise." Meanwhile, in the inspector's office, the old man raises an eyebrow and asks if something is amiss. He recalls that the boy had expressed a desire to restore discipline and order within the sect. Mujit ponders the implications of his situation. Could it be that he was merely a pawn, used to address matters his father had long neglected? Perhaps, he muses, his father was indifferent to whether he lived or died in this duel between father and son. Ultimately, Muge resolves to abandon his attempts to decipher his father's intentions. Instead, he decides to concentrate on making choices based on what he observes and hears. Wu Jun is the kind of man who leaves useful information scrawled on the walls for his children, yet he also uses those very insights for his own dangerous schemes. Moke turns to his father, saying, "If you plan to throw me to the wolves, at least give me something to protect myself." Wu Jun raises an eyebrow, intrigued. "Is there something specific you have in mind?" After some contemplation, the young man boldly requests access to the Celestial Demon Archives, catching the Lord off guard. This archive housed an array of rare manuscripts, with entry granted to only a select few. The Champa warns him, "If you believe you can master some supreme technique simply by visiting, you are sorely mistaken." The sheer number of titles was overwhelming. It was true there were countless secret and esoteric manuals stacked within those shelves. Even if he stumbled upon the best one, it would only be a painful reminder of a wound he already carried. Yet, the boy smiled, eager to test his luck. His father, puzzled, raised an eyebrow, unsure of what scheme or trap his son was concocting this time, causing a bead of sweat to form on the boy's brow. Despite everything, the man assures him that he will grant access to the Celestial Demon Archives for 7 days. The young master expresses his gratitude, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The archive itself is a vast and meticulously organized library. Mujik explains that he returned to the divine cult of the Celestial Demon to acquire the evil spirit necessary for the regression ritual. At that moment, he felt more dead than alive. Decades had passed since he left, and with his disfigured face, no one recognized him. It took years for him to rise from an ordinary warrior aspirant to a position where he could meet the new sect leader in private. It was during this meeting that he learned of the 4 steps of the Wind God, the ultimate mobility art comprised of just 4 movements. Once regarded as a vital support technique for the Celestial Demon's martial arts, the knowledge of the 4 steps of the Wind God eventually faded into obscurity, no longer passed down through the generations. Yet, it was rumored that Bokto Ju, the sect leader of that era, had uncovered this lost art. In vivid flashbacks, we see Bokto proclaiming that his rise to leadership was due to his discovery of the 4 steps, hidden away in the depths of the Celestial Demon Archives. Curious about the rumors surrounding the manual, Mujik inquired why people believed it was lost if it was actually in the archives. The master explained that it wasn't stored on the shelves as it should have been. Returning to the present, the young master glanced at the floor and spotted a book tucked beneath one of the shelves. With a single arm, he lifted it, and memories flooded back to when he had asked Bokto about its whereabouts. The old man explains that the manual had been used to support the 19th shelf. Now, older Mujik holds the dusty book, its presence having left an imprint on the shelf over the years. As he begins to flip through its pages, he is drawn in by the opening line. 4 steps are enough to cross the entire world. The 4 steps comprised 4 primary techniques: the step of shadows, the blink step, the piercing step, and the agility step. The first of these, the shadow step, was a movement designed specifically for stealthy infiltration. Initially designed to evade detection by a single person, this ability evolved into a remarkable skill that could render its user invisible even when multiple eyes were fixed upon them. The second technique, known as the blink step, served as a defensive maneuver against unavoidable attacks, granting a chance to survive even when luck seemed to abandon you. Lastly, there was the piercing step, a technique that enabled one to press forward against nearby foes, skillfully seeking out any openings in their defenses. It was a technique capable of neutralizing any defense an enemy might possess. The final skill was the agility step, a mobility technique so swift that calling it merely fast felt like an understatement. In the archive, Mujik immersed himself in meditation, contemplating this knowledge for 7 long days. After some time had passed, the boy returned to the main pavilion and greeted his father, who watched him with curiosity. "What did you learn in the archives?" he asked. With pride, the young man replied, "I learned the art of immobility." Mujik raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Which one?" When Mujik revealed that he had mastered the 4 steps of the wind god, the man's demeanor shifted dramatically. He quickly attempted to strike his son, insisting he wasn't in the mood for jokes and demanding to know how Mujik had acquired such a lost technique. But Mujik stood firm, asserting that he would never dare to lie about something so significant. The Lord gazes at him once more, skepticism etched on his face, as he demands to see what the young man has learned. The MC, however, is curious about what he stands to gain from this demonstration. The old man takes a deep breath, his voice steady as he replies that if the young man can prove himself, he will spare his life. "Very well then," the MC responds, determination flickering in his eyes. As the protagonist channels his energy, a powerful aura begins to radiate from him, catching his father's attention in surprise. The ground beneath Muck starts to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. With wide eyes, he focuses intently, preparing to activate the first step of the shadow step. As Mujik watches his feet begin to fade away, he makes one of the most expressive faces of his life. His son is dancing around the room, employing the shadow step, with his lower half nearly invisible. At times, it seems as if his entire presence has been erased. In awe, Mujik can't help but ask where his son learned the 4 steps of the wind. The boy insists that the knowledge could only have come from the Celestial Demon archives. Stepping forward, the long-haired man scoffs, asserting that no one is fooled by such a blatant lie. He backs up his indignation by declaring that the 4 steps of the Wind God are not found in the Celestial Demon archives. Undeterred, Mujik counters that he absolutely learned it there, unwavering in his conviction about what he had seen and absorbed from the archives. The Chiyama is taken aback by the boy's boldness and his persistence in this deception. The hero, undeterred, challenges the man, asking if he's certain he searched the entire archive. He suggests that the manual might have simply been misplaced on the wrong shelf. This response leads Mujik to realize that his son was already aware of its location. However, the boy feigns ignorance, claiming he had no idea and was merely trying to learn another technique when he stumbled upon it by chance. His father gazes at him with a look of deep suspicion, but the protagonist does his best to mask any hint of deceit in his eyes. Finally relenting, his father asks where it was found. The young man replies that it was being used as a support beneath the shelf, and he discovered it while attempting to fix it. His father lets out a heavy sigh, admitting he suspected the MC had destroyed the most crucial parts of the text. He asks how he managed to do it. With a hint of understanding, he justifies the act, saying it's something he would have done himself in the same situation. As Mujik approaches his throne, he pauses and asks his father to recite the steps. The request brings a smile to his face, just as he had envisioned. His true goal wasn't to defeat his father and claim the title of Chiyama, it was to eliminate Nubi and ensure the safety of his father and the cult members. Once that was accomplished, he planned to explore the world and savor life before his father inevitably chose to embrace his role as the celestial demon. Teaching the 4 steps of the old man wouldn't be a problem for him. However, he informs his father that he won't fulfill the request so easily, prompting the man to turn and face him. Muck asserts that nothing in this world comes for free. The demon counters, recalling that the secret hunting technique he taught his son was given without charge. Muck smirks, reminding him that it was actually exchanged for the drink he had back then. The man is astonished by the young man's cunning and asks how he managed to conceal his shamelessness all this time. With a sly smile, the young man replies that he held back until he matured. At this point, the bearded man is only interested in one thing: the price of the teachings. Without hesitation, he states, "I wish to learn the celestial demon's defense art." It was a series of self-protection techniques, a secret martial art known only to the celestial demon. Mastering it felt akin to gaining an extra life. However, his father was clear: it simply wouldn't happen, as the art could only be learned by the celestial demon and his chosen successor. Undeterred, Mujik insisted they could keep the teachings a secret, leaving the Chiyama perplexed. The boy explains that the art he speaks of is subtle, easily overlooked when in use. If he teaches it to him in secret, no one would be the wiser. The man remains silent, contemplating the offer. After a moment, the young master decides to take his leave, asking his father to send someone should he reconsider the proposal. Before leaving the palace, Wu Jun insists that the 4 steps must be taught first. The boy is taken aback by this unexpected condition. As they discuss it, he eagerly asks if he can start learning right away. Wu Jun's response prompts his father to wonder if he truly trusts him enough to believe he would honor the agreement after revealing what he sought. Mujik firmly denies the accusation, insisting he would never engage in such shameful behavior in front of his own son. With the tension eased, his father encourages him to continue and explain the steps. Thus, the training commences, with the boy reciting the knowledge he has absorbed from the book. The two continue their lesson for quite some time, and eventually Mook asks if he should go over everything again. Wu Jun shakes his head, insisting there's no need, and begins to fade from where he stands. The MC is taken aback when he turns to see his father employing the first step once more, darting around the hall just as he had before. The boy acknowledges his father's success, yet it's evident that their approaches were vastly different. Could it be that his father had a unique interpretation of the verses, or something similar? As the man reverts to his original form, he comes to understand that this martial art truly is exceptional. In that moment, Mujik experiences his most significant transformation since his regression. It was unlikely that Mujik could defeat his father. As promised, the Kayamna would teach him the art of defense against celestial demons, cautioning him that he would only explain it once, so he needed to memorize every detail. Mujik nodded eagerly, his excitement palpable. However, after the lesson, his expression shifted dramatically, revealing a fresh injury on his forehead. "Medley on," she shouts in concern, cursing the person responsible for his injuries. But the boy interrupts her, explaining that he had to fight his father to earn his scars. Her expression shifts, caught off guard by his candid remark. As the conversation lingers, a flashback unfolds in his mind. He recalls the rigorous training he endured, mastering the art of defense against celestial demons while sitting in a lotus position, his focus unwavering. He revels in the triumph of mastering the technique, turning to his father with a grin. "Now we share a secret," he declares, his joy bubbling over. "Honestly, I'm happier about that than the technique itself." But the grumpy man responds with a swift smack to his forehead, admonishing him not to be so cheeky. Back in the present, Mujik glances at Anne and asks if she won't take any action. She simply replies, "I protect, not attack." Her comment brings a smile to his face. She never dared to make such jokes in his past life. As he walks by, he calls out to her. When she looks up, he tells her that he can't address this right now, leaving her confused. He quickly adds that he will definitely fix the side effects of the body technique for her. All she needs to do is endure a little longer. Mujik continues to share his vision with Anne, expressing how he told his father that things must change. He believes that people shouldn't have to sacrifice so much to protect others, and that the sect should become a place where individuals like her are free to choose their own paths. A warm smile spreads across his face as he watches her eyes begin to shine, filled with hope as she envisions this new reality. The boy steps forward, urging Leon to pay close attention to his words. She nods, but nothing can prepare her for what comes next. "I'm releasing you from all your duties, effective immediately." The surprise washes over her, and she stares at him, disbelief etched on her face. "Are you serious? You're really dismissing me as your bodyguard?" Mute confidently declares that she will now be the captain of the Phantom Shadow Corps. The woman furrows her brow, bewildered, as she has never heard of such a group within the sect. With a playful smile, he explains that he plans to create it, leaving her even more perplexed. How could he appoint her as the captain of a group that doesn't even exist yet? The gunmaster rephrases his invitation, asking if she wishes to become the captain of the Shadow Corps because of him. With her hands clasped in reverence, she accepts his offer with honor. Later that night, Mujik leans against a city wall, reflecting on the realization that forming a new group is far more challenging than he had anticipated. To successfully run an organization, he would require substantial funding. To secure that, he planned to exploit an incident from before his regression. Amidst the crowd, a man shouted, introducing himself as Dang Yang, the one responsible for escorting a significant figure. It was a high-stakes mission, well compensated but fraught with danger, meaning the men present would need to remain vigilant and focused. He warns that anyone who dares to act foolishly will meet their end at his hands. Turning to Mook, he mentions that he heard the boy join the mission on Darian's recommendation. Mutt nods in confirmation. The man then asks if he can rely on Mook's skills. With a mocking tone, the MC replies, "Would you even recognize me if I cut you?" He advises Mujik to temper his arrogance, or he might lose his head before he has a chance to come up with another response like that. The boy promises to follow orders and behave, as long as the pay is good. However, Dang insists on keeping a close watch on him. Their mission is to safely escort a mother and daughter to Nampyong. This time, the protagonist is determined to ensure his own survival throughout the journey. He waves to the little girl, who eagerly waves back at him. The mother greets him with a nod as they step into the carriage. Without hesitation, the guards set off, determined to protect the carriage at all costs. As night descends, they find a clearing in the forest to rest before resuming their journey. Dang Yang distributes food to the soldiers, urging everyone to eat their fill, for they cannot predict when their next meal will come. One of the guards grumbles in annoyance, complaining about the dried meat. However, the others quickly remind him that he needs to eat to stave off hunger and maintain his strength. Meanwhile, Mujik surveys the area, recalling how a group of mercenaries was ambushed by an unknown force so stealthy that not even their bodies were recovered. As the stars shine their brightest, a sudden jarring sound pierces the night, resembling the violent cough of someone struggling for breath. The commotion jolts Mujik awake, and he quickly spots one of his companions retching violently, expelling something that clearly should have remained inside. To his horror, he realizes he's not alone. Everyone around him is suffering the same fate. Panic grips him as a single thought races through his mind: poisoning. After all, the only thing they all shared was the meal they had upon their arrival. Someone asked him how he was still alive. It was Dang Yang, the one who must have poisoned the food he distributed. The main character replied that he hadn't touched a single bite of that tainted meal, which was why he was still standing. With a menacing glare, Dang Yang drew his blade, sneering, "Wouldn't it have been better for you to die from the food than by my sword?" It was a shocking revelation that the leader of the escort had poisoned the food. With unwavering courage, the boy confronted him, declaring that his life was pathetic. He questioned whether the man truly intended to make a fortune by betraying his comrades time and again. Unfazed, the leader shrugged off the boy's words, insisting that after this mission, he could indulge in all the booze and women he desired. Mujik couldn't help but wonder if he was truly doing all of this for those reasons. His thoughts were interrupted by the irritated man, who snapped at him to focus on his own life rather than his. Just then, a third figure emerged, announcing that the job was already complete. He was a man at the forefront of a group of masked individuals, and Mujik sensed their exceptional skill. Dang Yang revels in his arrival, his voice booming as he demands the woman and her daughter emerge from the carriage before he sets everything ablaze. Reluctantly, the woman opens the doors, stepping out with her terrified daughter clinging to her side. He sneers, remarking that they hid as well as rats, making it quite the challenge to find them. Tears streaming down her face, the woman pleads with him, begging him to spare her child's life at the very least. The man pauses, lost in thought, before finally agreeing to grant the request out of respect for their shared past. However, his expression shifts dramatically as he suddenly shouts, questioning if she truly expected such an answer from him. He continues, insisting that she should be begging on her knees rather than making demands as if she holds the upper hand. The little girl, overwhelmed, clings to her mother, who is also in tears. The woman pleads with him to spare the girl, offering 10 times the amount he was supposed to receive. But Guan dismisses her desperation, telling her to save her breath. The girl's father has already been captured. The man glances at Mujik, who is waving at them with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Guan turns to Dang Yang, inquiring about the identity of Mook. With a calm demeanor, Mook introduces himself as someone hired to ensure their safe passage to their destination. This revelation catches Guan off guard, and he questions why Mook isn't one of Dang's subordinates. Dang Yang clarifies that Mook is merely someone he hasn't had the chance to deal with yet. Upon hearing this, the commander urges his lackey to eliminate the protagonist, prompting him to charge at the boy with a fierce determination. Mujik scoffs at them, declaring they're no better than street thugs who would betray their own master. He questions whether they truly believe they'll be paid for their efforts. With a smirk, he adds that they'll likely end up 6 feet under and penniless by the end of the mission. His words sting, and Guan demands to know what the boy just called them. Mujik retorts that, if it weren't for the child, he'd gladly lower the tone of the conversation even further. The leader of the group glares at the main character, incredulous. "Are you out of your mind?" He scoffs, taken aback by how a mere thug dares to speak to him so boldly. With a smirk, Mujik retorts, "You're only angry because I hit the nail on the head." That was the final straw for the long-haired man who, with a cold fury, commands his men to take out the boy first. He points to Dang Yang and explains that the man spoke first, implying that he would likely be next. This revelation catches him off guard. The henchman turns to his master, seeking confirmation, but before he can receive an answer, a blade pierces through his neck, and he collapses lifelessly to the ground. From behind, Guan grumbles about the fool who couldn't even complete the task, regretting ever entrusting such an important mission to someone so incompetent. Mujik glances at Dang Yang sprawled on the ground, remarking that he had scripted his own tragedy before even getting out of bed that morning. The commander bellows for his men to attack the protagonist, his patience for idle chatter wearing thin. As the group charges forward, Mook turns to the woman beside him, urging her to cover her daughter's eyes and ears. She nods, quickly shielding the child and closing her own eyes as well. The hero offers a faint smile, a chill radiating from him as he begins to unleash his cold aura. It was time to implement the 4 steps of the Wind God, beginning with the piercing one. Guan was taken aback, wondering how the hero had appeared before him so suddenly. With effortless precision, the hero dispatched all of the henchmen, leaving their heads rolling in his wake. In the tense atmosphere, the man trembles in fear, asking who Mook is. Mook, however, counters sharply, insisting that it is the old man who should be asking that question. Suddenly, the woman screams, recognizing the figure before her. That was one Guan, she exclaims, her voice filled with anguish. He was one of my family's vassals, sworn to protect me above all else. With a determined glare, she introduces herself. "I am Sayan Jun, daughter of the Lord of the Golden Mansion." Mujik concealed his true identity and infiltrated the ranks of the swordsmen on the mission. Her father, Asu Jum, is a celebrated merchant and one of the wealthiest men alive, once the richest man in Fusion. He is also the master of the opulent Golden Mansion. Asu once faced a devastating betrayal from his most trusted vassal, leading to his untimely demise, and tragically, his daughter met the same fate. Observing Mook, lost in thought, Guan seizes the opportunity, drawing his blade with a calculated intent to strike. He carefully takes aim at the boy, but Mook doesn't even need to turn around to block the strike and swiftly dispatch his attacker. It seems the assailant is the one who truly lost his head. The Saiyan watches in shock as the young master concludes the encounter, remarking that attacking from behind is a terrible habit. Now, it was just the 3 of them. The woman expressed her desire to hire the hero, who replied that with the rising demand for his services, his price had also increased. However, this didn't faze her. After all, her family could afford anything if it meant saving her father. With the deal sealed, they continued on their journey to the destination Guan had in mind. As the carriage rolled in, a bearded man reveled in the success of his mission, boasting that he had finally captured the 2 and was ready to enjoy the fruits of his labor. However, what awaited him was far from what he anticipated. Confused, he demanded to know who was accompanying the girls and where his loyal lackey had gone. With a calm demeanor, Mook replied that Guan was no longer with them, only he had survived the attack. The news visibly unsettles the man, prompting him to ask who was responsible for taking down Guan. With his trademark cheekiness, the protagonist replies that it was a mysterious Master Young and undeniably handsome. The man's frustration boils over as he shouts, incredulous that the protagonist would praise their enemy in such a manner. As he pieced together the clues, a startling realization struck him. Mujik was the one responsible for his demise. The man's deductive skills were nothing short of astonishing. In an instant, the opponent's army encircles the trio, blades drawn and ready for battle. The villain sneers, taunting that if the young man had truly saved the woman and child, he should have fled far away. He questions the wisdom of returning to the tiger's den, but the young man merely laughs, challenging, "Where exactly is this tiger? All I see are dogs biting the very hand that feeds them." Sion appeared visibly shaken by the henchmen poised for attack, while the group leader remained uncertain about the unfolding situation. After all, this was the boy who had single-handedly taken down Guan. Instead of fleeing, he had ventured alone into the enemy's lair, exuding confidence even when surrounded. Clearly, he was no ordinary opponent. With a respectful gesture, he joins his hands and asks for the man's name, inviting him for a drink despite the circumstances of their meeting. However, the boy isn't easily swayed by such niceties. He boldly tells the old man he can hurl curses and insults all he wants. Realizing that flattery won't work, the opponent's demeanor shifts dramatically. He shouts an order to his men, commanding them to eliminate the hero once and for all. They all charge toward him, but the boy is already skilled enough to advance swiftly, slicing through his enemies with ease. It becomes clear to them that the main character is incredibly fast, rendering their efforts futile from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Mook fights valiantly, drawing upon the teachings of the 4 steps of the Wind God. Sion continues to shield her daughter's eyes, while the fat man trembles in fear, realizing he has crossed paths with someone formidable, towering over the lifeless bodies of his men. He demands to know the true identity of the great master. The boy, however, remains humble, insisting he's just an ordinary swordsman hired for a handsome sum. The overweight man boasts that if the issue were money, he could easily name a price that would satisfy him. Muck smiles, intrigued, and asks if he truly has that much wealth at his disposal. The coward replies that he has enough to change a man's life. All he needs is to know how much Mook desires. However, the young man counters, questioning why he would do such a thing when he already possesses wealth. He adds that if the man truly wants to change his life, he shouldn't resort to stealing from his own master. The guy nervously bites his lip, the tension thick in the air, when suddenly a voice cuts through the silence. "Drop the sword, Muck." A rough-looking henchman steps forward, gripping Asu tightly as a hostage. The sight sends some into a panic, her scream echoing as she cries out for her father's life. The tension drains from the first henchman as he smiles and echoes his friend's warning about dropping the sword, or else the Lord would be doomed. However, Mook unexpectedly raises his blade, leaving everyone bewildered by the sudden movement. A shockwave surged along the path of the sword, ripping through the ground until it reached the man holding Asu hostage. When nothing happened at first, confusion settled back over the crowd. Unbeknownst to them, the young master was wielding the 4th form of the art, the Flaming Heavens. The overweight man begins to shout, and Mook turns to him once more, questioning whether he truly meant what he had said earlier. As the boy approaches, the man's bravado crumbles, and he instinctively takes a step back, fear etched across his face, desperately pleading for him to wait. Mujuk realized it was too late for negotiations. With a steely resolve, he challenged the man, urging him to bring everything he had if he wanted to survive. The enemy sweats nervously, convinced that after unleashing such a powerful sword aura, he must be running low on energy. With determination, he draws his sword, intent on landing the first strike to eliminate the boy once and for all. To his astonishment, the MC effortlessly blocks the attack. Yet, the force of the blow was enough to leave the enemy's hands stained red from the grip. The hefty man declares that he will summon all his energy to finish this once and for all, only to be met with another block from his opponent's sword. Undeterred, he attempts again, this time striking the ground beneath him. The two engage in a fierce clash, neither able to land a decisive blow. As the battle rages on, the fat man begins to feel a surge of confidence, convinced that Mujuk is truly running out of energy. He was so focused on blocking the attacks that he lost sight of his own strategy. If only he could hold on a little longer, he might have turned the tide. But reality struck hard as a sharp pain pierced his chest. The young master's blade had found its mark. With a disdainful sneer, the boy taunted him, calling him pathetic and insisting he should have dedicated his life to training instead of succumbing to greed. For a chief bodyguard tasked with protecting the Golden Mansion, this act was an unforgivable betrayal. With a swift motion, the boy drew his blade, causing the man's insides to spill forth. "Perhaps in your next life, you should try your hand at being a merchant," he remarked, a hint of irony in his voice, given the man's evident love for wealth. With the matter settled, Azu turned to the protagonist, gratitude shining in his eyes. "I will never forget your help," he said earnestly. "You saved my entire family from ruin. May I ask your name?" In the midst of the unfolding story, Mook introduces himself simply as a passing swordsman. Azu chuckles at this, remarking that not even the king of travelers could easily defeat his men. The compliment brings a hint of pride to the young man's demeanor. Son interrupts the conversation, telling her father that she had promised the boy a monetary reward. Her father smiles and praises her, saying she did a great job and that it's a promise they can keep. He then turns to the boy, assuring him that, if he needed money, he had come to the right place. Mook can't help but smile. This was precisely why he had done all of this in the first place. Inside the mansion, the old man declares that since he saved their lives, they should repay him with everything they possess. However, he acknowledges that such a request is far from realistic. The boy chimes in, admitting he would never dream of asking for so much from them. Azu suggests that while it would be wise to agree on a specific amount, the young man could simply take as many coins as he could carry. The offer sends a shiver down the hero's spine. The only stipulation was that he couldn't use any carts or seek assistance from others, though he was free to tap into his own internal energy. With a hint of uncertainty, Mook explains that he might be capable of exceeding the old man's expectations under those conditions. The master explains that without his intervention, his family would have crossed over at that very moment. It's only fitting, he says, to reward him for his efforts. The protagonist beams with gratitude, thrilled that his hard work has finally paid off. He thanks the man for his generosity. Azu slowly opens the gate to his vault, and the boy steps inside, while his family watches eagerly from outside. One of the men comments that with his level of martial arts, he could carry far more than one might expect. He then questions whether her father is truly certain about this choice. The bearded man responds, asking if there's anything inside that could possibly be more valuable than the protection they receive today. With a gentle smile, he adds, "Just having you and Yang safe is more than enough for me and my daughter," a sentiment that touches her deeply. They both acknowledge that the hero is no ordinary person. The young woman remarks that he conceals his true strength, yet his exceptional skills are evident despite his youth. However, it's not just his abilities that her father noticed. It's the indescribable aura that the boy exudes. He had encountered countless individuals over the years, but none quite like this young man, calm and exuding a presence that was truly unique. Money could always be regained, but the chance to forge a connection with someone like him might never come again. That was why the old man felt indifferent to how much Mook would take. The more he takes, the stronger their bond will grow. The father's words resonate deeply within Saiyan's heart. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, the young master has already sold off all the treasures he acquired from the mansion. With too much to sell at a single shop, he ventured to various stores and markets, exchanging the items for coins and bills. This little game generated a staggering 38 million in currency, enough to establish and manage his organization. He strides into his father's throne room, where Mayong is, as always, by his side. Mayong reviews the reports that will guide crucial decisions for the sector, decisions that will ultimately reveal who can be trusted and who cannot. Sometimes, Mook found himself questioning whether his father, Woojin, was genuinely happy with his life or if he too was simply playing a role he never wanted. Breaking the silence, his father spoke first, acknowledging that he was aware of Mook's departure. Mook nodded, explaining that he had gone out to earn some money for himself, an unusual move for him. While he couldn't rely on his father's money forever, he knew he needed substantial funding moving forward. When questioned about his plans, the young man revealed his ambitious intention to create his own faction. This revelation took both Woojin and Mayong by surprise. When they inquire about his statement, Mook explains that each of the supreme demons possesses one, and to confront them, he would also need his own. However, his father quickly interjects, stating that this cannot happen. If Mook were to establish a faction, his brother would inevitably want one as well, leading to division within their family and among the cultists. He forbids it outright. Mook isn't taken aback by this response. He expected nothing less. The protagonist certainly didn't expect immediate approval. Just then, Mook revealed an item from his cloak, claiming it was a gift for his father and Mayong, piquing their curiosity. As he handed over the package and opened it, he couldn't help but ask, "What's all this money for?" Moojik replies that it would be Woojin's allowance, causing Woojin to perk up at the mention. While the son smiles, Mayong's anxiety seems to escalate, and his father's concern deepens. However, the old man maintains his composure, explaining that he already has more than enough money. The boy nods in understanding, remarking that he knew his father was like the richest man under the sun. He explains that the amount he gave was his first allowance as a son, a gesture of gratitude for giving him life and raising him. It's difficult to decipher his father's thoughts, but Mook expresses his desire to do this at least once and wishes the old man a wonderful afternoon. Mook slowly walks away from the palace, a faint smile playing on Woojin's lips, which surprises Mayong. Meanwhile, at the Nirvana Pavilion, Mook and Leon conversed in the corridors. Suddenly, something captures the woman's attention. It's Darien, announcing that the time has come. He bows to Moojuk, adding that everyone has been waiting for him. The protagonist beams at the unexpected sight of his friend. The boy explains that he volunteered, and Mook chuckles, remarking that he bet his friend didn't anticipate their reunion. The old partner nods in agreement, both of them clearly delighted by the turn of events. As the young master declares it's time to leave, he strides toward the exit, and Leon quickly falls in step behind him. Unbeknownst to her, Darian gazes at her with a love-struck expression as the group exits the building. As they push open the pavilion doors, the entire inspector squad stands assembled, their eyes fixed on the trio, particularly on Mujuk. The men swiftly salute, offering congratulations and warm greetings to the new master of the pavilion. The warmth enveloping the boy brings a smile to his face. They were far friendlier than he had anticipated. Curiously, he turns to Darian and asks if he had mentioned that their salaries would be cut if they didn't welcome him properly. The boy quickly shakes his head, denying it. With no other guesses, Mook inquires about the source of this pleasant atmosphere. The young one responds, explaining that it's all thanks to what he showcased to the inspectors. It all stemmed from the commander's investigation. When one of the squad members was injured, he ensured they received the best medical care, and as a bonus, he took down Godang. Noticing his friend lost in thought, Darian urged him to say something to the squad. The hero gazed out, contemplating the right words to address the men who depended on him. He says, "You might not know whether you'll be happier or more miserable now that I'm the master of this pavilion." He continues his speech with confidence. "But one thing is certain, your hearts are beating much faster than they used to." His friend watches in astonishment at the boy's impromptu address, while the inspectors appear to be contemplating the new master's words. The entire group erupted in celebration, their joy echoing through the palace. The atmosphere was electric until Mook received an unexpected job assignment. In his new office, Darian laid out the details, explaining that this document pertained to the mishandled incident, and he had specifically requested to review it himself. Exhausted, the master inquired if it had anything to do with Chumpa again. His friend hesitated, admitting he didn't want to bring it up, but recent events had aligned with his request. Leon reminded him that the sword demon was on the verge of exploding last time, emphasizing that Mujuk needed to maintain control. However, he argued that the tales written down were unjust and impossible to conceal, given the impending explosion. He urged her to read the accounts and cover what she could. Glancing over the document, she lets out a weary sigh, realizing the chief will undoubtedly need to take action. Meanwhile, at the entertainment pavilion, a man slams his ham onto the table, exhaling a long, frustrated sigh. A nearby patron approaches him, urging him to cut back on the drinking. He understands the man is in a difficult spot, but at this point, he's completely intoxicated. The man slurs his words, questioning how he's supposed to stop drinking when the bastard who put his son into a 10-day slumber walks free as if he were innocent. The gentleman, taken aback, asks for clarification, mentioning he heard the Nirvana Pavilion was looking into the case. The drunk takes another shot, his voice thick with frustration, as he explains that the investigator from Nirvana Pavilion claimed his son was simply training with a friend when the injury occurred. The bar owner inquires how he could possibly do that, and the father reveals that he heard the child's father, the one who orchestrated the attack on his son, was known as the Demon of 100 Swords. This notorious figure was a subordinate of Shinampa and commanded hundreds of other demons. The revelation seems to catch the young man off guard. The father continues, explaining that the investigator from the Nirvana Pavilion is of the same ilk. No, he was much worse. His companion urges him to lower his voice, warning that he doesn't want anyone overhearing him. But the drunkard is indifferent to the consequences. The bar owner, attempting to offer some guidance, reminds him that in times like these, he must remain strong. Yet, the father breaks down in tears, lamenting that if his son doesn't wake up, his wife won't be able to survive either. If that happens, he'll have to take justice into his own hands, he muttered, determination etched on his face. A third person interjected, skepticism lacing their voice. "Do you really think you can kill him?" They turned around, startled to find a group of men standing behind them. The father narrowed his eyes, demanding, "Who are you?" Instead of answering, one of the men stepped forward, a smirk playing on his lips. "Why are you going around claiming you'll kill someone else's precious son?" he taunted. He suddenly recognizes the man who put his son to sleep and demands that he return his life, noting the absence of any apology from him. The boy tilts his head and replies, "I'm very sorry for committing such a heinous crime. It won't happen again." The father's surprise is palpable. As the boy stands, he adds with a smirk, "So, is that good enough? I can't say I never apologize now." The man's shock is palpable as he takes in the scene, while the boy's friends wear smug expressions, reveling in the moment. Fueled by rage, the man grits his teeth and snarls, calling the boy a bastard as he unsheathes his sword. However, lacking true warrior skills, he finds himself outmatched. With a swift motion, the boy steps forward, fists raised, and delivers a powerful punch straight to the man's nose, sending him crashing across the room. He declares that everyone witnessed the event, then unsheathes his sword. His friends quickly chime in, confirming they are his witnesses. The young man lunges at the guard, mercilessly striking his face and demanding to know how a mere warehouse guard dares to report him to the Nirvana Pavilion. He blames his son for the trouble, claiming they pressured him to steal money from home, but he stood firm, insisting he wouldn't betray his father's hard work. As the boy continued to strike his opponent, he vented his frustration, claiming that Adia had shown him kindness, only to leave him feeling like human trash. His rage boiled over. To everyone's astonishment, the man suddenly interjected, declaring that the boy had just confessed. The boy froze, confusion etched on his face. When he demanded to know what the man was talking about, the man calmly pointed out that everyone had heard the real reason behind the boy's violent outburst. It wasn't training, it was something much deeper. He was the one who attacked him. Yet, as the boy surveyed the room, he exuded an intimidating presence, challenging everyone with a piercing gaze. "Did anyone hear me say that?" he demanded. The others averted their eyes, choosing to remain silent, as if they were invisible. A satisfied smirk crept across his face as he turned to the warehouse guard, confidently declaring, "No one heard my confession." The young man bursts into loud laughter, while the man, overwhelmed with frustration, cries out in despair. The boy can't help but remark that the man looks just like his son, crying like that, prompting even his friends to join in the laughter. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the merriment, saying they heard it all. The trio turns to see Mujuk slowly entering the room with his companions, a knowing look on his face. The bully spins around, demanding to know who dared to speak to him like that. He locks eyes with Muck, who retorts, "How dare you speak so rudely without even knowing who you're addressing? You sound like a spoiled child." Muck's friends shift uncomfortably, clearly uneasy in the presence of the young master. The boy quickly apologizes, admitting he's being overly emotional, and expresses his hope that the main character isn't upset. But his facade slips when he questions whether Muck truly believed he would say that. Even without knowing him well, he realizes that Muck isn't afraid of danger, boldly stepping into the fray. Muck smiles, remarking that if being the son of the demon of 100 swords grants him the freedom to act like a tyrant in public, then his father must hold considerable power in this place. The teenager, taken aback, asks if Muck is genuinely trying to belittle him simply for being his father's son. As the man being beaten comes to his senses, he gasps, "Is that the second young master?" A wave of surprise washes over everyone, leaving them to ponder what the second young master is doing in such a place. Meanwhile, the boy, sensing the gravity of his situation, stammers in confirmation, "Yes, it really is the second young master." Muck urges them to relax, revealing that he's present today as the master of the Nirvana Pavilion. This prompts Leon to question whether that would only make Muck angrier. Meanwhile, the friend feigns ignorance. The thug, realizing his mistake, apologizes for not recognizing Muck, admitting that he must have shown great disrespect, especially given Muck's youthful appearance. Muck, with a hint of sarcasm, responds that, considering the thug's poor behavior, he doesn't seem so young after all. The boy admits his ignorance, a cunning glint in his eye. He knows precisely when to show deference. But as he and his friends prepare to leave, the young master calls out, urging him to wait. "We have matters to discuss," he says, causing the boy to break into a cold sweat. "What do you mean by that?" he stammers. The protagonist's response is clear and direct. He's there to investigate the assault incidents linked to the boy. He replies nervously, reminding everyone that the pavilion had already deemed him innocent of fact that was indeed true. However, as the new master of the pavilion, he would be reopening the entire investigation. He starts enumerating the boy's offenses: habitual extortion, inciting theft, and even assault, ultimately branding him a murderer. In a shocking turn of events, he even targeted the victim's father, attacking him as well. Muck declares that the crimes he committed are truly heinous, and that he deserves to remain in prison for at least 20 years to face proper punishment. The thought of such a lengthy sentence terrifies the criminal, prompting him to desperately justify his actions, claiming it wasn't an assault, but merely training. The hero challenges him, asking if he has already forgotten his public confession from just moments ago. As the master of the Nirvana Pavilion, he had heard every word. Enraged, the boy retorts that his father would never allow someone to accuse him like that. Muck, however, reassures him not to worry. His father will be far too preoccupied to care for him, especially since he's about to be arrested for conspiring with an investigator from the Nirvana Pavilion. The boy, filled with defiance, shouts in the master's face, demanding to know if he truly believes his father will let him off the hook after being taken into custody. He boldly asserts that his father will undoubtedly seek revenge against the dark-haired boy. He might even attempt to carry out a massacre while he's locked away. Frustrated, the hero delivers a powerful punch straight to the boy's stomach. The impact brings tears to his eyes and sends snot dripping from his nose as he collapses to the ground. Mudrik, looming over him, reminds him that threatening the master of the Nirvana Pavilion has just earned him an extended sentence of 30 years. The boy looks up, tears streaming down his face, desperately begging for forgiveness. Resolute in his decision, the master urges him to put thoughts of his father aside and demands one compelling reason for forgiveness. The boy, caught in a whirlwind of desperation, begins to ponder. With unwavering insistence, the protagonist presses on, asking if he has ever trained with someone or lent a hand to help another achieve their goals. What he truly wanted to know was the kindest thing he had ever done, assuring the boy he would listen, no matter how exaggerated or fabricated it might sound. Tears streaming down his face, the boy came to a painful realization. Mudrik was right. He hadn't done a single good deed in his life. With a heavy heart, he admitted that he couldn't even conjure up a lie, leaving him to wonder why he deserved forgiveness at all. Desperate to redeem himself, he declared that he would strive to be nicer from this moment forward. Muck delivers a sharp slap across his face, sending him crashing to the ground. "You can live that way once you're out of prison," he declares. His friends, desperate and trembling, plead for mercy, insisting they were merely following orders. But Mook's gaze hardens. "If you don't tell me everything you know, you'll become scapegoats for the boy," he warns, the weight of his words hanging heavily in the air. They promise to answer any question he poses. With that assurance, he instructs Darien to lead them to the pavilion, while Inspector Nons orders his men to escort them away. The warehouse guard stands in disbelief at the whirlwind of events that have unfolded in such a short time. Mook interjects, reminding everyone that if anything happens again, they should report it to the Nirvana Pavilion. As long as he remains the master, no external forces will have any sway over him. Everyone is taken aback as someone finally steps up to demand justice. The young master concludes with a firm declaration. If anyone dares to summon their father in the same way that Brat did to intimidate others, he will call his father too. The crowd watches in astonishment, and soon the room erupts with laughter, not mocking, but a laughter of relief. Leon turns to the guard, expressing his confusion. "So, the demonic doctor really examined my son before we arrived here, as per the second young master's orders?" Mook smiles warmly, reassuring him. "Yes, it's true. But remember, your son is even more important. I saw him wake up before heading to the bar. You should go see him now." His eyes brim with respect and admiration as tears of joy spill down his cheeks. He bows deeply, thanking the main character for all the kindness he has shown. Mop replies that he has devoted his entire life to their cult, so it's only natural for him to protect someone like the MC. The warehouse guard raises his hands, clasping the boys in gratitude, his heartfelt thanks evident in his eyes. Leon and Darien observe the scene, pleased with the successful outcome of the raid, while even the bar owner wipes a bead of sweat from his brow. Finally, Mook smiles warmly, adding that he too has reason to be grateful on behalf of the cult. He returns to the Nirvana Pavilion, where his squad regards him with serious expressions. He had expected the first opposition to come from one of the sword demons, but to his surprise, it emerged from within the pavilion itself. The eldest of the special investigators, Gok Myung, steps forward, apologizing for not seeking him out in his office, explaining that there were simply too many people present. Mook inquires about the reason for their visit, noting that he heard the master had reopened an investigation that was previously concluded. He confirms their suspicions, and the group expresses their concern that this action might undermine the morale and authority of the investigators. The young man glances around, seeking consensus, and they respond with a unified yes. However, he firmly disagrees, believing that the past incidents have significantly undermined the authority of their pavilion. Gok Myung inquires about the meaning behind his words. He then asks if they had heard how Yang Ho confessed his crimes to everyone during his arrest. The old man nods in acknowledgement, prompting Mook to question what he was doing there in the first place. Gok insists that their current discussion revolves around reopening a closed investigation. Mook questions whether this is a matter of principle. The bearded man nods, affirming that it had never happened before. The master interjects, pointing out the gravity of the situation. An innocent child was beaten to death, and they had obtained a confession from the true culprit. He challenges Gok, asking if that doesn't warrant a new investigation, and how he can justify defending his principles in light of such a tragedy. With a serious expression, the old man declares that, while it may seem old-fashioned, upholding principles within an organization is truly vital. The leader sighs in disbelief, expressing his desire to hear everyone's thoughts. He asks those who believe reopening the investigation is the right course of action to step forward. The room falls silent as everyone glances around nervously, and only one person bravely takes a step forward. Rewound expressed his belief that it was essential to address the matter. Manhwarecap inquired why he felt that way, to which Rewound replied that the investigation had been unsatisfactory. He added that they couldn't dismiss the possibility of external influence being involved. As Rewound concluded his statement, he turned to the group and asked if anyone else wished to share their thoughts. A tall, gray-haired man nodded in agreement. He introduces himself as Eco, the man who had been beaten during the investigation. With genuine gratitude, he expresses how he hadn't had the chance to thank him before. The others watch on, their concern still palpable, as the two exchange brief words about the young man's injuries. Manhwarecap gazes at the group, his eyes locking onto investigator Zhang Hua, who steps forward. As the lead investigator on the case, his insights are crucial. However, all Zhang Hua offers is a vague assurance that he conducted a thorough investigation. The protagonist pauses, contemplating the implications, and then boldly asks, "Did you receive any bribes?" The man's eyes widen in panic at the question, and Gok demands to know how he could even suggest such a thing. Anger surges within the young man as he begins to unleash his aura, warning the old man to refrain from speaking without his permission. The tension in the squad is palpable. He turns to Zhang Hua, his voice steady but charged, and repeats the question, "Did he receive money from the demon of the 100 swords?" He swears on his life that he didn't take any money, insisting that if the young man doubts him, he can investigate further. Manhwarecap smiles, revealing that he already did, and confirms that the man is telling the truth. Yet, the investigator's expression remains tense, casting a shadow over the revelation. Everyone is taken aback, and Gok interjects, asking if the master conducted an internal investigation on the investigators, reminding him that such actions are strictly prohibited. The young man had acted under the direct orders of the cult leader, and the mere thought sent chills down the old man's spine. With a hint of defiance, the young man questioned why Zhang Hua had concealed the investigation if he hadn't accepted any money. Zhang Hua replied that he hadn't covered it up of his own volition, prompting Manhwarecap to ask if he had been threatened regarding his sister's safety. He confidently declared that the investigation into his character revealed him to be so incorruptible that finding someone like him was nearly impossible. Skeptical of these findings, the main character took it upon himself to investigate further, convinced that no one in the world could truly resist the allure of money. To his astonishment, he discovered that the man was indeed as incorruptible as the report had claimed. Zhang Hua is taken aback by the statement, prompting Mook to question why someone so meticulous would botch an investigation and cover-up. It's in that moment that Zhang Hua realizes his greatest vulnerability, his sister, his only family. Gok then asks if the friend had truly been threatened. Zhang Hua falls silent, and the old man, frustrated, demands an answer. At this moment, Manhwarecap realized why the bearded man had taken charge and summoned everyone. Zhang Hua, a subordinate Gok genuinely cared for, was the reason for the gathering. The old man had only come to safeguard his own reputation, ensuring that his record remained untarnished. The master reassures the young man, telling him not to worry about his sister. He explains that he has already dispatched warriors to protect her until the incident is resolved. The young man looks surprised, and Zhang Hua asks, "Are you serious?" The protagonist nods, and a wave of relief washes over the investigator, bringing tears to his eyes. He soon admits to committing a grave offense, dropping to his knees in a surprising display before Gok. The hero responds firmly, reminding him that he shouldn't have acted that way, even under threat. The man nods, fully aware of his misstep, and declares that he will accept his punishment willingly. The other inspectors exchange worried glances, their concern for their companion evident. Muck urges him to rise, declaring that if this incident had occurred after he assumed the role of pavilion master, he would not have shown any mercy. However, since it took place before his arrival, he's willing to make an exception for his subordinate. The man, taken aback by this unexpected leniency, can hardly believe his ears. "Are you really forgiving me?" he asks, astonishment evident in his voice. Manhwarecap nods in agreement, but reminds Zhang Ho that it was he who chose to forgive him, citing his history of honesty as the reason. However, he emphasizes that the life Zhang Ho once knew is gone because of this incident. His master urges him to start anew and strive to become incorruptible once more. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zhang Ho begins to cry even harder, repeatedly expressing his gratitude as the others look on. Suddenly, Mook raises his voice, commanding everyone to pay attention to what he is about to say. He vows that his pavilion will not be swayed by outside influences. In return, he promises to ensure that anyone who dares to disturb them will face consequences. If they ever feel threatened and come to him, he will protect their families without hesitation. Mujuk then questions whether he seems untrustworthy, suggesting that if they doubt him, they should place their faith in the leader of their sect instead. The young man declares that he will do whatever it takes, even if it means begging his father for assistance. He urges anyone who feels outside pressure to report it immediately. With determination in his voice, he promises to ensure that the squad can always carry out their duties with pride. Satisfied with his speech, the young master smiles warmly at his new subordinates, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. Our protagonist asserts that the Nirvana Pavilion will fulfill its purpose once every family is safe. He believes firmly that anyone who dares to commit a crime must face the consequences, regardless of their identity. He emphasizes that even if it's a member of his own squad, he will not turn a blind eye. In a bold declaration, he states that if his father, the cult leader, were to commit a crime, he would hold him accountable as well. The group's shock hangs in the air as Mujuk boldly declares that he does not fear the Nirvana Pavilion becoming obsolete. He emphasizes that their true failure lies in their inability to protect those they are meant to safeguard. Meanwhile, those who deserve punishment roam free, smiling as if untouched by consequence, leaving the pavilion powerless to intervene. In the midst of the speech, one of the subordinates interrupts, capturing the attention of everyone present. "I know it's late to say this," she begins, "but I want to follow our master." Darian introduces her as Joshin. With determination, she steps forward, leaving her colleagues intrigued by her boldness. Finally, she takes her place beside Darian and Mujuk, ready to stand by their side. The others step forward, positioning themselves behind the young master, except for Gak Miam, who watches in disbelief. Unarmed, Mujuk declares that if the old man truly wishes to turn his ideals into reality, he will need both experience and assistance. With determination, he extends his hand, inviting the old man to join him on this journey. Gak pauses for a moment, studying the boy before him. This time, he accepts the handshake, expressing his gratitude for the invitation. Their agreement is sealed with a somewhat shaky yet sincere grip. With that settled, the protagonist commands Darian to join the pavilion's warriors in their mission to apprehend the demon of the 100 swords, Yang Tai Young Ghost's father. Upon hearing this, Gak retorted that the demon would never surrender, especially with the 100-sword demons at his side. The young man boldly declared that they could summon him however they wished, for if they didn't, he would be accused of inciting a rebellion. During the meeting with Yang Tai, the old man greets Mujuk as second young master. In response, Mujuk insists on being called the master of the Nirvana Pavilion, which only seems to irritate Yang Tai further. Despite his annoyance, Yang Tai corrects himself and brings up the accusation of insubordination mentioned in his summons, demanding to know what it means. Mujuk calmly explains that he included it in the summons because he believed it was the only way to get Yang Tai's attention. Yang Tai nods in agreement, offering an apology for not complying with the arrest right away. The main character understands. After all, the man needed to maintain his pride in front of his subordinates. As he listens to Yang Tai's explanation, the young man acknowledges the situation, noting that it never should have escalated this far. After all, it all began with children simply playing together, something that could happen to anyone. The statement brings a smile to the demon's face, as he knew Muck would understand and assume he needed external help and money to keep the pavilion running. By this point, the protagonist had already realized he was being manipulated, but the revelation that the man intended to bribe him was unexpected. Yang Tai adds that if he wanted to become his father's official successor, he would undoubtedly need the demon's assistance, especially since everyone was rallying behind his brother. That's why Muck expresses his deep gratitude for the man's assistance. The man, anticipating such generosity from the young man, assures him that he will serve him faithfully from now on. Rising to his feet, he adds with enthusiasm that he plans to host a grand banquet in Muck's honor soon. The old man's attitude prompts Muck to inquire about his destination, leaving the man puzzled, as he believed their conversation had already concluded. Muck then presses on, asking if the man's offer of help was only valid after he was released from prison. Yang Tai, taken aback, tells him to stop joking about such matters. But the MC counters, "Do I look like I'm joking?" They were discussing his alleged threat to make a family member of the investigator disappear. The muscular man responded, insisting he had never made such a threat. With his arms crossed, Mudrik retorted that he couldn't care less about the man's claims. He had received a testimony from the investigator who felt threatened. According to the rules of his cult, the testimonies of its warriors held more weight than those of outsiders, all in an effort to uphold the investigator's authority. It's no surprise that the demon was unaware of that clause. Even the master had only recently stumbled upon it. However, he makes it clear that individuals like him are the reason for such oversights. Just like Yang Tai, many others believe they could escape their fates with mere words. Muck points out that if he confesses now, his sentence could be reduced by 10 years. However, if he refuses, a 20-year sentence awaits him, no negotiations. The demon, incredulous, questions whether the pavilion master has completely lost his mind. The young man smirks and replies that if madness is what it takes, then so be it. After all, dealing with someone like the old man requires a touch of insanity. Still, he decides to grant him a few minutes to ponder the offer. The man asks the boy what he's doing this for. The main character reiterates the question, beginning with, "Your son nearly beat his friend to death. This wasn't just a fight. He spent years bullying that boy. And after that, he threatened to harm a member of an investigator's family to cover up his son's crime. And you still don't understand why this is happening." The man scoffs, questioning how a mere storage guard could ever be compared to them, claiming their superiority. The pavilion, he insists, has always turned a blind eye to such matters. Mop regards him with indifference, replying, "Those are disturbing and frightening words," leaving Yang Tai perplexed. The hero then asserts, "Things are changing around here. Sweet yet icy." The demon of the 100 swords argues that the supreme demon would remain passive in the face of such injustice. However, Mujik retorts that he has no reason to act. After all, why should he intervene now when he did nothing to stop the boy from slaying the commander of the demon army? In a fit of frustration, the old man slams his hand on the table, splitting it in two, and calls for the pavilion master's attention. The boy scoffs, taunting the man by asking if he plans to threaten his family as well. It's a laughable notion, considering his father is the leader of the sect. Rising to his feet, he warns the man that he has only a few minutes left and advises him to confess his crimes. Outside the room, Yang Tai's furious screams echo, filling the air with tension. Muck ponders to himself, wondering if the true reason for the demon cult's downfall was an Omugi after all. A mere 100-sword demon had the audacity to threaten the family of an investigator from the pavilion. The cult's influence had waned so drastically that it now dared to challenge even the pavilion master. Was Mugi truly the sole reason for this downfall? As the young man stepped into the courtyard, he was taken aback by the sight before him. There, in the center of the courtyard, sat Shumpa, casually sipping a drink. Muck stands there staring at the old man, who raises his cup in a toast before taking a sip. Finally, the man greets Mujik, inquiring whether he prefers to be called Second Young Master, or by the name of the Nirvana Pavilion. The young man remains silent, gazing at the demon for what feels like an eternity. Eventually, Shumpa invites him for a drink, and with a nod, he accepts. As he settles into his seat, the old man warns, "Haven't I told you that nothing good ever comes from these frequent meetings?" Muck replies, a hint of defiance in his voice, "You're the one who keeps seeking me out." The comet streaks across the sky, drawing their gazes together with an intensity that hangs in the air. The tension is palpable, so thick that Muck takes a sip of his drink, steeling himself before continuing the conversation. He remarks that he sensed something different about the boy. After winning the fight, when he made a request to the sect leader, a spark ignited in his mind. If someone is clever, he muses, they should definitely make a wish like that. Mujik nods in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed a brilliant wish. Grabbing the bottle, Shumpa reflects. It all began that day. He pours a drink for the protagonist, remarking that he made his blade start crying. This leaves the protagonist bewildered, questioning how it could cry just because of him. He suggests it was more likely lamenting, prompting the old man to ask what he meant by that. Muck explains that during their fight, his disciple had used energy poison against him, and to add insult to injury, his other disciple had come to confront him and humiliated his subordinate. Moreover, his brother exploited the demon army for his own gain, while his subordinate threatened to annihilate an investigator's family from the Nirvana Pavilion. With chaos unfolding around him, it was clear that his blade would soon weep, lamenting the fact that those close to him had abandoned their principles. Shiampa smirked ironically, remarking that the boy certainly had a way with words. However, he was gravely mistaken, prompting the hero to ask for an explanation. Shiampa began. "First, you claim that those around me don't meet my standards, but they are, in fact, the perfect people for me." He elaborated that they embodied everything he stood for, leaving Muck utterly speechless. After all, the old man was truly eccentric. It was easier to handle him when he was brimming with pride and chasing fame. Without hesitation, Shompa demands that he release the demon of the 100 swords, arguing that his people's morale has plummeted due to the young master's actions. Yet, the boy remains resolute, stating that he will only release the demon if he is proven innocent after the investigation. The old man's response ignited a furious rage within him, unleashing a fiery aura that enveloped the scene. Tension crackled in the air as he confronted Shumpa, whose demonic energy radiated with an intensity that was on an entirely different level. In that moment, the old man finally grasped why Wu Jun had warned him that the time wasn't right yet. Snapping the young man out of his thoughts, his opponent offers a piece of advice. However, the boy interrupts, asking him to cut it out, which catches the man off guard. Sighing in frustration, he replies that if the boy is there to ask for a favor, he should just get to the point. There's no need for unsolicited advice in the process. Jumpa grits his teeth, reluctantly releasing the boy from his destructive aura. "You're right," he mutters, a hint of begrudging respect in his voice. "It's rare for someone to speak so directly to me." Moke, unfazed, replies with a knowing smirk. "You'd better stay on guard. Stagnant water is bound to rot." His enemy counters, "No one remains stagnant by choice." After spending some time in the water, they begin to enjoy it, ultimately missing their chance to escape. The young man replies that this is precisely why he shouldn't immerse himself in such murky waters. He urges the other to seize this opportunity to escape the filth, reminding him that Yang Tao isn't someone deserving of his protection. Taking another sip, the man then asks if the MC would accept a drink from him, extending the cup with a slight smile. Moke pauses to consider for a moment before nodding in agreement, allowing the old man to pour him a drink. He decides to take the advice about getting out of the murky water, a choice the boy deems quite wise. However, there's a catch. Mujik must become his water. What did he mean by that? What could it possibly entail? Shumpa urges the young master to drink the liquor if he genuinely wishes to become the celestial demon, offering his support in the process. This revelation catches the young master off guard. He had never anticipated such a declaration. Everyone knew of Shumpa's unwavering loyalty to his brother, so the prospect of him abandoning that allegiance is shocking. Confused, the young master asks, "I thought you were already supporting my brother." The demon reveals that he had no inkling of just how unhinged the boy was back then. The boy was undeniably driven, willing to sacrifice everything for his ambitions. Despite this, the main character had armed many of his allies, yet the old man still chose to stand by his side as a supporter. Muck confronts him directly, revealing that he was responsible for his brother's downfall. Yet Shumpa remains unfazed, shrugging nonchalantly. "Once we leave our parents' embrace, we become strangers," he states. "Do you expect me to grieve for a relative I've lost? It seems to me that you're the one suffering more." He presses on with his argument. "It's not like I've officially committed to working with your brother. Even if I had, I could always change my mind." Muck questions. "So, with your backing, you'd have an entire army at your disposal. But why choose him now?" Shumpa responds, "After witnessing his madness and courage, I realized I could stake my fate on the boy." The boy asks if he was chosen because of his madness, prompting a hearty laugh from the old man. "Indeed," he replies, "I intended to devour your madness completely." For a fleeting moment, Mujik feels a glimmer of understanding. He muses that if he were younger, he might have taken the old man's words at face value, swayed by the flattery. But experience has taught him the dirty little games old men play to manipulate the young. He had asked if the protagonist intended to become the celestial demon, as if that transformation could be achieved merely by working alongside him. The young man lowered his cup, expressing gratitude for the demon's high regard. Then, with determination, he declared it was time for him to fulfill his entrusted duty. Shiempa stared at the boy's cup, momentarily lost in thought before the weight of his question struck him. "What do you think my father would say about this?" He would likely accuse him of shirking hard work and playing politics, despite being entrusted with such an important role. But the old man poses a question. What would happen if he excelled in the role of master? He argues that if the sect leader intended to keep him as the pavilion master, Mujik would simply wither away in that position forever. There was only one path before him, the choice to become the sect's heir. Shiumba often claimed that if they worked together, the cult leader would pay him even more attention, as being chosen would elevate his visibility. He wasn't entirely wrong, but he overlooked one crucial detail. The desire to restore the sect's hierarchy wasn't solely his. It was also his father's ambition. Mook requests some time to consider the proposal, promising to drink when he has made his decision. Satisfied, Chiampa nods, acknowledging that this is a reasonable approach. He then picks up his blade and warns Mook that if the hero drinks recklessly just because someone told him to, it could lead to disastrous consequences. The man's sword is heavy, and he swings it with all his might toward the boy's throat. The boy blocks the blow with his own blade, a clash of steel ringing through the air. Shumpa declares that he will be waiting for an answer tomorrow. However, Muja counters, stating he will provide his response in 5 days. With eyes blazing with fury, the man gives him 3 days, leaping away before he can act on his anger. Alone, the young Master Shi grips his blade and mutters to himself about how much the old man's attack truly hurt. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Nirvana Pavilion, Mujik's squad trains relentlessly, their backs burdened with heavy logs as they push themselves to their limits. Leading the training is John Ho, his voice booming as he challenges the recruits. "Are you really going to give up so soon?" he demands, his intensity palpable. "This is just a regular training session for the Demon Guard. Did you think you could complete your missions in this state?" He urges them to push through the pain, reminding them, "Your wives, children, friends, anyone could betray you. But the sweat you shed here today, that will never betray you." Darian chuckles, turning to Mook. "I knew Jang Ho wasn't married, so it was amusing when he mentioned a wife and kids." Mook joins in the laughter, a soft chuckle escaping him. Shifting gears, Darian asks, "How did you manage to pull that off?" The young master raises an eyebrow, confused. "Pull off what?" Darian nods toward the apology statement released by the Southern Blade House. He couldn't believe they actually admitted their mistake. It was unprecedented. Muck suggested that if he was so curious, he could go ask them himself. Darian scolded him, warning that if he went there now, he'd come back without his legs. Muck dismissed the concern, confidently claiming that even if he danced on their turf, he'd return unscathed. This left Darian bewildered, but Mudrik's thoughts quickly returned to Chumpa, who was still waiting for his answer. Shifting the topic, he brings up Yang Ta and his son, insisting they be sent to a prison where contact would be nearly impossible. They must face punishment for their actions. His friend nods in understanding and Mook resumes his stride. Had he not intervened, the pair would have continued their reign of terror, leaving Kwok Su and his family to suffer in silence. Due to individuals like Yang Ta, there were countless victims of his actions that the main character remained unaware of, and more would inevitably surface. However, he was determined to put an end to their reign of terror. One night in the Demon Village, a few onlookers paused to watch. As the sign for the Nirvana Pavilion was erected in front of a building, Mook explained that this was an extension of the pavilion, a safe haven where people could report abuses of power committed by warriors of their own gender. The citizens gaze at him, a mix of confusion and disbelief etched on their faces. Sensing the silence, the young man inquires about their usual response when their warriors misuse their authority. An elderly man with a mustache ponders aloud. What do we do? The answer leads Mook to realize that the population likely accepted the abuse in silence, even those who knew they should speak up. After all, before even entering the Nirvana Pavilion, they were required to declare the purpose of their visit at the main gate, identify themselves, and undergo a thorough body search. This wasn't a one-time ordeal. They had to endure the same invasive procedures millions of times before finally reaching the pavilion. The young master requests that any matters concerning the warriors of their cult be reported directly to this branch from now on. The citizens exchange surprised glances, questioning if he truly means it. He nods, urging them to spread the word so that everyone understands they can always come to this branch if they face any injustice. He reassures them not to fear retaliation, stating firmly that anyone who dares to retaliate against a Nirvana Pavilion investigation will face execution. The mustached man is taken aback, realizing that the second young master is genuinely acting for their benefit. He bows in respect, promising to spread the word about his noble actions, which brings a slight smirk to Mook's lips. He contemplates how, with the Nirvana Pavilion at its heart, they will be able to safeguard the villagers, support low-ranking warriors, and stand up for those who suffer injustices simply for being weak. The clan aims to impart a vital lesson that every life within their community holds equal value. This principle will guide their path forward. As the young man approaches his home, he steps into the courtyard and spots Chumpa leaning on his sword, just as he had the other day. Noticing him, the old man inquires with a knowing smile, "Are you ready to enjoy that liquor I offered?" Mock settles into his seat, nodding in agreement. Chimpa grabs his liquor bottle and pours the amber liquid into Mook's cup. The air is thick with tension as the two lock eyes, neither willing to break the gaze. Once the pouring is done, the demon urges him to drink. But Mook holds his ground, looking Chimpa squarely in the eyes and insisting, "I'd prefer the little snack first." Chimpa, though visibly impatient, asks the boy what kind of snack he desires. Mujuk, however, responds with an unexpected request. He needs the demon army. Chimpa's eyes widen in disbelief. Trying to clarify, Mujuk adds, "Please put the demon army in my mouth." A heavy silence envelops them as Chimpa processes the boy's words. Finally, he breaks the stillness, turning to Mujuk with a serious tone. "Listen, young man, the world doesn't work that way." With a mocking tone, he questions whether it's unusual to eat while drinking. The demon, hands pressed to his face, seethes with rage, having waited 3 long days for the protagonist. The audacity of the boy's absurd proposal ignites his fury. He lifts his sword from the ground, declaring that the deal is off. With a menacing glare, he vows to sever the boy's head and deliver it to the celestial demon pavilion himself. As the old man swings his blade, Mook raises his own to deflect the attack. The force of the strike sends Mujuk sliding backward, and a buzzing sensation courses through his hand. The old man chuckles, remarking that it wasn't bad at all. Mook had effectively harnessed his internal energy to make that block. Now he realized that removing his head wouldn't be as simple as he had hoped. He swung his massive blade once more, but this time he missed. The hero, anticipating the attack, pivoted gracefully, raising his sword just in time to block the strike. As their weapons clashed, both warriors began to unleash their auras, each radiating their own formidable energy. The battle was evenly matched, a fierce contest of strength and will. The clash rages on, and it's evident that escaping this battle will be no easy feat. A small shockwave ripples through the air, followed by a powerful tremor that shatters a section of the pavilion roof. This devastation is merely a byproduct of the 2 swords colliding, sending debris raining down and tearing apart the floor beneath them. Chimpa lands a powerful strike, pushing Mujuk back once more. The old man, however, begins to realize just how formidable the young warrior is when he feels his own hand trembling from the force of the blows. Gritting his teeth, he notices a small crack forming in his blade and can't help but comment, "Now this is quite interesting." As Chimpa unleashed his fiery red aura, his fury was palpable. Mujuk watched the scene unfold, beads of sweat trickling down his face as he ground his teeth in anxiety. He contemplated the possibility of using the 4 steps of the wind god to confront Chimpa, his curiosity piqued by the thought of whether he could withstand the devastating step of annihilation. However, after carefully assessing the situation, he realizes that he still can't use it. Time is on his side, and he refuses to risk defeat due to a lack of internal energy. From a distance, the young man shouts, "Please, you demon army!" His words only serve to further provoke the old man's anger. The old man retorts, questioning who the young man intends to appoint as commander, since he himself is preoccupied as the master of the Nirvana Pavilion. Mujuk expresses his desire to appoint Jang Ho as the 3rd main commander. However, Chimpa interjects, questioning whether John truly aligns with their interests. He warns that Jang's greed will ultimately lead to his downfall. Chimpa recalls how the old man sought to harness madness to consume everything, and had even proposed an alliance. He concludes that the path of madmen can never lead to anything normal. The demon is taken aback, questioning what the boy means by madman. The boy presses on, asking if he's mistaken and admitting that, of all people, he must be insane to want to work alongside him. Muck, uncertain of where his ambitions will ultimately lead, reflects on his last endeavor with a god before the old man could unveil their plans to the world. Ironically, he had been the first among the supreme demons to succumb to eternal slumber. But why would someone so reckless and unscrupulous be the first to act? Back in the heat of battle, Chimpa glares at his opponent, grinding his teeth in frustration. He curses him, declaring that his greed has shattered all chances of negotiation, and with a swift motion, he kicks the liquor bottle away. The old man ascends high into the sky, leaving the young man utterly alone. Muck smirks, knowing all too well that the old man couldn't refuse his offer. After all, he understood better than anyone that the boy had 7 other supremes he could turn to. 2 days later, Jang Ho stands in shock, bewildered by the turn of events. "What the hell just happened?" he exclaims. In Mudrick's office, the atmosphere was tense as he revealed to the man that Chimpa had invited him to become the commander of the demon army. He leaned in, his voice steady, and asked if Mudrick was behind this unexpected offer. It seemed his instincts had served him well. The man was sharp enough to seek the truth directly. The main character nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you for considering me," he said, his tone sincere, "but I don't believe I deserve such a position." The master reassures his friend that there's no need for such humility. After all, that attitude belongs to someone who has been defeated by their own hands. He urges him to take charge of the demon army, just as he did with the Third Corps. If he accepts this challenge, he will undoubtedly become the greatest commander they've ever known. Jang Ho's face is etched with fear as he admits that the young man may be overestimating him, though. He can't entirely dismiss the possibility. Given that other candidates would still be recommended, it was intriguing to witness how Ji Young would evolve. Defeated, the man reluctantly accepted the young man's request, who was primarily focused on keeping the new commander occupied long enough to secure his position. Although he claimed it was merely to observe how events would unfold, his true intentions were clear. In a tense moment, Mujik stands frozen, sweat trickling down his brow as he gazes at the figure before him. His father, clad in a floral robe, stares back with an intensity that sends shivers down Mujik's spine. The silence stretches between them, thickening the air with unspoken words. Finally, breaking the standoff, Mujik musters the courage to ask, "Is that a new robe or something?" Mujin shakes his head, insisting, "It's just my pajamas." An awkward silence settles over the room once more. His father breaks the stillness, asking what Mujin is doing up so late. Confused, the boy retorts, "Late? It's still early afternoon." He then questions his father's tendency to sleep so early, cautioning, "If the leader of the Myron Alliance finds out, they might strike while you're asleep." Mujin, growing impatient, interrupts the chatter. Mook reveals his plan to wield the demon of the bloodied heavens as one of his swords. With a weary sigh, Mujin recalls their recent conversation, reminding Mook that just the other day, he had expressed a desire to take the demon down. The young man understood that destroying the old man would be a futile endeavor, and the bearded figure regarded him in silence. This revelation was hardly surprising to the celestial demon. When Yang Tao suggested Zhang Ho, he had already anticipated their eventual collaboration. Yet, his father cautioned him that Zhang Ho was not someone Mu Jue could easily mold into a weapon. The main character clarifies that he has no intention of taming him. Instead, he plans to use him until he breaks, deeming him not valuable enough to join his collection. Wu Jin questions what he would do if someone attacked him, to which the boy responds with a smirk, eager to see the attempt. There's a distinct difference between them. He's already weathered, and knows that if he breaks, it will be the end for him. Unlike the young, who only grow stronger with each battle, he has already reached his limit. Despite his son's passionate arguments, the celestial demon remains skeptical about his ability to put those ideas into practice. "Why are you sharing all of this?" he asked, his doubt evident. The son replied, "Because I'm receiving my salary from you. It's only right that I report on what I'm doing." The man hesitates, questioning whether he truly meant what he said. He urges his father to disregard Zhang Ho's recommendation. With a smile, he firmly denies any intention of accepting it, insisting that it should be rejected under all circumstances. This piques his father's curiosity. "Why would you want to turn down someone you recommended yourself?" he asks, puzzled. Submuk reveals that his plan was to seize the opportunity to show the old man his true place, as he always acted as if he were superior to everyone, even Wu Jin. The mustached man pauses, contemplating Submuk's words before recapping his son's statement. He questions whether Submuk is truly willing to abandon the demonic army and urges him to stop wasting time. The boy anticipated this reaction, but he insisted that it was precisely the point. He had something to gain from Chiampa, something that would only be assured if events took an unexpected turn. "Is that more important than the demonic army?" his father questioned, disbelief etched on his face. He explains that, in a sense, he would take control of the entire army. Wu Jin stares at him with a serious expression before turning away, dismissing him with a firm, "Stop being ridiculous." Mook can't help but smile. After all, nothing about this situation is more absurd than his father's little outfit. In the grand palace of the celestial demon, Wu Jin listened intently as he learned of Mook's recent rise within the sect. Despite the chaos unraveling around him, Mook had managed to distinguish himself, capturing the attention of those in power. He gazes at Chiampa, questioning if Mook's situation was somehow his fault. The old man shakes his head, insisting that it was entirely due to Mook's own abilities, which he had only recently come to recognize. Wu Jin remains convinced that Mujik is still quite immature. This prompts Chiampa to reflect, leading him to reveal that this was the very reason for his visit to the palace. He expresses his desire to elevate Mujik to even greater heights. The leader acknowledges this, stating that if Chiampa genuinely wishes to help, it would indeed be a remarkable opportunity, and he is more than capable of making it happen. The old man expresses his gratitude for the authorization. Seizing the opportunity, he requests a small favor, but Wu Jin raises an eyebrow, curious about what he means. Chiampa clarifies that he seeks permission to personally choose the new commander of the demonic army. This request echoes in Wu Jin's mind, reminding him of his son's firm stance against the other demon's recommendations. He explains that it would be difficult to allow, but the man persists, arguing that his son also desired this. Feigning sincerity, Wu Jin points out that it's evident he has already done much for his second son, and now it's time to consider the feelings of his firstborn. Champa then launches into a sermon about the lessons he learned while raising his disciples. The key takeaway? When it comes to support, one must choose only one person to stand behind. He had faced heavy criticism for that in the past, but honestly, the celestial demon couldn't care less about his life lessons. Unlike him, who possessed a generous heart, the demon had no qualms about crushing the first person who dared to speak out against him. Though Chiampa appeared irritated by the interruption, he chose to remain silent. This left Wu Jin wondering if there was more he wanted to discuss. The old man shook his head, bowing slightly as he stated he would see Wu Jin again before departing. As he walked away, fury simmered within him. He couldn't comprehend why the man wasn't offering his full support. Having made his choice to support him, he knew he had to fully commit. As night descended, he met Mook for a drink and expressed his thoughts, noting that the cult leaders appeared to care more about his brother than about him. Locking eyes with Mook, the main character asked pointedly, "Did you really believe that?" He expresses that it feels as though all their combined efforts were in vain. If he was losing to his brother, he should have compensated for what was lacking. This statement irritates Chiampa, who retorts, "Are you saying I'm not good enough?" The boy quickly clarifies that he's simply disappointed with the situation. The old man sets his cup down and begins to explain why it was impossible to appoint Zhang Ho as the army commander from the start. Before he can elaborate, the protagonist interjects, eager to know if his partner has truly given up. Pouring another drink, the old man replies that there's no use in insisting on something he already knew wouldn't succeed. Upon hearing this, Muju couldn't resist teasing him. "So, you've been acting tough all this time, yet you couldn't manage that one thing for me?" His words struck the man deeply. What did he mean by that one thing? Acting tough? Please. The boy continued, claiming he was the one who had offered support. The man shot back, insisting that it was the MC who had chased after him like a child, asking for something utterly impossible. Max certainly has a lot of nerve to say that. If he truly felt that way, he should have outright refused the proposal, instead of recommending Zhang Ho as commander the very next day. Drawing his blade, he carves a line in the ground between them. With a steady voice, he begins his analysis, reminding everyone that he had previously mentioned this was the sect leader's true opinion of him. He placed his trust in him and stepped forward. Then, drawing another line, he proposed that this one better represented Chinampa's relationship with Wu Jin. The old man observed the boy's reasoning, noting the air of superiority in his gaze. It was a victory. The boy had clearly silenced any further arguments. The boy replies, "If I were you, I would have made it happen, no matter the circumstances." Chiampa glares at him, filled with disdain. "Well, why don't you try then?" he retorts, but the boy is left confused, unsure of what Chiampa truly means. The old man begins to explain, "Didn't you mock me, claiming I'm incapable of handling this simple task? If that's the case, you should be able to accomplish it effortlessly." Mook, puzzled, asks what he would gain if his father agreed to the request. However, Chiampa is certain that the spell would ultimately backfire on the caster. He has no doubt that his father would reject him, just as he had rejected Chiampa himself. He knew Wu Jin like the back of his hand. When the young man asked if this was a bet, the old man was taken aback. Nevertheless, he accepted the challenge. The condition was clear. If the MC failed, he would join Chiampa without complaint and cease his requests. This made the young man curious about what would happen if he succeeded. Chiampa found himself momentarily speechless as they locked eyes, the tension thick in the air. Finally, he declared that he would grant whatever the young man desired. Mook, with a glint of determination, responded that he wanted an elixir crafted by the demon. One elixir surpassed even the essence of the demonic pill, a notion that seemed absurd to the man who lamented how difficult it would be to find something so extraordinary. Yet that was precisely why the hero had made the suggestion. He had a purpose in mind, a rare elixir that would grant him more energy than the essence of the demonic pill, and he was well aware that the old man possessed the divine pill. He argues that if he couldn't make Zhang Ho the commander or secure an elixir for him, there was no reason for them to collaborate. Finally, Chiampa relents, declaring that if the boy could appoint anyone he desired as commander, he would indeed provide the elixir. Muk drew his sword, declaring that this was a promise. The two clashed blades, a silent agreement passing between them before they walked away. It was flawless. If he consumed the divine pill alongside the essence of the demonic pill he had already taken, he would surpass any supreme demon in terms of energy, and he was already aware of how to ensure victory in the bet. He turned to Myung, his father's advisor, seeking the truth about the possibility of Jung Ho becoming the commander of the demonic army. "Be completely honest with me," he urged. Myung sighed deeply, contemplating the question before finally responding. "It's less than 10%. The boy frowned, recalling, "But I heard that Shi Nampa recommended him." The man explains that Wu Jin rejected the proposal, confident that he knew him well enough to understand he wouldn't change his mind without a compelling reason. In fact, he was well aware of what that reason might be. He then poses a thought-provoking question. What if another supreme demon were to endorse Jung Ho? This suggestion leaves the advisor deep in thought. Meanwhile, Myung is resolute in his plan, having already identified someone who could fit the bill. That night, Myung remained engrossed in his work, his eyes scanning the pages of his book, though his mind was clearly elsewhere. He couldn't shake the conversation he had with Muk. Two supreme demons endorsing the same individual was unprecedented. If this truly came to pass, it would significantly increase the likelihood of Jung Ho becoming commander, a development that would certainly explain the shift in their plans. He questions the boy, wondering if that could truly be accomplished. The boy responds with determination, saying he would at least try. After all, sometimes it was easier to confront two tigers than just one. It was this final thought that lingered in his mind, leaving him deep in contemplation. He couldn't shake the thought that the other tiger he mentioned might be the supreme of the sword. Meanwhile, Ba Jong Tak, a member of the Norden Skysword clan, sat in Mudrik's office questioning the meaning of violence. He claimed that the servant was framing him and requested an opportunity to confront her. However, the young master raised an eyebrow, asking why he believed she would want to incriminate him. The man replies that he can't be certain, but he speculates that someone may have influenced her actions, or perhaps he inadvertently offended her, though he insists he hasn't done anything wrong. Muk gazes at him thoughtfully, nodding in agreement that they should meet. He then calls for Darien, who enters the room accompanied by a small girl. Ba Jong Tak jumps to his feet, his voice rising in disbelief as he demands to know if she was the one responsible for everything. Mook quickly intervenes, warning him that if he raises his voice again, the conversation will come to an abrupt end. Turning his attention to the little girl, he asks if that man truly did all of this to her. Despite her fear, she nods in affirmation. Once more, the accused shouts, "How dare you lie?" Her body trembles, betraying her fear of being exposed. The protagonist reveals that her action stemmed from fear. This revelation offends the person who questions whether he is siding with her. He responds calmly, explaining that he heard the man had threatened her, saying he would go after her family if she dared to expose him. The statement leaves him utterly speechless. He turns to his superior, incredulous, and asks if she truly believes what the girl has just said. His gaze shifts momentarily to Darien. Just then, two more women enter the room, and the man's shock is palpable. The young man, however, quickly reassures him that he should remember them. They were once his servants. Stammering, he confirms this, noting how much they have all grown. The two glare at him, their faces etched with discontent. Muzi cuts through the tension, telling him to drop the act of being a nice guy. Both of them have already testified against him. His pattern was always the same. He used the girls for 3 years before discarding them for someone new. Ba Jong Tak, looking down in shame, tries to justify his actions as a drunken mistake, pleading for forgiveness. He boldly asserts that none of the others who interacted with their servants ever faced jail time. Muk, who seems to trust the man's claims, nods in agreement. The man swears he will never repeat such actions and even offers to write a vow promising it if the MC desires. The dark-haired boy dismisses the need for such drastic measures, assuring the man he wouldn't send him to jail. His words shock the girls present, leaving them uneasy. The man, grateful, begins to express his gratitude. But before he can finish, he meets a grim fate at the hands of Mozik. With a chilling calmness, the hero declares that he would be sent to a place far worse than jail. The girls' expression shifted to shock as they processed what they had just witnessed. They noted that Darien seemed less affected by the ordeal. Finally, the protagonist reassured them that the man who had tormented them was no longer a threat, and their families would be safe from harm. He urged them to live their lives free from worry, but the horror still lingered in their eyes. He went on to explain that they would likely They would never forget what the man had done to them. It was far better to hold on to that memory than to dwell on anything else. He hoped that when the time came for him to pay for his crimes, it would leave a deeper mark than the pain he had caused. He wanted them to remember the final look on his face, a reflection of his reckoning. That was the least he could do for them. The eldest servant, Hussein, stepped forward, expressing heartfelt gratitude for the long-awaited revenge he had helped them achieve. The younger ones, their eyes brimming with tears, quickly followed suit, offering their thanks as well. Yet, witnessing their emotional response did little to lift his spirits. He remained as serious as ever, mirroring Darion's somber demeanor. He urged them not to thank him, explaining that his ability to punish Bajong was only possible because of their bravery in testifying against him. It was their courage that made a difference, and he encouraged them to continue living boldly. They nodded in agreement. With the matter resolved, Darian escorted the three girls out of the building. As they left, Mook couldn't help but reflect on his father. He couldn't bear the thought of being brought down by the orthodox martial artists he despised so much, especially if they continued to embrace the notion of survival of the fittest. That simply couldn't happen. Without a doubt, his father had to be eliminated. His dark musings were abruptly interrupted when Leon burst into the office shouting his name. He remarked that Bajong had served the Northern Divine Swordsman, and the Supreme of the Flowered Sword would not allow his elimination to go unpunished. He asked if Bajong wasn't afraid, and indeed he was. Fear gripped him at the thought of dying before he could rectify all the corruption around him. Yet, another voice chimed in, noting that since his official appointment as Pavilion Master, the sect had been thriving, boasting more virtuous individuals than even the Marim Alliance. He believed that not mistreating servants was not something to celebrate. It was simply how things should have always been, even if it hadn't come to pass naturally. The boy's words left her momentarily speechless. He then commanded her to inform the Supreme of the Sword immediately, insisting she convey that there had been an incident during the investigation that he would explain in person. In a distant realm, within the Northern Skysword clan, Darian and Mujuk were led by a local guide. Upon reaching the palace, the protagonist was introduced to the superior as the Pavilion Master of Nirvana. There, he encountered the supreme demoness of the Flowered Sword, So-Yeon Ren. Despite her youthful appearance, seemingly in her 20s, she was actually twice that age, sparking whispers and rumors throughout the sect. There was something timeless about her, an unwavering essence that remained unchanged despite the world shifting around her. In fact, with each passing year, she appeared to grow even younger. Mujuk bowed respectfully, acknowledging that it had been a long time since their last meeting. However, she interrupted him, requesting that he refrain from calling her madam. Instead, she suggested he refer to her as the Supreme of the Sword. Mujuk chuckled, replying that such a title felt impossible given her undeniable seniority. She questions whether he respects her merely because of her age, insisting that respect should be earned, not given freely. She argues that even younger individuals deserve respect if they have proven themselves worthy. Ultimately, the boy concedes, asking her to address him in a more casual manner, to which she readily agrees. Muck then introduces Darian, the investigator assigned to the recent case, explaining his presence in case any details of the investigation need clarification. However, she insists that there's no need for further discussion. If the Nirvana Pavilion has deemed a crime to have occurred, then it must be true. She acknowledges that a man like him deserves his fate, yet her household will not pursue conflict over it. Mujuk glances at his friend, who comprehends the unspoken message and promptly exits the room. As he takes his leave, the Supreme addresses her old acquaintance, expressing gratitude for the changes his hard work has brought to her cult. With humility, he replies that it was only possible due to the unwavering support of a remarkable woman. She chuckles softly, dismissing his praise, insisting there's no need to honor an old crown like herself so lavishly. The boy quickly scolded her, insisting she looked like she was in the prime of her 20s. This struck her as absurd. She had long since stepped away from her duties to dedicate herself to mastering martial arts. Her life had been vastly different in her previous regression. After Hormuzi defeated Wu Jun and dismantled his sect, all the supreme and martial masters vied for leadership, igniting fierce competition among them. Ultimately, the first to ascend as sect leader was the Supreme of the Flowered Sword. During her tenure, the realm was engulfed in constant warfare. While it would have served her well to possess political acumen, ruling was never her ambition, leading to her overthrow after just 4 years. As the conversation shifts back, Mook reveals that he found himself in a complicated situation when the incident occurred. When asked about the situation, he casually mentioned that she had likely already heard about his ongoing conflicts with the Southern Sword House. He brought up the house deliberately, curious to see her reaction, knowing that its leaders had the most strained relationship among the Supremes, and their subordinates often clashed like cats and dogs. The protagonist went on to explain that while Shumpa had been applying significant pressure on him before, his current conflict was now with Yan Ryan's house. Upon hearing that, her immediate response was to assert that she was nothing like the sword demon. The boy wholeheartedly agreed. Seizing the moment, she brought up the rumors that Shumpa had suggested Zhang Ho as the next commander of the demonic guard, curious about what was happening on that front. Noticing her interest, the main character began to explain that Zhang Ho was an exceptional and loyal individual, revealing that he was one of his trusted men. The one inquires how he managed to sway Shumpa, to which he replies that he played on the man's pride, challenging him to make a choice for the good of the sect. Yet her expression reveals that she remains unconvinced. Mudrik adds that his tactic only succeeded because the old man was reluctant to lose him. While this revelation doesn't seem to surprise the Supreme, she chooses to remain silent. The young man interrupts the tense atmosphere by recalling a remark made by the sword demon. He boldly asserts that he believes he cares more about the sect's well-being than any of the 8 Supremes. This statement draws a scowl from her. He continues expressing the challenges of appointing Zhang Ho as a commander. Even Wu Jun's advisor had offered a suggestion, but to him, it felt utterly impossible. The Supreme interrupts him, inquiring about Miao's suggestion. Muck explains that the advisor believed it could be possible if another Supreme were to endorse John. However, he adds that none of them would ever take such a step. This prompts the woman to question his certainty, but Mook maintains his facade, pretending not to understand her skepticism. She then asks if he truly believes Shampo is the only supreme demon who cares about the sect. He quickly denies it. Sensing the direction of the conversation, Yan Ring admits that he came to her house to flatter her and request a recommendation for Jiang Ho. Just as he anticipated, she sees right through his scheme. He understood the importance of honesty, especially when truth and deception intertwined so seamlessly that no one could discern reality from illusion. It was the perfect moment to set his scheme in motion. With that in mind, the protagonist inquired whether the Supreme had caught wind of his plan. Her silence spoke volumes, revealing that she harbored her own doubts. After all, Shampo was reckless enough to abandon his own brother, so why would he have chosen him in the first place? The Supreme gazes intently at him, her expression serious. Finally, she breaks the silence. She reveals that she understands why the sect leader appointed him as the master of the Nirvana Pavilion. But now, it seems, he is the one who is truly lost. The woman steps closer to the boy, her gaze steady. "You have a peculiar way of stirring people's hearts," she remarks. Then, with a hint of seriousness, she adds that she will recommend Zhang Ho for him. The boy, taken aback, questions her sincerity. "Are you serious?" he asks, disbelief etched on his face. She nods, explaining that she wanted to demonstrate that the sword demon wasn't the only supreme being who cared for the well-being of the sect. The encounter concludes with Mook bowing to her once more, vowing never to forget her assistance. As he makes his way back, he reflects on how he had anticipated her support all along. After all, if he truly had the potential to inherit the sect, Shampo would have recognized it before anyone else. She wouldn't allow the old man to monopolize his future. If she could help it, she would ensure he had every opportunity to thrive. She loathed him so deeply that he was the very first person she crushed with her own hands, after ascending to the position of sect leader. Meanwhile, at the Celestial Demon Palace, Wu Jin and Mian were in conversation, surprised that Mook had managed to persuade the Supreme of the Flowered Sword. However, Mook's father was well aware of the strategy employed. He chose instead to focus on Zhang Ho's character and loyalty. Mian explains that he truly was exceptional, but his strength lay in martial arts, not in politics. Muja had made a wise choice in this regard. Wu Jin reflects on Mian's words, realizing that he had somewhat overlooked the man, likely due to an emotional decision, much like Zhang Ho himself. The advisor viewed his trait as both a strength and a weakness, a perspective that sharply contrasted with the celestial demon, who dismissed it as merely a flaw. Mian then inquired how his master planned to address the situation with the commander of the demonic army. However, with 2 supreme demons backing the recommendation, he found himself with little choice but to comply. He couldn't risk bruising their egos. It was settled. Zhang Ho would take the lead, while Mian would bear the task of delivering the news. Meanwhile, at the Nirvana Pavilion, Mok confronted his friend, who confessed his uncertainty about how to repay Mok's kindness. With a hint of self-deprecation, he added that, given his nature, he doubted he could ever truly return the favor. This prompts Jang Ho to ask the boy what he meant by that. The boy explains that he appointed him as commander for 2 reasons. First, he truly believes Jang Ho is the perfect person for the role. In other words, he prioritized the well-being of the sect over any personal gains they might achieve together. Jang Ho humbly responds that he doesn't deserve such praise. However, his friend brushes him off and adds, "The second reason is that I believe the demonic army will become my strength." Confused by this logic, the new commander questions how these 2 reasons don't contradict each other. He remarks on the challenge of maintaining a friendship with someone so unwaveringly principled. He assures his friend that he would never exploit their personal relationship to manipulate him. Surprisingly, Jang counters, stating that if his friend believed he would jeopardize relationships for the sake of the organization, he couldn't be more mistaken. Muck questions him, prompting the man to reminisce about their first encounter. He recalls sending an anonymous letter after someone had hurt his friend, driven by a desire for revenge. It becomes clear that he is an emotional individual, someone who values personal relationships above all else in life. He declared, "I want to swear my loyalty to you." Then he added, "No, I already have. You should know that my allegiance lies with the sect and its leader, and I will diligently serve alongside the demonic army." Yet, he felt it was essential to clarify that his deepest loyalty would always be to Mujuk. Upon hearing that, the main character realizes he has someone far more valuable by his side than he initially believed. With a smile, he declares that he'll be counting on his friend from now on. Jang responds enthusiastically, expressing his excitement to collaborate. Later that night, as usual, Chumpa makes his timely entrance into the courtyard of the Nirvana Pavilion. Muck remarks that his posture resembled that of a guardian statue watching over him. Defensive, he questions whether Mook was trying to provoke him, citing his own gloomy aura. Mook quickly denies the accusation. The old man then congratulates him on appointing Jang as the commander, and the MC expresses his gratitude for the acknowledgement. This calmness felt unusual. Mook had anticipated Chumpa would be on edge after involving Yanring in the situation. Even so, he couldn't let his guard down. Who knew what that old man was capable of? He inquired about how he had managed to persuade the supreme demoness of the flowered sword. After ensuring the man wouldn't take offense, the boy explained his strategy of using words the old man had never uttered. The old man grumbled in response, realizing he had been outsmarted. "Surely the woman must have seen through Mudrik's ruse," he said, a hint of suspicion in his voice. "Perhaps she even played a trick on you herself." With that, he offered his assistance to keep the 2 of them from joining forces. With that, the old man inquires about Mudrik's intentions. Mudrik asserts that Chunba remains his top priority. However, the old man struggles to believe him, especially after the assistance he received from Jang Ho. Mudrik counters, explaining that his success was only possible because Chiampa had supported him in the past. Holding a small box, the mustached man expresses his skepticism, suggesting that it would be difficult for Mook to remain loyal if the woman were to present an irresistible offer like the one she was about to make. The boy accepts the offer, curiosity piqued as he asks what's inside. The man simply replies, "A promise is a promise." The boy's eyes light up with wonder as he gazes into the box. Inside lies the celestial divine pill real and tangible. He can hardly believe it was handed over so easily. He had expected the man to concoct 1,000 excuses, perhaps rambling about the difficulty of finding such rare elixirs. Chiampa reveals that he has possessed the item for a long time, admitting that even he lacked the courage to swallow it. Mook, feeling suspicious, questions whether Chiampa is truly offering it to him. Growing impatient, the old man suggests that Mook take a sip of his drink before they continue their conversation about the second young master. With sincerity, he declares, "I won't be betting the rest of my life on you." The words leave Mujib more startled than ever. The Bloodheaven demon had revealed the strongest card in his hand without a moment's hesitation. Just before, the boy had told his father there was no reason to keep Chiampa around. With that precious gift in hand, he knew he had to reconsider his earlier claims. If the old man was so resolute, he would do everything in his power to keep him by his side. He bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude for the trust bestowed upon him. When he asks the old man to stand guard while he takes the pill, the old man leaps up in alarm, questioning if the boy is crazy for wanting to swallow that thing in front of him. Yet, since it was the old man who provided the pill, the boy feels it only makes sense to consume it in his presence. Allowing someone to guard you while you circulate energy holds profound significance. It represents the ultimate level of trust a martial artist can offer. Chiampa raises an eyebrow, questioning whether Mujib truly trusts him with the pill. Without hesitation, Mujib declares his intention to swallow it. After all, if it were poisoned, he would have no choice but to comply with whatever Chiampa demanded to obtain the antidote. This prompts the demon to ask what makes Mujib so certain he hasn't poisoned it, but Mook simply shakes his head, confident that Chiampa isn't that underhanded. He persists, questioning what will occur if his instincts lead him astray. The boy simply replies that he'll cross that bridge when he comes to it. At last, Mujib places the celestial divine pill in his mouth, whispering a silent plea for it to dissolve easily. A brilliant blue light courses through his veins, enveloping his entire body in a radiant glow. For a fleeting moment, he shines like a star before opening his eyes. The pill has dramatically amplified his inner energy, propelling him to new heights. His moment of bliss is interrupted by Chiampa, who curiously asks what the divine pill tasted like. The boy replies, "It tastes like honey. I've never eaten anything so delicious before." Hearing this, the old man laments, blaming himself for not having eaten it sooner instead of holding on to it for so long. Mook reassured him not to blame himself, confidently stating that he had digested it 10 times more efficiently than the old man ever could, and he was right. His energy surged, leaving him certain that he would never lose a fight against him due to a lack of power. Just then, Chiampa called for his attention, asking the question that many had posed before, "Who the hell are you?" Mujib gazes at him, curiosity piqued. "Who are you to stir my heart like this, to make me surrender the celestial divine pill?" His pupils narrow as he is suddenly enveloped by a shimmering blue aura, leaving the old man momentarily stunned. With a calm yet commanding presence, he replies, "I am someone who, in time, will inevitably command you, old demon, if I live long enough to see it come to pass." The two share wary glances, and Chiampa crosses his arms, unsettled by the aura radiating from the boy. He inquires about V's ultimate goal, leaving the mustached man perplexed. Nevertheless, V ponders the question. When he admits he's too old and simply wants to continue living as he has, Chiampa challenges him, asking if he's not just forcing that answer. However, he struggles to grasp what was forced about his response. The hero explains that during the pressure, he had acted like a much younger man, claiming he could almost feel the flames burning fiercely beside him. Chiampa, taken aback, ensures that he's being serious, to which the main character nods in affirmation. Honestly, he feels a surge of happiness at the compliment. He believed he had grown soft in recent times, a sentiment Mujib understood all too well. No matter how many ambitions and passions one harbored, time would inevitably tear them away without a hint of mercy. The protagonist remained silent as he picked up one of the old man's cups, lost in thought. Extending the cup and bottle toward him, Muck gently requests that he pour a little of the drink. It's a surprising request, prompting Chiampa to remark that he lost the bet this time rather than the other way around. However, Muck clarifies that the moment he handed over the pill, he had already won the true wager. That's why he is now ready to accept the liquor he had offered long ago. Uncertain of his own intentions, he wondered if he truly wanted Chiampa to join his group. The old man poured a drink for the protagonist, who downed it in one swift motion. "From now on, we'll work together," he declared. As long as Chiampa's actions were within Mujib's capabilities, he had his full approval. The mere thought of trying something new sends the eccentric old man into fits of laughter. As he celebrates the hero, he calls for another round. Yet, amidst the hearty chuckles, he realizes that he hasn't truly opened his heart. Chiampa is not someone who can be easily understood through mere details or fleeting warm moments. Not even Mujib fully understood the turmoil in his heart. Their relationship would only take shape when the old man chose to reveal it. The possible outcomes loomed before him: to be consumed by flames, to be struck down by a sword, or to forge an eternal friendship. On the day he resolved to make a choice, everything hung in the balance. Yet deep down he felt inadequate. The boy knew he needed to gather more internal energy, something he could never have in excess. As he trained, he overheard a comment about his internal energy increasing once more. Turning, he saw his father standing at the door of the training room. The boy eagerly explained that he had received the celestial divine pill from the demon of the blood heavens. An uncomfortable silence hung in the air, prompting him to ask why his father didn't seem surprised by the revelation. The man reveals that he had already anticipated Chiampa's desires. When Mujib asks how he knew, he is taken aback to learn that it was his father who had given the pill to the old man. Stunned, he repeats the words to confirm what he heard. It seems Chiampa's earlier drawing was indeed accurate. Curiously, Mujib inquires about what he had wagered in the bet. He replies that he had offered himself willingly. The man concludes that Chiyompa has accepted a lost cause. However, Muk insists that he is just getting started and plans to take down all 8 supreme demons. This declaration hangs heavily in the air, deepening the silence between them. Mujuk finds the moment strangely unsettling. Previously, he would have dismissed the boy as crazy, but now he remained silent. This silence made him question his father's thoughts. Perhaps, he mused, the hero truly had the potential to succeed. For the first time, it seemed like Mujuk was beginning to recognize his own worth. The celestial demon, however, chose to say nothing further on the matter. He turns his back and instructs him to continue his training. Before departing, he expresses gratitude for appointing Zhang Ho as the commander of the demonic army. However, the man interrupts, clarifying that he only made the decision based on the recommendations of 2 supreme demons. The boy then declares that he will find happiness, causing his father to freeze in surprise. He believes that his own happiness is essential for the happiness of those around him. The sect will find happiness, the boy insists. Before Mujuk can dismiss the idea as foolish, the boy anticipates his thoughts, warning that such an emotion could lead to his downfall. His father chimes in, acknowledging the boy's awareness of his chosen path. Forget about something as trivial as happiness, he advises. Mujuk shouts defiantly that this is not his wish, asserting that he will find happiness even on this path. As the door closes behind him, he stands alone, resolute in his determination to forge his own destiny. Meanwhile, on another day, Yanrang wanders through a vast garden, captivated by the vibrant flowers surrounding her. Their beauty draws the admiration of someone nearby, piquing her curiosity. She responds by mentioning the saying that beauty grows with time. However, it seems that this adage might take a while to apply to the second young master, who stands quietly observing her. He ponders that, if he were older, things would undoubtedly be much more complicated. The boy had come to express his gratitude for her assistance, offering a bottle of liquor as a token of thanks. She graciously declines, explaining that she stopped drinking a long time ago. The young man quickly apologizes for his oversight. In truth, he knew she didn't drink, yet he brought the liquor anyway, hoping to keep her unaware of how much he truly understood about her. At times, he questioned whether he should resort to such tactics, but deep down, he realized he had to do whatever it took to forge a connection with her. Mujuk believed that help should always be rewarded, so he asked if there was anything he could do for her. After a moment of contemplation, she responds that it would be wise for him to sever ties with the demon of the blood-stained heavens, just as Chumpa had cautioned. Feigning ignorance, the young man asks why. She elaborates, explaining that their principles were fundamentally at odds. While the boy sought to reform the sect for the better, establishing order and rules, the demon thrived on chaos and destruction. After a moment of silence, he apologizes for being unable to fulfill young Rang's request. Curious, she asks why he couldn't. Mujuk explains that Chiyompa had also given him something of great value. Though he hadn't intended to reveal it, he felt compelled to share. Upon hearing this, young Rang presses him for details about the gift. Muk attempts to keep his secret, insisting it's personal. However, she challenges him, asking if they're not close enough for him to share. Relenting, he decides to tell her, acknowledging her invaluable help last time. When he reveals that he received the celestial divine pill, the demoness's expression goes cold. It's shocking to realize that the greedy old man was capable of such a feat. Mujuk stands firm in his assertion, adding that Chumpa deemed himself more valuable than the pill. The revelation leaves the woman utterly speechless. The young man expresses his gratitude once more, urging her to reach out if she ever needs assistance with anything. As he prepares to leave, she inquires about her brother Chumpa, asking how he appeared to him. He reflects for a moment before admitting that Champa's temper was fierce and violent, and he initially disliked him. However, he adds, with a hint of warmth, that as they spent more time together, Chumpa's true nature began to shine through. Young Rang wonders if his feelings were influenced by the gift he had received, a thought he doesn't entirely dismiss. In response, she issues a stern warning. If he wishes to continue receiving her assistance, he must sever his ties with the old man. Intrigued by her challenge, Mujuk demands proof. He wants her to demonstrate that her support surpasses that of the demon from the blood-stained heavens. After all, he was the one who had given him the pill. He needed a solid reason to sever their ties. The woman suggested that her value to the sect should suffice, but Mu couldn't help but ramble on, expressing his disdain for those who attempt to buy loyalty from their subordinates with dreams and ideals. His words ignited a fire within young Rang, infuriating him. Despite his uncertainty, he pressed on, expressing that he was unsure of her thoughts about the hero he was preparing. He would soon encounter countless people, and he lacked confidence in his ability to always make the right choices. Therefore, he sought her guidance, something that would illuminate his path and aid him in making the right decisions. He yearned for something more valuable than the celestial divine pill. She remained silent, enveloped in a chilling aura. Chiampa was someone he needed by his side. Yet even the demoness of the blooming sword seemed uncertain. When she finally relaxed, she asked Mujuk what he desired. However, as he pondered her question, he realized there was nothing he truly needed at that moment. With that understanding, she would interpret his silence as a message to Chiampa. He didn't encounter anyone else. With a smile on his face, the boy bids farewell once more. He understands that his silence would only make the woman more patient. As usual, Mujuk meets Chiampa in the pavilion courtyard under the night sky. "What did the hag tell you this time?" he inquires. The boy explains that she requested they cut ties, a fact the old man was already aware of. However, he inquires if she provided a reason for her decision. Mock summarizes her explanation, highlighting their differing values, which the elder dismisses as pure nonsense. The old man then asks what the main character plans to do next. Unsurprisingly, the boy reveals he intends to stay with whoever offers him the most benefits, a revelation that infuriates the elder. The boy challenges him, asking if he wouldn't consider his options if he were in the same situation. This silences Chiampa, who knows he would have done the same. Nevertheless, Mujuk reassures him that he remains number one, confident that Yanrang couldn't offer him anything better than the pill. Yet it wasn't impossible for the demon who insisted that the woman was capable of anything to bring about his destruction. All this tension led Mu to ponder the complexities of their relationship. As he reflected on the reasons behind it, the man appeared to wither under the weight of his thoughts. Mujuk understood the truth even though he had posed the question himself. The old man brushes off the question, insisting he didn't need a reason to harbor hatred. Sensing the tension, the protagonist shifts gears, inviting him for a drink to lift his spirits and prevent him from returning home in a sour mood. Chiampa raises an eyebrow, curious about the young man's perception of him. "What kind of person do you think I am?" he asks. The protagonist smiles and replies, "Someone calm." "I don't think that's a bad thing, Mook. Disappointment can linger, but when you're upset, it's important to let it out." He calls him again, this time offering to cover the drinks. This revelation made him leap to his feet, declaring that he would wait for the boy in the demon village. Meanwhile, at the Bar of Joy, patrons were captivated by the duo's exchange. Mook, taken aback, had expected the old man to seek out a place bustling with seasoned professionals, but to his surprise, the old man revealed he had no interest in that at all. This was particularly impressive, especially since his brother adored it. When Chen Ying's name came up, Chiampa quickly interjected, asking them not to mention him to keep the mood light. Mook nodded in agreement, knowing he had brought him up deliberately to ensure the wound hadn't fully healed. As they entered, the owner welcomed them warmly, clearly honored by their presence. After praising the delicious food and fine liquor, Mook's compliments left the owner genuinely grateful. As soon as he steps away from the table, Chiampa remarks that all that kindness was unnecessary. The boy counters, insisting that a little kindness never hurt anyone. The old man vehemently disagrees. He argues that if he were to threaten the owner with dire consequences for bad food, the meal would undoubtedly turn out flawless. He highlights the boy's emotions as a disadvantage compared to his brother. Mook explains that life is simpler when one is heartless, but he insists he wouldn't want to live that way. When questioned, he adds that food tastes better when the person who prepared it is happy, rather than trembling in fear. But nothing could sway the old man, who insisted that one day they would exploit the boy. If he didn't lend a hand, he would face harsh criticism. To him, that was simply human nature. However, Mook believed differently. He held on to the hope that one day, the same person might return his kindness, perhaps even saving his life. To him, that was the true essence of humanity. Chiampa, however, was too stubborn to back down and insisted on paying to see. As the food was set on the table, Mook remarked that he believed Chiampa was more emotional than he himself was. This led him to conclude that the boy was quite poor at judging character. Yet, despite his doubts, Mook felt certain he was right. With each encounter, Chiampa seemed to display even more emotion than usual. Even in that moment, the man's emotions surfaced as he confided in someone, a rare occurrence for him. Seizing the opportunity, Muzik suggested that he should start managing his disciples more effectively. Otherwise, they would continue to stir up trouble with the Nirvana Pavilion. The old man is incensed by the boy's comment, labeling him as arrogant and hurling the same accusation back at him. This only fuels the elder's fury. Mudrik, however, stands his ground, pointing out that the elder has always looked down on the sect and his own father. He mimics the elder's disdain, justifying his own attitude by proclaiming himself the demon of the blood-stained heavens, implying that he couldn't care less about the worth of his apprentices. Chumpa's fury ignites, shattering the table into splinters. Everyone watches in awe as his fiery aura radiates around him. With a fierce shout, he declares that Mook has crossed the line of arrogance, and he demands to settle the score right then and there. Noticing the bar owner's lingering gaze, he inquires about what had caught his attention before ordering more liquor and food. However, the main character interjects, reminding him that in situations like this, such behavior is unwise. He slipped a few coins under the chair and offered an apology to the owner, vowing to cover any damages to the bar later that day. The owner waved him off, assuring him it was no trouble at all. Nevertheless, the master persisted, kindly requesting that he bring more food and drink. Noticing his friend's attitude, Chumpa asks if that was truly what he wanted him to do. The boy replies that even if he wished to, he shouldn't go around breaking things. Chumpa raises an eyebrow, questioning if he was really teaching a supreme demon how to be gentle, all while trying to align his demonic path. This only serves to fuel the mustached man's anger even further. Mudrik dismisses the boy's outburst, urging him to stop yelling and inviting him to sit at another table. Despite his simmering hatred, the boy complies, grumbling under his breath. He mutters that Mudrik is crazy, all while issuing thinly veiled threats about food and drinks should betrayal ever cross his mind. Just then, the server arrives, swiftly delivering their meals, having overheard the escalating argument. Mudrik questions his friend's seriousness, and the friend affirms it. In response, Mudrik asks him to pledge his loyalty sincerely. He elaborates that the threat they face could be leveraged in a different manner. If the main character had sworn loyalty to the demon only to be betrayed, he would plunge his sword straight through his heart. He pours a shot for the old man and offers it to him. The two lock eyes, a silent understanding passing between them, before Mook finally extends the glass to Chumpa. With a reluctant grumble, Chumpa takes the drink and downs it. Deep down, he already sensed what was to come. Even without a physical toast, they had shared one in the old man's heart. Meanwhile, at the palace of the demoness of the flowering sword, her informant reported that the young master was currently drinking with Chumpa, adding with a hint of disdain that he was quite arrogant. She scolded him, emphasizing that nothing was worse than speaking about someone behind their back. He quickly apologized, promising to keep that in mind. One observer noted that Mudrik was no longer the second young master she once knew, but the informant viewed him as merely a storm in a teacup. Yet, she added thoughtfully, the teacup might just be large enough to hold the entire Murum. For that old man to have entrusted the celestial divine pill to him, he must have seen potential in him as a successor. Concerned, the young man asks if she also believes that to be true. Janring reflects on Mook, acknowledging that he did reveal an unexpected side, but not enough to seem truly deserving of the pill he received. What troubled her most was the realization that Chumpa had noticed something she had overlooked. Was there truly something the old man could see that she couldn't? He interrupted her thoughts, urging her to take a break, and mentioned that he had prepared a new man for her. Reluctantly, she complied, while the boy watched her intently as he exited the garden. In a different moment, Mudrik stepped into his father's training room, a space he had never dared to enter before. His gaze was immediately drawn to an iron plaque forged from 10,000-year cold iron, its surface etched with countless marks. It was an impressive sight, yet it left him questioning whether this was truly a testament to strength or merely a form of abuse against the cold iron. Wu Jun instructs him to be silent and to unleash the 4 steps of the wind god simultaneously. The boy nods in understanding. Almost instantly, he begins to radiate his blue aura. The 4 steps of the wind god consist of 4 primary movements, each capable of over 900 variations. The interpretation and application of the changes can lead to varying movements, each reflecting the unique powers of the 4 steps of the wind god. As the boy lands on the ground after completing the sequence, he catches sight of his father's furious expression. Concerned, he hesitantly asks if he has done something wrong. Wu Jun, his father, inquires whether he has already mastered that level. Perhaps it's because he acknowledges his own skills that the two continue their discussion on martial arts. The man offers his insights, surprisingly taking the time to listen to his son's thoughts and even accepting some of them. For instance, when the son suggests that applying more strength to the right foot would be the proper approach, the father nods in agreement. Mujik was taken aback by his father's unexpected freedom and rationality regarding martial arts. He gently urged him to close his eyes and share what he had learned that day. As his father spoke, it became clear that martial arts had profoundly resonated with him, as if it had awakened something deep within his soul. The conversation with his father had significantly enhanced his mastery of the 4 steps of the Wind God, and for that, he felt a deep sense of gratitude for the teachings. He was determined to repay his father by taking down Om Uji, even if his father had jokingly suggested that repayment would come in the form of a larger allowance. However, his father quickly dismissed the idea, urging him to stop with the nonsense and eat something before heading out. The final part leaves him bewildered. Woo-jun can't quite grasp the reason behind it. He explains that he has never heard the man invite anyone to share a meal with him before. Trying to maintain his tough exterior, he adds that there's nothing surprising about it. As the table is set, Woo-jun assures him, there's plenty more food if this isn't enough. The two begin their meal in silence, and Mook can't help but think that his father must find his quietness unusual. What Mook doesn't realize is that before his regression, he never even considered sharing a meal with his father. Now, as they sit together, he finally grasps the significance of this moment. Deep down, he had always yearned for the chance to share a meal with him. Woo-jun inquires if the food was to his liking, playfully suggesting they swap cooks. His father chuckles and declines the offer. Curiosity piqued, he asks why Mujuk had come to find him. With a hint of seriousness, Mujuk reveals he has a special request. He wants to add one more member to the family. This revelation prompts Woo-jun to raise an eyebrow and ask if Mujuk is hinting at marriage. The boy firmly denied the accusation, explaining that he wished to teach the rising sword art to his personal guard, Leon. This knowledge was crucial for maintaining the security of the Lord of the Underworld's position. However, only blood members of the Celestial Demon Clan were permitted to learn the technique. Woo-jun couldn't comprehend how his brother could treat him so poorly while simultaneously elevating a mere bodyguard to the status of a blood relative. Mook regarded her as more significant than his own brother, believing she was destined for greatness. Yet, his father questioned his certainty. Mook confidently explained that his unique martial art would evolve into the demonic art of the 9 calamities in art, meant solely for a chosen successor. Woo-jun had to concede that if there was one thing his son possessed, it was an unwavering confidence. He accepts the request without hesitation, leaving one to wonder how he could agree so easily. Just as excitement begins to swell, the celestial dragon turns to his son and asks him to make a promise. Eagerly, the son leans in, ready to hear what it is. The man then says, the next time you plan to eliminate one of the Supremes, I want you to tell me, first no matter which one it is. Mazruk agrees to the condition, promising to share what he knows. Meanwhile, at his pavilion, Mook waits for his friend. When she arrives, he greets her warmly, asking if she had come at his call. Recognizing her as the leader of the Phantom Shadow Corps, he bows slightly in respect. With a determined smile, he announces that from this day forward, he will teach her a new martial art. She is taken aback, struggling to comprehend what she just heard. Her friend, however, reassures her, revealing that he will teach her the rising sword art. The revelation leaves her in shock. I can't accept that, she protests. It's a technique meant only for the blood relatives of the celestial demon. With a calm demeanor, Mook inquires if she has finished her sermon. She responds, I have more to say, but I'll stop here. No, you can't teach him that. Before she can elaborate, the boy interrupts, revealing that he has already received Woo-jun's permission. This revelation leaves Leon bewildered, prompting her to ask, are you serious? She found it odd that Muzrik would teach his exclusive martial art, as he had no reason to share it. Her friend explained that to lead the Phantom Shadow Corps, she needed to master at least one martial art of that caliber. Besides, given their close bond, essentially blood relatives, it wouldn't be an issue for her to learn it. Those words ignited a spark within Lian, prompting her to take action. Despite her determination, she found herself questioning how she could possibly learn the martial art of her former master. Lowering her head, she repeated the question to herself, her heart heavy with uncertainty. Trembling, she whispered that no one had ever treated her with such kindness before. As Mup gently comforted the woman on the brink of tears, he reassured her of her significance in his life. Overwhelmed by his words, she broke down, wrapping her arms around Muzrik in a heartfelt embrace. After this emotional exchange, Muzrik turned his attention to Lion's training, balancing it with his responsibilities at the Nirvana Pavilion and, of course, his own rigorous training. His friend quickly mastered the rising sword art, displaying unexpected talent and rapid progress. In the process, he came to understand that teaching was, in many ways, a journey of learning as well. In his past life, he had never taught anyone, not even once, so this experience had become invaluable for the boy. At the Nirvana Pavilion, Mutt remarked that it had been a while since the last gathering of all the members in the courtyard, prompting nods of agreement from the entire squad. Mop, pleased by their enthusiasm, declared that he was there to ignite the team's fiery spirits, leaving them puzzled by his choice of words. He then asks Aryong to open a box beside him, revealing its astonishing contents. Inside lies a staggering pile of money, leaving his friend utterly taken aback. Confused, he questions the purpose of such a fortune. Mudrik, however, insists he distribute a bill to each member present. Though hesitant, his friend can see the determination in Mudrik's eyes. This was a special gift for everyone there, a reward for their genuine surprise at the unexpected windfall. In unison, they thanked their leader for the generous gift. The main character then explained that he was distributing the money to ensure none of them would succumb to bribes. There was simply no need for that. He reassured them that if they ever needed money, they could come to him for their monthly pay in advance. And if that still wasn't enough, he would gladly dip into his own pocket to help. Finally, he asks if they understood everything clearly, and the squad confirms they did before being dismissed. As they walk through the hallways, Darian turns to Mudrik and asks how he knew that Akil needed money for his younger brother's wedding. He adds that the boys spent all their savings on their parents' medical expenses, leaving him with nothing to support himself. Now, he's focused on providing for his younger siblings. However, Mudrik feigns ignorance, a tactic that doesn't fool his old friend. Initially, he considered giving the money solely to Akko, but he realizes it would be wiser to share it with everyone. The protagonist hesitates, pondering the true significance of Darian's words. Darian nods, emphasizing that loyalty doesn't simply arise out of thin air. In response, the hero warns him not to be deceived, insisting that it was merely a ploy to enhance his own image. The young man remains unconvinced, insisting that even without those tricks, people would still exploit him. His words leave the master momentarily speechless, but before he can gather his thoughts, Darian bids him farewell and walks away. Meanwhile, in Namderjong, Chumba inquires about Mudrik's presence, hinting that something must have transpired, leading to his arrest. The boy inquires if he has committed any crimes during his absence. The demon responds that his life has been riddled with sins, but fortunately for him, Mook assures him that today isn't the day he'll be heading to jail. Curious, the old man asks what brings him here. The boy hands a small red box to his friend, who can't help but wonder if some sort of poisonous gas will escape when he opens it. Mook chuckles, jokingly asking where he could find boxes like that, since he wouldn't mind having a few himself. Despite Chumpa's persistent curiosity about the contents, Mook simply replies that the only way to find out is to open it. With a hint of suspicion, Chumpa carefully lifts the lid of the little box. It was a high-quality, poisonous wine, yet he couldn't fathom why Mudrik had come to his home to deliver it. The young man explained that it was a birthday gift. The revelation left the old man in disbelief, and the hero, with a hint of a smile, wished him a happy birthday, confirming that indeed, it was the special day. However, even Chapaw is at a loss for an answer. Noticing Mook's surprise, he admits that he stopped caring about birthdays long ago and asks how Mook came by that information. Mudrik interjects, questioning Champa's self-importance. "Who do you think you are?" he scoffs. The Nirvana Pavilion knows everything, even how many pairs of underwear the old man has. Testing him, Chiompa inquires about the number of gifts. The main character admits he may have exaggerated that detail, but genuinely wishes him a happy birthday. Having fulfilled his duty, he prepares to say goodbye to the mustached man. However, before he departs, the demon questions whether the boy truly traveled all this way just to deliver a gift. The boy confirms it, adding that he hopes Chiompa doesn't feel pressured, as the gesture comes straight from the heart. The old man raised an eyebrow, questioning whether the boy was truly leaving so soon. After all, he was a busy man. With a knowing smile, he suggested they head out that night to the Pomerai Tavern. Chumpa stared at the gift in disbelief, still processing his friend's departure. Meanwhile, as Mudrik stepped out of the palace, he was met with an unexpected surprise in the courtyard. Janring invites him for a drink before he departs, and the two share an intense gaze.